Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Be seated. First item in the order paper is member statements. Call Linda Dillon.
And I rise today to mark Occupational Therapy Week 2025, which provides us with the opportunity to celebrate the vital and far-reaching contribution of OTs across our health and social care system. Whether it's helping someone to regain mobility after injury, supporting a child with developmental challenges, or enabling an older adult to live safely at home, their work is invaluable, and it is about giving people independence and a good quality of life. As you will all be aware, occupational therapists are central to improving the hospital discharge processes, facilitating timely rehabilitation and strengthening community-based care, and their work spans a range of diverse settings, including the home, education and mental health. The challenge for both them and us is that there simply are not enough of them to meet the growing need that we have in our community. So I want to commend the Royal College of Occupational Therapists for launching its first Workforce Strategy Action Plan in January of this year. This plan sets out a clear and ambitious vision for the future of the profession.
It reminds us that behind every statistic or policy paper there are real people whose quality of life depends on timely, skilled and compassionate support from an occupational therapist.
I call on the Minister for Health to prioritise strategic workforce planning. We must ensure that occupational therapists are equipped to meet the future demand, supported in their development and recognised for the transformative impact they have on individuals, on families and on our communities.
When we invest in our workforce, we invest in independence, in dignity and in opportunity for our people, the very things that allow people to live their best lives. Thank you very much.
Scythe.
Mr. Speaker, on Thursday the 23rd of October it was the official launch of this year's Royal British Legion Poppy Appeal, and many of us will proudly wear a poppy in memory of the fallen of our nation and to the future of the living. Through the sale of poppies as well as remembrance, donations enable practical, financial and emotional support to our armed forces community. I wear my poppy with pride. However, last week I was made aware of a sinister threat to poppy sellers in Tesco's in Newry. The faceless group behind the threat called on Tesco's to, and I quote, "immediately remove such offensive displays. Otherwise, local Republicans may have no choice but to seek to take action to ensure that they are removed," unquote. This is disgraceful. Online intimidation is disgraceful. All intimidation is absolutely disgraceful. Newry City was the scene of many shocking and heinous attacks during the Troubles in Northern Ireland. These attacks resulted in the murder of 2 British Army soldiers, 1 member of the British Territorial Army, 4 members of the Ulster Defence Regiment, along with 3 former members and 21 former and servicing members of the Royal Ulster Constabulary also losing their life to terrorists. And the humble poppy pays tribute to all of them. For those poppy sellers in Newry, volunteering their time to support this valuable charity and its work to support our armed forces community, I say thank you, and we stand with you. I thank all of the poppy sellers across the country for their dedication, and of course I thank our armed forces for their selfless service to us all. The members at this side of the House will always remember those who fought in service of our country, those who died in defence of our freedoms and our way of life, and we will also stand up for everyone's right to sell a poppy without the fear of intimidation, and we wear our poppies with pride. Mr. Speaker, at the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of attending the final plenary session of the second Youth Assembly on Saturday past, and I know you were there also. And I want to take this opportunity to recognise the dedication and hard work of everyone involved. At Saturday's event, the Youth Assembly members launched their legacy report, which chronicles their extensive work since 2023 and onwards. The legacy report is a testament to the dedication and engagement of the Youth Assembly members. They have played a significant role in shaping policy and debate across a wide range of issues. Their collaboration with the Justice Committee on the Justice Bill, their input to the Education and Economy Committees during the Independent Review of Education, and their valuable perspectives on the Dilapidation Bill delivered to and through the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee highlight the depth and breadth of the involvement of this Youth Assembly. They also engaged on and addressed a host of other issues, including the plight of young carers. Such a broad remit across all departments truly demonstrates the scope of their understanding and why they are held in such high regard as credible, articulate representatives of young people in Northern Ireland. This important legacy report has been provided to every MLA and is also available online. I would encourage everyone to take time to read it, as it offers a unique insight into the achievements and perspectives of our Youth Assembly members. Looking ahead, I'm looking forward to seeing what these remarkable young people will go on to achieve. I'm also very much looking forward to working with the 90 newly recruited members for the 2025 to 2027 mandate. This new group reflects the diversity of our society coming from every constituency across Northern Ireland. We must all of us recognise and commend the hard work, commitment and enthusiasm shown by these young people. They have succeeded in their Youth Assembly roles while juggling demanding school or college schedules, exams and other extracurricular activities. Before I close, I must also pay tribute to the dedicated and enthusiastic team of Assembly officials who have supported and encouraged our Youth Assembly since its inception. Personally, I am deeply impressed by the increase in confidence and contribution I have observed amongst its members. Their efforts should never be taken for granted and they should be celebrated by us all. I want to take this opportunity to wish all outgoing and incoming Youth Assembly members every success for the future. Thank you.
Probably not supposed to, but I'll endorse all of that. Diana Armstrong.
Commend the outstanding achievement of 4 pupils from Enniskillen Royal Grammar School, Conor Fair, Mackenzie Wilson, Jensen Lindsay and Alfie Thompson, who were recently crowned overall winners of the 2025 ABP Aberdeen Angus Youth Challenge. The 4 young County Fermanagh farmers claimed the top spot, competing against 20 teams across Northern Ireland. Since they entered the competition in September 2024, it's safe to say the boys were kept busy. On qualifying for the final, they received 5 calves from ABP to rear through to finishing. They went on to receive skills development in the beef industry on a 12-month programme, winning a £1,000 cash prize for their school at the end of it. As part of the challenge, the boys developed a project called One Health, the link between animal, human and plant health, which tackled the critical issue of soil sustainability. They developed a soil analysis results guide to simplify complex data for farmers, distributed it to local vets, marts and agri-stores, and hosted a Healthy Soil, Healthy Future conference, which raised an impressive £4,120. In total, the boys raised over £6,500 for Air Ambulance NI and rural support, which shows just how education and agriculture can come together to deliver real-world impact in the community. I wish to commend not only the boys, but also Ruth Moore, their CAFRE advisor, and Enniskillen Royal Grammar School itself. The school fielded a total of 3 teams, with each reaching the semi-final stage. All 3 teams have done their school and County Fermanagh proud. It's clear to be seen we have a strong, vibrant agricultural sector in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. These pupils represent the next generation of farmers and rural leaders who have been equipped with knowledge and the drive to make a difference. Their success reminds us of the importance of investing in rural education and supporting initiatives that help young people grow and make their mark in the agri-food industry. I trust all members will join with me in congratulating the Enniskillen Royal Grammar School team on this remarkable achievement. The boys, their teachers and their families have done their school, their county and Northern Ireland proud. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. I call Declan McAleer.
I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my home club, Common Leaf Trassa Loch Frickery, on winning the first ever Tyrone Senior Football Championship last Sunday. The game against Trillick, and indeed the path to the final, was extremely competitive and nail-biting, but played in the best of spirits. Our club was formed in 1972, so it's still relatively young, and we spent most of those years playing in junior or intermediate football. So to win a senior title in one of the most competitive counties in Ireland is a massive achievement, for which I and countless others are very, very proud of. The scenes when the lads returned home to the loch last Sunday evening were something to behold. And of course the celebrations continued for a number of days, and this is included whenever the Madden Rapparees, who won the Armagh Championship, arrived at Loch McCrory on Tuesday evening. Our 2 clubs are forever connected through the Grimley brothers. They play on our club and Madden, their home club. And this family, more than anyone, deserves great achievements like this here, following the horrendous tragedy that they have endured. The Loch McCrory clubman and local historian Seamus Mullen penned the history of our club in a book called Making Our Own Heroes. That title is a most fitting description of how the lads who make up the team and the panel are seen in our local community. Grounded, modest, disciplined, and our children need look no further than this group of players for role models, and I'm certain that this is the case for every GAA club across Ireland. I want to pay tribute to Trillick, who really put it up to Loch McCrory in the final, and what was a tough physical encounter, but played in the best of spirits. I recognise that this has been an emotional year for Trillick, especially since the passing of their esteemed colleague Jodie Gormley, whose spirit lives on among this team. So I was delighted to see them winning the Tyrone League title at the weekend. After the game last Sunday, Loch McCrory clubman Kieran Mina said that for 20 years or more, he stood in the stand or terrace in Healy Park on county final days, hoping for even one day in the sun to see the lads in amber and black walking behind the band. Well, that wish has come true, and it's due to decades of hard work and dedication, and I sincerely hope for many more county titles to follow. So well done to Loch McCrory senior team, the lads from the Loch, and good luck against Kilcoo and the Ulsters this Saturday.
Down Dodds.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning I want to rise to outline our opposition to the Public Health Bill that the Minister has now withdrawn and told his officials to go back to the drawing board on. First of all, I want to clearly state there is no one, I think, that doubts that public health legislation that dates from 1967 should be revised and done so as soon as possible, and should be up to date and make sure that it tackles the issues of today. Yet this public health bill does not meet those criteria which we want within the bill, and that is to strike a fair balance between fulfilling public health objectives and defending personal liberty as the cornerstone of a democratic society. And we are clear that sweeping powers should not be handed to the Minister of Health to impose restrictions which would directly impact private and family life, education, employment and movement. Having lived the experience of the COVID-19 pandemic, we understand that powers such as these and the lockdowns that would enable led to a major social and economic disruption, had serious impacts on personal health, and derailed educational and emotional development of many children and young people. And in particular, we will continue to reject mandatory vaccination or plans to compel citizens to undergo any forms of medical treatment that is against their wishes. Any future public health framework for Northern Ireland must be underpinned, both in law and in practice, by the principle of informed consent. I'm glad that we're going back to the drawing board on this particular piece of legislation, and I would urge the Minister and his department to ensure that those principles that I have outlined are fundamental to any new public health bill coming forward.
Stuart Dixon.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today marks the 75th anniversary of the European Charter of Human Rights. The Charter was born out of the horrors of World War II, with the United Kingdom playing a leading role, setting minimum standards which governments across Europe agreed to abide by. This has improved the respect for human rights across Europe. No signatory state has instituted the death penalty for 25 years, and it has facilitated cross-border cooperation on issues of joint interests like crime and human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, as a Winston Churchill Fellow, it gives me pride to know that he was a key early advocate and the spiritual architect of the European Convention on Human Rights. In the aftermath of World War II and the Holocaust, Churchill championed the idea of a united Europe based on shared values and human rights to prevent the future atrocities and resist the spread of communism. As chair of the non-governmental European movement, he presided over the 1948 Congress of Europe in The Hague, which called for a Charter of Human Rights and a Court of Justice. Today, Mr. Speaker, here in Northern Ireland, the Convention plays a pivotal role in securing not only the foundation of our peace process. The Convention and the Court are and were integral to building trust in public institutions such as our police service, our security services, after decades of conflict. The Convention is explicitly embedded within the Good Friday Agreement. The agreement requires that the rights within the Convention are incorporated into Northern Ireland law, a requirement met through the UK Human Rights Act of 1998. Today, Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the Convention's role in safeguarding fundamental freedoms and its critical importance for maintaining justice and democracy, not just here in Northern Ireland, but across the 46 member states of the Council of Europe. That Convention protects the human rights and fundamental freedoms of over 700 million people. The Convention protects the right to life, the right to a fair hearing, the right to respect for privacy, private and family life, freedom of expression, freedom of thought through conscience and religion, and the protection of property. The Charter prohibits torture and inhuman and degrading behaviour and the punishment through slavery or forced labour, the death penalty, and arbitrary and unlawful detention, and discrimination in employment and of the rights and freedoms set out in the Convention and its protocol. Mr. Speaker, let us today mark 75 years of the Convention and remember its origins in the aftermath of the World War and the rights and the freedoms that it protects. Thank you.
Colm Gildernew.
The appointment of an Irish Language Commissioner last week was a watershed moment for the Irish language, for our community and for our shared heritage. The Executive Committee last week announced that Paul Deeds will start in his capacity as the new Commissioner in the coming weeks. I welcome that appointment as agreed in New Decade, New Approach in the year 2020. The appointment of a Language Commissioner is a core component of our new legislation, 20 years on from the initial commitments to implement an Irish Language Act. The Irish language is thriving and continuing to grow. The appointment of a dedicated Commissioner will strengthen and secure that growth. He will have an important, indeed central role, and he will have a duty to investigate complaints made with regard to non-compliance by public authorities in relation to the new standards. The North is leading the charge with regard to the revival of the Irish language. Oireachtas na Saona, which was hosted in Belfast, finished on Sunday. Belfast will also host National Conference of Conor na Gaeilge and Fláithreáin na Héireann. Those events have the language at its core. They showcase and promote our rich culture and our language. A state-appointed commissioner to ensure, enshrine and direct the development of our language is long overdue. The appointment is a direct result of the struggles of Gaels and of political campaigning of more than 50 years. Their persistence, perseverance and steadfastness are to be commended. This appointment is a momentous occasion. I wish Paul Deeds all the best and wish Dr. Cathy Radford and Ree Reynolds the same and in new rules. I wish them every success.
Alistair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted as Chair of the All-Party Group in Stroke to mark World Stroke Day, which fell on 29th of October. There's an event today in the Long Gallery at 12:30 and I hope as many members can make it along. Today I want to highlight the impact of modern medicine, the magic of medicine and how it can transform lives here. There are over 41,000 stroke survivors in Northern Ireland and someone here will have a stroke every 2 hours. Many people will recover thanks to our skilled and dedicated specialist stroke staff who work across the entire stroke pathway, consultants, nurses providing expert care in acute stroke units. After hospital discharge, we have speech and language therapists, physiotherapists, occupational therapists and support recovery counsellors who offer much needed psychological and physical and emotional care long after a stroke has occurred. I want to focus on one key aspect of stroke care, and that is thrombectomy. Thrombectomy is a mechanical procedure which, if carried out on eligible stroke survivors in a timely manner, can save brains, save money and change lives. Some of the most powerful stories of stroke survivors whose lives have been transformed by this treatment have been captured in a documentary by local filmmaker Harry Bateman, Thrombectomy, Restoring Life. As Chair of the All-Party Group in Stroke, I'm proud to sponsor an event today that will highlight this video, and we have had a preview of it. I think it is an emotional impact and one to highlight, particularly on our families who support stroke survivors too. But with only 4.3% of stroke survivors receiving thrombectomy last year, we are still falling short. At least 10% of stroke patients are thought to be eligible, meaning that many are missing out on this life-changing treatment. The only way to ensure that every eligible patient receives a thrombectomy is by providing 24/7 service, something that was committed to by many parties, and in the Stroke Action Plan published in June 2022, the Department of Health committed to delivering such a service by the end of 2024. We know that budgets are tight and we know that services are strapped, but we must move to prevention in order to save. This is the magic of medicine. When medicine and science has evolved, where they can eradicate disease, where they can help speed up recovery and take the strain off our health service, we must invest. We must ensure that the over 100 people who missed out on thrombectomy services last year do not miss out again. I want to invite members before I close to the event again today in the Long Gallery and meet some of survivors themselves and hear their stories. Thank you very much.
Philip Brett.
The Deputy First Minister and I were delighted to host the Aerospace Defence and Space Council here in Northern Ireland. It was a vital opportunity for us to showcase those industries that are the very heart of Northern Ireland's economic strength and innovation. In every corner of Northern Ireland, world-leading companies are designing, manufacturing and maintaining the technology that keeps the United Kingdom and its allies safe. From advanced aircraft companies and cutting-edge defence systems to cybersecurity expertise, Northern Ireland's contribution to this vital sector is something we should all be proud of. Already employing around 10,000 people and worth over £2 billion to our economy, this sector is set to grow even further, with last week's news of the defence contracts being awarded to Northern Ireland and a defence growth deal of £250 million. These industries are not just about national security, they're engines of economic opportunity. They provide long-term careers for our young people, attract inward investment and sustain local communities. This success is a clear demonstration, once again, of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom, giving us access to a national defence programme, shared expertise and a scale of investment not seen anywhere else. Yet, Mr Speaker, while Invest Northern Ireland's own report recognises the importance of the defence sector, the Economy Minister seems intent on undermining that. She has failed to even meet the ADS group since taking up her role as Minister for the Economy, the very organisation representing our aerospace, defence and security sectors, and instead issued a politically charged written ministerial statement which overstepped her authority and risked damaging confidence in this sector. This will come as no surprise because the self-proclaimed First Minister for All described recent investment as incredulous and indeed was unavailable when the Bank of America came here to Northern Ireland to announce thousands of new jobs. That is why this party, Mr Speaker, has acted, and I want to pay tribute to the Ulster Unionist Party and the Traditional Unionist Voice, who have ensured we have secured the 30 signatures required to call in to the Executive the disgraceful decision by the Minister for the Economy. Whilst others talk this country down, Mr Speaker, these benches will always turn up, stand up and proudly fly the flag for Northern Ireland.
John Burrows.
The risk of political policing in Northern Ireland remains current, and that is a risk from Sinn Féin, who are continuing to interfere in policing in this country. I revealed last week that Sinn Féin were demanding, and I can see they can't look up, probably in shame, that their members were demanding that PSNI officers did not carry their firearms into meetings, community meetings and Sinn Féin offices. This is not only dangerous and puts an invidious pressure on our officers, but it represents a breach of policing by consent and the very nature of democratic policing. No political party can interfere with the operational independence of our police officers, let alone a party with the history of Sinn Féin's. I revealed that last week and have written to the Chief Constable so that he makes a clear direction that this does not happen again and that his officers are told to resist such approaches. The Nolan Show this morning has revealed that this is actually routine practice in West Belfast, and that is shameful, and I will be hoping to see what the policing board members say about that in the course of the rest of the week. But what is clear to me, Mr Speaker, as I watched this from the minute that Sinn Féin joined policing in 2007, they have tried to control, coerce and manipulate police officers. After Jerry Adams was arrested, Bobby Storey stood up and said very clearly, "Hands off our party leader." They try and create a chill factor every time the police enforce a law against their community or against one of their own. I've heard the pressure and the lobbying, I've had the phone calls, and I never succumbed to it. The last Chief Constable lost his job because two members of Sinn Féin, senior members, told him to suspend an officer who was entirely innocent and threatened that if he did not, that they would call for his resignation on the Sunday Politics show a few days later. That is what we're dealing with. But this time it is junior constables that are being manipulated and coerced and controlled. And I will be eternally vigilant to the attempts of that party to control our police officers, to manipulate them. And I can tell you they trust me, and they will bring those issues to me if they feel no one else is listening. And I will hold you to account. You have a long way to go in policing. It's time you took the final step and actually signed up to normal democratic policing and stopped trying to use your influence to intimidate and bully and coerce our police officers day and daily in their jobs. You're politicians like anyone else. The army is gone. You've no more threats, and I will ensure the PSNI stand up to your bullying and to your pressure.
Timothy Gaston, you've got a couple of minutes, Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over recent weeks, concerns have been brought to my attention regarding vandalism within Parliament buildings. Behaviour that would disgrace any workplace, never mind the seat of government. I refer specifically to the deliberate flooding of the toilets in this building. On one occasion, I discovered the taps intentionally left running with the sink blocked, leaving the floor saturated. After speaking directly to our hard-working cleaning staff, it became clear this is not an isolated incident. To get clarity, I tabled a written question to the Assembly Commission. The response confirms the scale of the problem. There have been multiple deliberate flooding incidents in the last year alone. 14th of January, first floor ladies' toilets beside room 144. 19th of May, second floor male toilets beside room 282. 14th of October, two separate incidents in the same male toilet beside room 282. 16th of October again, the male toilets beside room 282. 20th of October, the third floor male toilets beside room 368. And while the Alliance Party and indeed members of the SDLP laugh and sneer at raising this issue, I'll stick up for our hard working cleaners in this place, because somebody is deliberately flooding the toilets. It's childish vandalism and it needs to stop. And I'm glad you find it so funny, Mr. McCrossan. Absolutely, there's bigger issues, but when this is happening in this place, the seat of government, this is what's going on. These are not public areas. These are accessible only to pass holders, MLAs and MLA staff and Assembly staff. This behaviour is disgraceful.
Could you draw your remarks to a close?
It's a shameful waste of public money, and I'm disappointed that there's MLAs in here think that's funny.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston.
Childish vandalism, making sure that our cleaners have to clean it up.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of order and decorum here. We've got a minister here who wants to make a statement. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in their question. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to address the Assembly on the outcome of the independent review of environmental governance in Northern Ireland and to set out my proposed way forward. I have always firmly believed in an independent environmental protection agency for Northern Ireland. For too long, our environment and nature have suffered from the lack of robust protections, and we are all seeing the consequences. This short, sharp, comprehensive review has provided the foundations upon which to build a brighter future for our environment. We can't continue to dodge this critical issue. Now is the time for action. The people of Northern Ireland expect and deserve it. As we all know, Northern Ireland continues to experience significant environmental pressures, including water quality concerns, such as widely recognised issues affecting Lough Neagh and the ongoing remediation challenges at the Maboy illegal waste site. These pressures are compounded by the impacts of climate change, which is driving more frequent extreme weather events, biodiversity loss and soil degradation. Alongside these, we continue to face challenges in tackling waste crime, improving air quality, restoring habitats and species and delivering on our commitments to a circular economy. Taken collectively, I believe that these issues underline the urgent need for more effective governance to protect our environment and restore public confidence and trust in our environmental protection arrangements. As members will be aware, the New Decade, New Approach 2020 document included a clear commitment from the parties entitled to form an executive that, as part of a programme for government, a returning executive would establish an independent environmental protection agency. Our latest programme for government also commits the executive to completing a review of environmental governance and commits me as DAERA Minister to presenting a proposed way forward to the executive for consideration and for agreement. In November 2024, I appointed an expert independent panel led by Dr Vivian Gravey from Queen's University Belfast, supported by Diane Ruddock, retired from the National Trust, and John McAllister, representing and a member of the Ulster Farmers Union. The panel was tasked with carrying out a review of environmental governance in Northern Ireland to assess the adequacy of current arrangements and provide recommendations for improvement for my consideration. I'd like to put on record, Mr Speaker, at this stage, my sincere thanks to Vivian, Diane and John for carrying out this extensive and complex review as expert individuals. The panel launched a call for evidence in January 2025 with a total of 590 responses received through Citizen Space and via email. This was supported by 3 public events and substantial in-depth interviews with regulators, regulated parties and broader stakeholders across Northern Ireland, Great Britain and Ireland. The panel published its final report on 21st of October 2025. Mr Deputy Speaker, the report is extensive and detailed and I believe provides a clear and evidence-based case for change. It is also unequivocal in its conclusion that the current environmental governance system is not fit for purpose and is failing everyone. The crisis in our environment is also a governance crisis, and thus governance reform is a critical part of the solution. I believe that the panel has set out a practical roadmap for reform structured around 4 key themes: clarity and coherence, meaningful independence, better compliance and transparency and accountability. These themes underpin 32 recommendations which, taken together, aim to deliver a governance system that the panel considers as robust, trustworthy and capable of meeting Northern Ireland's environmental obligations whilst restoring public confidence. At the heart of the panel's recommendations is the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency in Northern Ireland as a non-departmental public body. It would have functions that would include oversight of air and water quality, waste management, nature and biodiversity and the marine environment. In the panel's view, this model provides the right balance of independence, accountability and deliverability, ensuring clear separation between policy making and regulation, whilst aligning with best practice across these islands. I agree. Northern Ireland is an outlier, as we are the only region in the UK and Ireland that does not have an independent environmental protection agency, and that position is simply not sustainable. I recognise, as does the panel, that independence in itself is not a silver bullet, and that will improve environmental governance in Northern Ireland, but is a critical part of the overall governance system. Establishing an independent environmental protection agency is much more than just aligning with what other regions are doing. I want to assure members that, as a non-departmental public body, the new agency would still be accountable to the Assembly, and its functions and the legislative framework within it works would be determined by ministers and approved by the Assembly. Crucially, though, it would be overseen by an independent board led by a non-executive chair and would have full operational independence in how it discharges its functions. This would ensure that a new EPA would be able to carry out its regulatory, advisory and enforcement duties without political interference. I believe that effective functional independence is important in building trust and confidence in the body's work. I firmly believe that now is a pivotal moment for all of us and that we should establish an independent environmental protection agency as recommended by the independent panel. We are witnessing more and more visible signs that our environment is struggling and we need to take decisions now and change course. The costs of inaction are simply too great. We should look no further than Lough Neagh or the illegal dump at Maboy, which, as you will know, could cost hundreds of millions of pounds to resolve. Failed environmental governance and non-compliance with environmental law results in huge costs to the public purse, and so we must invest now in the longer term to make those savings. Inaction also leads to increasingly degraded ecosystems, public health risks, impacts on people's livelihoods and lost opportunities for sustainable growth. Without decisive reform, Northern Ireland will continue to fall behind in meeting its environmental obligations, and the public will continue to pay the price in terms of quality of life and economic resilience. Restoring trust and confidence in environmental protection is crucial for the economy and for our communities. Better and more accountable regulation will create a fair and level playing field for all. Mr Deputy Speaker, I therefore intend to seek support of my executive colleagues to agree in principle to the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency in Northern Ireland as a non-departmental public body of DAERA. This agreement in principle would allow us to move swiftly to look in greater detail at the powers, functions and status of the new body, together with the financial implications. Following public consultation, firm policy proposals will be brought back to the Executive to enable my department to draft and implement the legislation needed to set up the new non-departmental public body. Mr Deputy Speaker, the report also makes a number of recommendations that fall within the remit of my own department, and in parallel with the work to prepare for an independent environmental protection agency, I will be working with my officials to take forward those recommendations. Some aspects already align with work that is ongoing or our own plans for improvement. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I have said before on many occasions, there are no quick fixes to the significant environmental challenges we face today, and environmental governance is no different. However, I am fully committed to strengthening environmental governance in Northern Ireland, improving public confidence in our arrangements, and ultimately reducing environmental degradation. I hope members will support me in seeking to establish a new independent environmental protection agency in Northern Ireland as a non-departmental public body of DAERA. I will of course update members as this work progresses and following executive consideration. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, it's been nearly 2 years since you were appointed as Minister for this department, 4 years since the Alliance Party promised an independent environmental protection agency, and 6 since the Executive Parties agreed to it in the New Decade New Approach. Yet all you have to show today is another review telling us what we already know. When it comes to reviews, this place could teach TripAdvisor a few things.
Daniel,
question. We don't need another report, Minister, to tell us Lough Neagh is dying. We can see it with our own eyes. So, Minister, the question is simple. When will this actually happen? When will the talking stop and the Independent Environmental Protection Agency finally be established, not in principle or in theory, but in practice?
So I've set out today the process I'm taking forward. Since we left the EU, we have a very different environmental landscape. What I need to support in principle for an independent environmental protection agency. Now is the time for decision on that. Once we get that agreed, hopefully, then we move to consultation and then we move with the cooperation of the Assembly, and that is absolutely critical. If people believe in this, they need to work with me in relation to the implementation of that so we can have this legislated for it by the end of this mandate. I'm up for doing this. You quoted timescales. For 2 years of this mandate, we lost it. And you know why that is. It wasn't for the Alliance Party, it wasn't for yourselves. It was one party decided to walk away and has constrained an awful lot what we're doing here in this place. So I'm working night and day to deliver in this department within a constrained mandate and within a constrained budget situation. But I'm determined to make progress in this, and people need to back me.
Robbie Butler. Robbie.
Speaker, and first of all, just as Chair of the Committee, I'd like to thank the Minister for the advance notice of the report being published and that the Committee will be considering it for the first time this week. But the Minister has said that this will be a non-departmental public body. And can I ask what specific areas or terms of reference the Minister sees the agency having that will ensure that there's no crossover or duplication of work with other agencies that already exist, and that it won't be seen as another barrier to environmentally compliant and sustainable planning applications?
So the report, and it's an excellent report done by 3 respected individuals who came forward as individuals to look at this issue, and have came back and have outlined what the functions should be of the Independent Environmental Protection Agency, and it's in relation to air and water quality, waste management, nature and biodiversity, and the marine environment. One of the key benefits around this, and there is many, is in relation to planning applications. The speed of turning around responses from Northern Ireland Environment Agency is not good enough. We need to have an independent environmental protection agency which is properly funded and properly resourced, so we can turn around responses to those planning applications and allow people to be able to move forward in relation to all the issues they're asking for advice from the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, and that would be absolutely critical, absolutely fundamental that we're able to change this and turn it around. We have many non-departmental public bodies in Northern Ireland. It is lost upon me why anyone would oppose this.
On Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
And Corlia, and I want to start by thanking the Minister for his statement. We're absolutely supportive of the Independent Environmental Protection Agency. Minister, the review recommends development memorandums of understanding and formal collaboration on a north-south, east-west basis to improve coherence and share best practice. What discussion has the Minister had with his counterparts in the south regarding a joint or cross-border funding mechanism to support the environmental governance reforms and new regulatory structures recommended in the review?
Thank you for your support. It's appreciated. I think the report sets out quite a lot. It also sets out in relation to the Independent Environmental Protection Agency, but the other issues that you have highlighted. We need to have much more joined-up working between departments, between agencies in Northern Ireland, but north-south and east and west in terms of regulators, and that's why those memorandums of understanding is set out. And there's pieces of work that I need executive approval for. There's other stuff we can take forward as a department, and we should do that, because the environmental challenges don't stop at the border. We need to cooperate. We do that already through established functions and structures, but we need to be able to solidify that in terms of memorandums of understanding, and that's something I'm quite keen to work with officials and take that forward.
Statement. If the Department can't adequately fund what is currently in place, can I ask the Minister how can we expect a new additional organisation to be properly funded to carry out its functions? And further to that, what safeguards did the panel suggest should be established to prevent the mission creep seen with other independent bodies established through statute? And the Equality Commission and Asher's case come to mind in relation to that.
In relation to the situation with regards to funding, it sets it out quite clearly in the independent review in terms of the, it says here, and I'll quote from it, the enabling legislation to establish a non-departmental public body should protect against these risks, and one of the risks is in terms of reduced funding, as is the case in other recent legislation, including the UK Environment Act 2021, and I think that's an important recommendation around that. The other issue in relation to accountability, there's a recommendation made within the review, which I've passed on to the Speaker, in terms of the scrutiny mechanisms of the Assembly of the non-departmental public body, and I think that has merit as well. The linkage back to Asher's, I lost, to be honest.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Can I ask the Minister what the cost has been, in his opinion, to our environment due to inaction on establishing an independent environmental protection agency previously? And I ask that in the context of some in the SDLP, for example, forgetting that they held this brief before and didn't deliver on this.
So the cost of inaction and the lack of efficient and robust protections against our environment are substantial. The cost of remediation of the Maboy site could be between £100 and £700 million. The cost that we're spending this year in relation to the crisis at Lough Neagh, as my department, is over £17 million, and I could continue. So the business case to this is very, very clear. We cannot allow ourselves to get into the situation yet again in regards to this, but we also need to restore people's trust and confidence in relation to environmental protection, because it's an all-time low and we have to turn it around, and I'm setting out a way forward in regards to this.
Minister, thank you for the statement, and you know I have raised many times with you issues in my constituency, in Killishall in particular and in Granville, around odours and air pollution. And I have raised this with you in terms of independent agency, and I thank you for the statement. Can you assure those communities that this agency will have the teeth to address those issues and will work with those communities to ensure that they can live with sound air quality?
Thank you, Colin. So, a couple of things to say. First of all, I will put on record my thanks to all the staff who work in the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. I feel extremely privileged to work with them. I was with them this morning at an event in terms of invasive species, and I will be with them throughout this week. They're good staff. They're working really hard under really significant resource constraints, and I'm very, very grateful to them. I set out the issue in terms of resourcing. Ultimately, it's in terms of the budgets that are allocated, but we need to have mechanisms in place to call it out if the Environment Agency, as a non-departmental public body, has been underfunded. One of the other issues is that in terms of legislation, that would then govern the penalties that are available to the agency. That would be set by this Assembly. So this is not a silver bullet. Ultimately, it requires political leadership here to ensure that there's sufficient deterrence in place so that the Environment Agency is a non-departmental public body, and an independent non-departmental public body can use the proper enforcement mechanisms. And that's really important we give it the teeth. So, for example, I'm progressing the consultation on the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill. When I bring that to the Executive, I need support for that, and then I need support in the Assembly, so we have sufficient legislation in place to have sufficient deterrence around the issue of water quality and around so many other areas.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your statement. Can you outline in more detail what advantage there would be in establishing an environmental protection agency as a non-departmental public body?
So the report has set out the way forward, and I want to thank the panel for doing that, because a lot of people were saying to me, we want an independent environmental protection agency, and when I turned around and said, what would that look like, what would the functions, people weren't able to answer it. So the report's answered that, particularly in the context of us leaving the EU and the different arrangements we have. The non-departmental public body would have that necessary independence, but also have that accountability, which is important to have that in place. And it would have specific structures in relation to an independent board, but also in terms of its functions that's set out. We have many non-departmental public bodies in Northern Ireland, and they play a valuable role, for example, in relation to the Arts Council, Sport NI and others. So it's now the time to ensure that we end the situation with regards to Northern Ireland being an outlier and not having an independent body for environmental protection.
Thank you for your statement this morning. You say that establishing the Independent Environmental Protection Agency would give it regulatory powers without political interference, and one of its proposed themes is better compliance. Can you tell me how this agency will be able to differentiate between deliberate discharge by, say, NI water, for example, and an old septic tank that no one is aware of is still working? And how would it differentiate between phosphates from what NI water add and phosphates discharged via household sources?
So one of the recommendations in the review, which I support, is that the Independent Environmental Protection Agency is able to set up its own enforcement policy, and I think that's important, is able to do that, and I would answer a lot of your questions. This obviously is, if we get an agreement in principle and people say, yes, we're on board with this, we want this, because to date I have not got this around the House. So it's a real effort for me to try to get support for this so we can move forward on that. Then we can scope out the details in relation to functions and the drafting of legislation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, can you offer any assessment of the panel's recommendation to exit the arrangement with NI Water known as SORPI?
So I've been consistently on the record in saying that the separate regulatory arrangement that's been put in place for Northern Ireland Water since its establishment is not fit for purpose. And the idea that NI Water get a by ball, often in relation to the pollution of our waterways, is not acceptable. The review comes back, and I'll quote from the review. It says, from our engagements with key stakeholders and from the call for evidence, it is clear that SORPI arrangements between NEA and NI Water are not working as they are designed to do. They were intended to offer flexibility to NI Water to invest to address the sources of non-compliance. Instead, the lack and low level of penalties for wastewater pollution has weakened the case for sufficient investment, given the impression that the current situation is acceptable. This creates a negative feedback loop, with NI Water prioritising investment in drinking water over wastewater as it faces a sharper regulatory edge. And it quotes that the drinking water regulators already exited the SORPI arrangements. We take note that the DAERA Minister has stated publicly the current arrangement is not fit for purpose, and they recommend that DAERA should exit the current SORPI arrangement with Northern Ireland Water, and I'll be bringing a paper to my executive colleagues further to that.
Minister, thank you for your statement. I note the expert panel consulted widely, and you intend now moving to seek support of your executive colleagues to agree in principle, and that agreement in principle will then lead to a further consultation exercise. Minister, can you give us assurances that we're really not experiencing an environmental Groundhog Day in regard to the EPA, which many of us support?
So there's a window of opportunity here for us in Northern Ireland to set up an independent environmental protection agency. I need support in principle to do that. Then we'll go through the process which we're required to do, which is to consult, and sometimes I'm criticised in terms of doing too much consultation, but I legally am required to do that. Then we'll look to get executive support for drafting legislation, and with the cooperation of this Assembly, which is absolutely critical. If people want this, they need to work with me. We can legislate for this by the end of the mandate. But people need to put their money where their mouth is and support me in regards to establishing this. There's many issues in my department I'm working night and day on, and people need to understand this is a priority for me and need to support me in regards to it.
Nuala McAllister.
I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, we're all aware of Lough Neagh and the devastating impact that the pollution has had on our beautiful natural environment. Alliance have long called for an independent environmental protection agency, including an amendment to the climate change legislation, which many did not support nor turn up for. But will the Minister detail how other examples of where our current environmental protections have fallen short?
So the list is endless, unfortunately, Nuala. We have Lough Neagh, we have Maboy, we have nature decline, we have situations with regards to air quality. Northern Ireland is a laggard in relation to the environment. And when I stand up and say that and look to take action on that, I get vilified. Vilified. Because people are not prepared to take difficult decisions. This is a point of decision for this place, and people need to back me.
Declan McAleer. Declan.
His statement, and we welcome this, and also recognise this as an NDNA commitment as well. Minister, you will appreciate that there are quite a number of organisations now within that regulatory landscape, such as SES and OEP and NIEA and this new agency. So, do you believe it will be important for to explain to the public, just to unravel as to where the precise functions will sit within these various organisations? I'm thinking specifically, where will SES sit within this new regulatory environment?
Thank you, Declan. And I think the report that came back from the independent panel was really useful in teasing out all of that. We have a very different regulatory landscape since leaving the EU. And SES sit in place in terms of supporting district councils, in terms of the processing of applications, and I respect that. NEA has a separate role in regards to planning applications, and that would largely remain within this independent environmental protection agency, and I think it's important we respect that. Also, the Office of Environmental Protection remains in terms of the oversight function, replacing in part the role of the European Commission. We should not underestimate the impacts of leaving the EU has had on Northern Ireland. I think we all know that. We see that in terms of the UK economy, but also in terms of the environment. It has significant impacts. It's also changed the landscape that we have, and what I'm doing is seeking to address that.
Justin McNulty. Justin.
Thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, I entirely support the establishment of an independent EPA. It is long overdue, and your department seems still to be in a go-slow mode. Minister, can you explain why, after decades of reports, commitments and promises, DAERA still hasn't delivered a single ounce of accountability to those responsible for environmental destruction? And will this new EPA have any teeth? And why should communities believe that yet another review or agency will make any difference when it comes to when enforcement hasn't been acted on for decades now?
So I was just thinking, when you were asking your multiple questions there, what S stands in the SDLP, and I think it's soundbite. Because when I've came to this place and I look for support in removing the cap on repeat polluters, your party didn't support me. And Fermanagh and Omagh Council, who was it pushing for their turn for going for growth? The SDLP. Time and time again. And you may turn around and pretend that you support the environment, but the reality is otherwise. Sorry, but when you're trying to turn around, and I've looked for support in relation to measures, you haven't supported me in regards to that, and it's the truth, and the truth sometimes is inconvenient for you.
Let's just keep it steady. Timothy Gaston, please.
Speaker, thank you very much. Minister, to be up front, I am highly sceptical of an independent environmental protection agency, as was my predecessor. In paragraph 22, we are told that the costs of inaction are all too great. This is a self-confessed damning indictment of inaction from the Minister's own department. How will an additional quango make any difference apart from blowing more public money?
Minister.
I've set out in my statement, also in terms of the review report, what the difference that would make. If the member does not understand that, I ask him to read it again.
Mark Durkin. Mark.
Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement and welcome this progress. I don't doubt the Minister's industry and efforts. However, where we are is as far, actually, as I, as a previous Minister, had got to in terms of seeking approval from the Executive hopefully now there is a majority in this Assembly, and therefore one would imagine in the Executive, to support the progress that you are proposing. Could the Minister outline the costings envisaged of the establishment of this new independent protection agency?
And the Alliance Party sought to progress this by an amendment to the climate change legislation, and your party didn't even turn up. Sorry, and if you're not across the detail, that's not my problem. We set out in relation to the need for support in principle in regards to this. Then if we get support in principle, work through the costings, but the costs of inaction are very, very significant, and it is a no-brainer why we'd want to progress this.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, when we're debating this, please make your remarks through the chair. That's what we're trying to do. And on that point, Mr. O'Toole.
Minister, to be absolutely clear, we're the official opposition. We respect the fact that you want to get this done. We acknowledge that, but our job is to hold you to account, and we make no apology for that. Can I ask to be very clear, and we hope this passes, we'll support it, and we hope it gets passed through the Assembly before the end of this mandate. But given that looks very challenging in terms of, first of all, getting executive support, and then getting it through the Assembly in the requisite time, that looks highly unlikely now. So why did you and your party not make this a red line, a specific red line and a condition when you entered into the executive? That's a reasonable question. Why not?
So people outside Northern Ireland looked to this place, and they looked to this place with despair. They looked to this place with despair that people would turn around and then hold these institutions to ransom over issues. And what we're focused upon is about delivering for the citizens of Northern Ireland and working in a power-sharing executive. And it is difficult. Believe me, it is hard working in a power-sharing executive. And you know that as well, because you've been in it before. And what you've got to do is you've got to work with your partners in government. And they are partners in government. Don't see eye to eye on many different issues, but we've got to work together on that. And that's what I'm seeking to do since I became Minister, and I will continue to do that. But if people turn around and we start going back to the world of demands and in terms of whether these institutions are going to be up or down, I despair. And I would just say, just in closing on this, there's two things. One, that this chamber is causing me great concern. It's nothing more than a toxic thunderdome in terms of the engagement around that, and some people love that, and I think it's poor. And I'm happy to take analysis and scrutiny on issues, but people make it on issues of substance.
Welcome this statement, and I welcome the line from the Minister that inaction also leads to increasingly degraded ecosystems, public health risks and impact on people's livelihoods. The people of Warren Point would absolutely agree with that, because somebody has to wonder who and under God NIEA work for, because it's not the people of Northern Ireland, and it's certainly not in keeping an eye on the environment. So I hope that this agency will replace them and we can scrap them and get rid of them, because they're utterly useless. But can I ask the Minister, will the new independent authority get cross-party buy-in and powers from other ministers? Because departments such as the infrastructure look after the ports, and unfortunately it's the people of areas like Warren Point that lose out.
So I will be seeking support from others in regards to the proposal going forward. I would say to you, Colin, the officials working in the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, no, these are officials that I have respect for. They're a part of the Northern Ireland Civil Service, and they have my support. And I think it's important we respect individuals who are working in public service in Northern Ireland, and that's what I do.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. No, thank you. That concludes questions on the statement. Just take your ease while we change the top table. Thank you. It is the Speaker. There we go.
Okay, members, we now move to the consideration state of the Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill. I call the Minister of Finance, Mr John O'Dowd, to move the bill.
Moved.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 6 amendments with baby loss certificates, dealing with baby loss certificates, in addition to which notice has been given of opposition to Clause 8 and the schedule which concern technical amendments relating to the registration of births and stillbirths by same-sex couples. I remind members intending to speak that during the group debate they should address all of the amendments and opposition to stand-part questions on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally, as we'll go through the bill and the question on each will be put without further debate. The questions and stand-part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that's clear, we shall proceed. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 2. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 3. The question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 4. The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 5. The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 6. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 7. The question is that Clause 7 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the opposition to Clause 8 standing part. The 6 amendments in opposition to the scheduled standing part. I advise members that Amendments 2 and 3 are mutually exclusive with each other. I call Timothy Gaston to address his opposition to the questions that Clause 8 and schedule stand part and to address the other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And the first amendment, if you've laid out, standing in my name, is indeed opposition to Clause 8, standing part of the bill. Linked to that is my opposition to the schedule. My opposition to this is consistent with my party's, which has a founding principle, which is support for and promotion of traditional family values. This is a founding principle of my party and one that made me choose TUV. As the schedule to the bill details, It amends the 1976 order to insert the term second female parent and substitutes the words both parents with both the mother of a child and the father or second female parent of that child. For me, this amendment permits me to put some important facts on the record. I believe that a child needs both a father and a mother. That is a biological reality which has held true for as long as there has been life on this planet. And while there are sadly occasions where families break up, that does not negate the need for a father in the conception of any child. Writing fathers out of any child's life is wrong. This is being done in the schedule, Clause 6 in subsection 3. There will be those in this House who will take strong exception to me saying that. I accept that, but my convictions on this issue, such as this, is what has brought me to this House. And while I'm here, I'll continue to stand up for traditional family values, but more importantly, be directed by my faith. My convictions won't allow me to ignore the fact that this issue is contained within the bill. Anyone who shares that belief will join me in the lobbies later on, and I'll certainly welcome the company. Next up, I have tabled amendment number 4. In this amendment, I am seeking to ensure that the regulations may, if, and if is the key word there, if the applicant wishes, include the name and sex of the baby and any other biographical information, plus a statement that the applicant recognises the baby as a member of their family. Parents who want to name their baby on their certificates can. Parents who don't want to won't have to. Parents can add a line saying, "We recognise," insert the baby's name, "as a member of our family." But to be clear, only if they choose to. Why do that? Because grief is personal. Some families name their baby and want that name in print. This amendment will allow them to do just that. Others prefer not to. This amendment gives choice, not compulsion. It turns a cold form into a living memorial to the little one that they have sadly lost. Turning to amendment number 5, this amendment makes provision for a certificate to be issued following a termination of a pregnancy. I remind the House that during the second stage debate in this bill, when I mentioned the issue of abortion, Mr Blair, who at the time occupied the Speaker's chair, interrupted my contribution to say, and I'll repeat it for the debate today, this is not a debate on abortion, and it is not going to become one. It is a respectful debate. Members have provided some very poignant examples today. The rest of the debate will continue in the same vein and will not divert to another issue. With those comments on the record, it is important to clarify what this bill actually does and who it does not exclude. The system must allow parents who lose a baby through termination to apply for a certificate, but only if they want one. There is no forced participation. There is no clinical handout as misrepresented by some in the media. A woman who miscarries at 20 weeks can apply for a certificate. A woman who has an abortion at 20 weeks, perhaps due to the fact that she has been told that her child will not survive outside the womb, should be able to do so as well. Happy to give way to Mr Fruit.
The member for giving way, because I think he has hit on a really critical and important point on this issue, and I think, to be fair to the member, it then gives the intent of the amendment that he has laid. Would it also be the case that in the previous law in this land, whereby if the mother's life was at risk, that a baby would be aborted to save the mother's life, that in that situation they should also receive or apply for, if they so wish, a baby loss certificate to mourn and mark the loss of that child.
The member for his intervention, and absolutely it gets to the nub of this issue of what we're trying to achieve. In the case that he has outlined before the House today, absolutely, in a wee minute, absolutely, that baby that has been aborted, because they've been advised that the mother's life is at risk, that mother then should be able to apply for a certificate if they so wish. I have read a lot of commentary in the media over the weekend where, quite frankly, these amendments have been misrepresented. And that is wrong to do that. Let's be very clear.
Is the member saying then that it would be wrong that a mother in that situation who has just lost her baby through abortion to protect her and save her own life, that she shouldn't be excluded from receiving a baby loss certificate?
Nobody should be excluded. It's up to the parent, to the choice. It has to be a choice-based issue. And nobody should be excluded. So if that mother wants to apply for a certificate, they should be able to do so. Yes, some have said leave it to the regulations, but I want this in the face of the bill. I want it to be very clear that if somebody wishes, and only if they wish, to apply for a certificate, that they will have the opportunity to do so. I'll give way to Mr O'Toole first and then we'll...
So, what you have done, and quite apart from that, one might speculate about the reasons for putting down abortion specifically, but what you're doing by putting it in the face of the bill, rather than wait for regulation, which every other bit, the detail of these certificates is going to be, you are separating that one form of baby loss out from on the form of a pregnancy ending from all of the other forms. And I could go through all of the many traumatic, difficult circumstances in which pregnancies are lost or are ended, but you have chosen to single this one particular thing out and leave all the others for regulation. So my question is, why? Why does this one particular form of a pregnancy ending have to be dragged out and put in the face of the bill, other than to pick this particular fight?
My question to you, Mr O'Toole, is we're talking about loss. Everyone agrees that loss matters. So why fear the clarity of putting this in the bill? I think it's important that this is in the bill, especially after the comments that Mr Blair made when he was in the chair during the previous stage, that we have to bring clarity to this debate. And might I say, these clauses have been placed since, was it the 23rd of June? So this isn't, dropped in at the last minute. This is something that has been tabled well in advance, and it's only the members who have created this opposition, this hysteria, has made this an issue. I'll give way to Ms McCullough.
I do thank the member for giving way. I wasn't going to speak on this issue, but if you talk about putting it on the face of the bill, section 11, subsection 2, the regulations may provide for the recognition of any loss which is not a stillbirth. That's on the face of the bill. That's covered. You mentioned that you're talking about loss. It's right there, black and white in front of us.
I think the intervention, based on the comments by the Deputy Speaker previously, as I've already said, I feel it's important to have this on the face of the bill. Happy to give way to Ms Armstrong.
I do thank the member for giving way. This is an important discussion today on a piece of legislation that will have an impact on many people. Could I just say that we should have said, and perhaps the member would agree with me, that this is a very triggering and upsetting use of language. As a former bereavement counsellor, using the word abortion to someone who has miscarried when it's on their medical records as a spontaneous abortion is incredibly callous and cruel. And I think, to be honest, using it in language on the face of this bill when it already covers all forms of loss is more of a political point scoring and harming women than it is anything about actually making good legislation.
I certainly don't accept that at all, that this indeed is point scoring. I have been open, I have been honest, I have tabled these amendments well in advance. And the only issues that have arisen from this has been by Mr O'Toole and indeed Mr Tennyson in the paper over the weekend. I have never tried to raise this as a political issue, but it is very important. This is something I feel convicted to bring to this chamber, and that's why I've done it. And I've tried, and I will continue to be as sensitive as I can on this issue as we progress. But going back to my comments on this amendment, it is important that those that have had an abortion, in some cases later on, they deeply regret doing so. Giving them the option to apply for a baby loss certificate would help with the process of dealing with that loss. Denying women in either circumstance that option or suggesting it is wrong, that indeed to me is cruel. My amendment removes that barrier. It says grief does not discriminate by cause. Importantly, it mirrors the Scotland scheme, which already includes medical terminations, without controversy, without compulsion. And I'll just read here from the Scottish scheme. So this is the FAQs, the Memorial Book of Pregnancy and Baby Loss prior to 24 weeks. And on page 3, it says, I had a termination, can I apply for a certificate? Yes, if you wish to have a record of your loss, you can apply for a certificate. So all I am trying to do here is to replicate that scheme that already exists in Scotland. Every year, thousands of families in Northern Ireland lose a baby before 24 weeks. Some through miscarriage, some through medical necessity, some through abortion. All of them grieve. All of them deserve dignity. My amendments do not judge. They do not compel. They include, but only if requested. I urge MLAs from all parties to support my amendments 4 and 5 as acts of basic human kindness. Parents who have lost a baby, however that loss happened, should never be told your grief doesn't count. I have heard some suggest that MLAs should leave all this to the regulations. My question is this: which of my amendments do you disagree with? I understand there will be deep division in relation to my opposition to Clause 8 and the schedule, but who is opposed to a family including the name and sex of the baby and any other biographical information, plus a statement that the applicant recognises the baby as a member of their family on a baby loss certificate? Who is suggesting that someone who has had an abortion, perhaps as a result of medical advice, should be denied a baby loss certificate? Mr Speaker, I commend my amendments to the House here this morning.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm going to obviously speak first of all in my capacity as Chair of the Finance Committee. I'll have some brief remarks in a political capacity. One of the most important issues that the committee has considered with respect to this bill is the immensely sensitive topics that it encompasses: death, stillbirth and baby loss. In actual fact, Mr Speaker, I should take your guidance before I proceed. We will be having, we're just debating Mr Gasson's amendments at this point. Is that all right? All of them? Okay. Well, in that case, I'll give the committee's view and then I'll move on and give a party view. One of the most important issues that the committee has considered with respect to this bill is the immensely sensitive topics that it encompasses: death, stillbirth and baby loss. The committee requested evidence from a range of interested organisations and carried out a detailed online survey to which it received 40 responses from individuals, organisations and representative bodies. The responses that were provided included highly emotive personal testimony from individuals. The committee carefully considered the views of all of those who provided written evidence, and on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all of those who took the time to provide detailed evidence to inform and support the committee in its consideration of the bill. This was especially important in the case of this bill, as its provisions had not yet been previously consulted upon, and it was important that the committee gave the time to ensure this process was right. I'd also like to offer my thanks on behalf of the committee to the Department, the Forget-Me-Not Group and the National Association of Funeral Directors who provided oral evidence to the committee. I would particularly single out the forget-me-not parents who were made time and give us very sensitive and at times emotional evidence. Their input was greatly appreciated. I should note that the committee managed to complete the committee stage of the bill well in advance of the date outlined in the extension motion, which showed, perhaps as lesson to other committees, that committees can not exceed updated targets and can view those dates as limits rather than targets. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to refer to some general issues that were raised by members during the committee stage. Clauses 2 to 10 relate to the recording of deaths and stillbirths and the repealing of the temporary provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020. The committee has previously agreed a number of statutory rules made under provisions of the Coronavirus Act 2020 which relate to the recording of deaths and stillbirths. These changes have allowed the registration of deaths and stillbirths by telephone without an informant's signature and the electronic transfer of registration documents between the various parties in the process. This chamber has subsequently approved these regulations on a number of occasions. Members of the committee were therefore well versed in the use of these clauses. The committee's deliberations on these clauses were mostly of a technical nature to ensure the legislation's robustness. During their evidence, the National Association of Funeral Directors outlined how these arrangements were working. They gave their support of the arrangements and their eagerness that they should continue in perpetuity. The committee had no objections to this part of the bill. Clause 11 gives the Department the power to introduce a baby loss certificate scheme. As members will be aware, the House has previously supported the introduction of baby loss certificates via a private member's motion, and it was this committee which ensured that these were included in the bill. There was unanimity in the committee that such a scheme be introduced. Committee discussions were therefore mostly centred around the potential in future for a monetary charge for a baby loss certificate. The Department confirmed to the committee that a charge could not and would not be introduced without the approval of this House. Any potential charge would have to be introduced via subordinate legislation through the draft affirmative procedure, allowing the statutory rule to be both debated and amended. The committee therefore agreed to proceed without amendment on this issue. The committee is, however, aware of amendments, including on that issue, that have been submitted for this bill, and members, having seen the Marshall list, will obviously debate those today. However, the committee did not discuss the specific amendments and therefore has not taken a committee position on them. The committee unanimously supports this bill. The ability to register deaths and stillbirths without having to attend a registration office in person is, Mr. Speaker, to be welcomed, and the opportunity for bereaved parents to obtain a baby loss certificate is an important step. So, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated previously during the second stage debate, the committee welcomes this bill. The committee undertook its duty to perform scrutiny and is fully supportive of the process today to moving through the next stage of the legislative process and towards, hopefully, royal assent. I will just say some very brief remarks in a party capacity in relation to the amendments that are before us today. So Mr. Gaston has discussed his two amendments and his opposition to Clause 8, which is the schedule that creates new rights for same-sex female couples in terms of registration, that he will oppose to that stand part of the bill. I'll just take them in turn. Obviously, our party, which believes in equality, will strongly be supporting that Clause 8 remain part of the bill. I think it's deeply disappointing. I think it's a regressive step to try and remove this one small, modest, bureaucratic updating of the rules to reflect the fact that there are loving, supportive, same-sex couples and families in this society. And Mr. Gaston is attempting today to make his points. He's entitled to his views on that. I don't prevent people from having their own personal views, but this is the law of the land, and the law of the land is now that same-sex couples, and it will be once this bill gets royal assent, same-sex female couples are able to register births in exactly the same way as other families. I think that's a welcome step forward, and I think it's regrettable that Mr. Gaston has sought to oppose it, but I understand why he's done that. In relation to Mr. Gaston's other two amendments, that is Amendment 4, which specifies that the parents would have the right to request name, sex and other biographical details beyond the certificates. There's much in that that's sort of fine. I don't necessarily object to it in principle, but it brings me on to the reason, a big part of the reason to oppose the next stage of the next amendment, which is Amendment 5, which is around inserting a clause. They're both in Clause 11. excuse me, Mr. Speaker, that inserting the provision that the department must provide for the issue of a certificate following the termination of pregnancy. Both Amendments 4 and Amendments 5 are putting the cart before the horse before we get on to the morality, as it were, of some of the language that's been used. 4 and 5 are very specific designs of how this scheme would work. The entire purpose of this bill and Clause 11 is not to design down to the minutiae how a baby loss certificate scheme would work. We had very detailed discussions in committee about whether that was advisable. We discussed it with the department, the minister, the Registrar General who's in the chamber today, and we came to the view that that the appropriate thing to do is to mandate the department to go away and design a scheme. That scheme will then come back to this chamber in via draft affirmative regulation. So it will be this assembly will have, first of all, the committee will be able to scrutinise the draft when it comes back, and they'll be able to advise this chamber. Then this chamber will be able to amend, if it so wishes, to include any other detail in that. Then it will get a vote. So the idea that we need to design in detail, before you get on to the substance of what's in these amendments, the idea that we need to design in detail every small, fine detail of how this works is simply, I don't think, accurate from the perspective of legislation. And in fact, I'm not sure it's good practice, because once you put things on the face of a bill, you then ultimately ask the question, well, why aren't other things on the face of the bill? And then I'll come on to the detail of what Mr. Gaston said around termination. It clearly is the case that there are many circumstances in which pregnancies are terminated. People have views on that are discussed here. I have my own strong personal views on those, but it is clearly the case that there will be circumstances in which people who have experienced termination will want to avail of a baby loss certificate scheme for different reasons. There's no necessarily need for me to go through what all those personal or medical reasons might be, but suffice it to say, yes, there are circumstances in which someone who's had an abortion or termination, either forced on them medically or for other reasons, may want to apply to participate in the scheme and for a certificate. But here's the thing, this bill does nothing to prevent that happening. They're already included in the bill, along with everybody else who suffers any form of baby loss. Yeah, I'll give way.
I understand the point that Mr. O'Toole is trying to make, but cast your mind back to the previous stage within this House and the Deputy Speaker's remarks and his ruling during that debate. Do you not believe then it needs clarity in the bill based on the Deputy Speaker's comments?
Well, you seem to have a particular bee in your bonnet, if I may say so, through the chair, about something that Mr. Blair, when he was in the Deputy Speaker's chair, said. That's not really for me to litigate between the two of you, and I don't know if it has any ultimate legal effect. The point is that this bill is drafted to be inclusive in the sense that it creates the broad mandate that a scheme is designed. The department will then go away and come back. The upshot of what you've just said to me is, because of something that was said in the Speaker's chair, or a particular understanding, you have to insert this particular form of baby loss onto the face of the bill. One might argue that in doing so, you are therefore excluding all other forms. For example, a miscarriage, and in some ways I hate to be so specific because these are very sensitive issues, but for example, a miscarriage which followed a car accident. Does that have to go into the face of the bill? Does every single form of very traumatic, sad, very difficult, and I'm aware that people who are watching this, by the way, are traumatised and have been traumatised by baby loss, so I kind of feel a bit flippant even having to talk about it, but since I'm having to explain why I am opposed to your amendments, Mr. Gaston, I'm explaining the illogicality of them, not simply the insensitivity of them, so we will be strongly opposing that. Just to be absolutely clear, that's not to say, Mr. Speaker, that I don't think that the scheme should exclude families who have experienced termination. It should, and I would hope and trust that it will whenever the scheme comes back in draft affirmative regulation that we can look at. Then that's the place to do it. I would also say that's probably true of Amendment 4, but as I say, that is somewhat less sensitive than Amendment 5. Just on some of the other amendments, I'm not sure exactly what the status is on all of them and whether they're all going to be moved or not. I would say there was some discussion around the potential for charging for certificates. I think it's important to say there was a broad view in the committee that you would not want to ever see a situation in which anybody is charged for receiving one of these certificates. There was also I suppose, a practically reasonable point made by officials and evidence that you may need some mechanism for limiting or regulating the number of these certificates that can be issued to individuals, and that may be the genesis of where the question of charging arises. So I would like to hear from others, including the ministers, to their position on these and assurances they can give before taking a final position on some of the amendments that relate to charging, because I don't hold our broad views that there shouldn't be charging at all. If there is a very good, plausible explanation for why you just need to include this provision to deal with some hypothetical situation, I'm not completely closed-minded about that or ideological about that either, but I would like to hear that during the course of the debate, including from the Minister, before taking a final view. I think I have I've covered most of the, not all of the amendments, but most of them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I look forward to this, notwithstanding the remarks I've made about particular amendments. I look forward, both as chair of the committee and as an SDLP politician, to this proceeding through its next stage in the Assembly. And it's a hugely positive thing for people who have, first of all, it's a hugely positive thing that we're formally enacting these COVID-era powers and getting them onto the statute book in a kind of, not in a timely way, in a very belated way, but eventually. But secondly, that we're creating a provision for this baby law scheme, which is hugely important and poignant for a group of people. And I hope that watching today, when they've been following it and engaging in the detailed legislation, they aren't too despondent about some of the debate, and they stick with it, because I hope once we get through this stage, we'll have this on the statute book fairly soon. Thank you very much.
This bill will ensure that changes which modernise the process for death and stillbirth registration during COVID will be enshrined in permanent legislation. Enabling the electronic transfer of documents will make the registration process for families who have suffered a bereavement easier, reducing stress and improving overall efficiency, while also still allowing people the choice of opting for an in-person process if they wish. Ensuring equality for registering births and stillbirths for same-sex female couples is also an important aspect of the bill, and moving forward this will mean they are able to register in the same manner as opposite-sex parents. The development of a baby loss certificate scheme will give families the opportunity to have formal recognition of their heartbreaking loss, and sends a clear message to parents that have lost a baby prior to 24 weeks that their love and grief is real and they are not alone. During the committee stage, we heard directly from parents who have suffered this loss, and I want to thank them for their courage in coming forward, sharing their experiences and helping to shape this positive legislation. Their voices must continue to be heard as we move forward, and I welcome the commitment from the Finance Minister and his officials that they will continue to engage with these groups while designing the scheme to ensure it meets their needs. It is disappointing, however, that some would seek to use this as an opportunity to oppose equality for all couples and bring amendments which focus on creating division. I remain focused on the compassionate objectives of this bill in its existing form and the benefits it will bring to many people, particularly grieving parents. Throughout the committee stage, those directly affected by loss during pregnancy made it clear that this scheme should be as accessible as possible, and it is vital that the regulations which follow from the passing of this legislation reflect that. I look forward to the bill progressing in the compassionate manner it has been dealt with to date.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to debate this legislation today. It's a piece of legislation, whilst largely procedural, it's brought forward with the spirit of compassion to help people at a time of loss. And death is a part of life, we all know that, but it does not make it any easier when we are faced with it. And there are practical things that need to be done through this time. And whilst this isn't the usual Finance Committee work, I was proud to work alongside colleagues to be able to bring this legislation through, consulting on it, hearing from members of the public, funeral directors, local councils and representatives from baby loss groups, and a special thanks to the Forget Me Not group who worked closely with us on this. So we fully understood the reach, the impact and the importance this legislation and its language is in as those face these difficult circumstances. And in relation to the deaths and stillbirths, which are defined in legislation as babies dying in pregnancy 24 weeks or beyond, the temporary provisions introduced through the Coronavirus Act 2020 to enable telephone, electronic communications to support the registrations were brought in due to lockdown restrictions, proven efficient and effective, and significantly reduce the trauma for those suffering loss. And I'm pleased that the Department has brought them forward as law themselves, and a number of the clauses of this legislation today relate to the recording of the deaths and stillbirths and the repealing of the temporary provisions in the Coronavirus Act 2020, which we welcome. As an unashamedly pro-life party, the DUP recognises and values the life of every baby from the moment that it was formed in the womb. We believe that every loss of a baby represents the loss of a precious life. The existing law on registration makes a clear difference that babies who sadly pass away in pregnancies that reach 24 weeks are considered stillbirths and formally registered in this way, and the babies who heartbreakingly pass away before 24 weeks do not receive this, and this difference is heartbreaking. Today I'm pleased that through this legislation we are bringing forward baby loss certificates to Northern Ireland to provide a way to formally record and recognise the lives of all babies lost here. We saw this brought in England, and it was great to be in this chamber with a united voice supporting the need for this in Northern Ireland. And I thank the Minister for working with the committee at pace to consult and bring this forward for parents here, and especially for those babies who until now have left only footprints on the hearts of those who love them. They will now be able to have a certificate recognising their lives. And I know as a mother that feeling, the moment you find out you're pregnant, you have a baby, you know your due date, you know what age they'll be for their first Christmas, you have hopes and dreams for that child. And no matter how old that baby grows to be, that baby lived, it existed, it mattered, it was your child. And when that child passes away, your loss is huge. It is so real and it matters. At this consideration stage, I turn to speak on the amendments tabled. On Amendment 1, we're content to support this amendment. It's notable that in England, the baby loss scheme is not enshrined in regulations. The provisions of this bill therefore provide security for the introduction of the scheme in Northern Ireland, making the act of bringing forward parent regulations compulsory on the Department will not affect the flexibility in the rest of the clause with respect to the scheme's criteria and implementation. On Amendment 2, whilst we agree that there should be a focus on removing unreasonable barriers to accessing the scheme, it does not seem prudent to make provision to prohibit any fees in any circumstances, as was highlighted by the Department in committee deliberations. And this is particularly the case if there's demand from those who formally wish to have their loss recognised, which exceeds the Department's expectations. And Paul Free and I tabled a compromise in Amendment 3, which would provide for a free certificate plus another free copy, and then permits for the ability to levy a fee for a replacement second copy or subsequent copies of a certificate. We felt this wording struck the fair and right balance between ensuring controls are in place over potential costs that may arise from the scheme, but also balancing the need to ensure the system is as accessible as possible for grieving parents and families. And that is our intention here, and we would seek clarity from the Minister on how we move forward on that. On Amendment 4, the DUP is an unashamedly pro-life party. We believe every loss of a baby represents the loss of a precious life. In keeping with this belief, we feel that it is appropriate that the provision of this bill provides assurances that any future scheme will afford them the opportunity to have their baby's identity, including name and sex, formally acknowledged. We would be grateful if the member moving the amendment could elaborate on how he envisages the statement in subsection B being catered for. For example, whether it would be provided as an annex to the main certificate. It's worth noting that the name and sex are standard but optional fields on the English certificate. In equal measure, we are mindful that some parents cannot or do not wish to know the sex of their baby which they have lost, particularly. Yeah.
thank the member for giving way on this. This is one part of this piece of legislation that I'm quite passionate about, that we do need to be flexible, because for some of us who have lost, we don't have the ability to know the sex of the baby because it was born too soon. So I think that having that flexibility and recognising that importance for parents is key, not forcing them to have to leave something blank, but to have that flexibility.
Thank the member for her intervention, and I would completely agree with her on that, and that came through on the consultations in committee, that we don't want to see a difference made between babies, as every single one of them and their loss matters so much. As I say, as was outlined by her, many parents don't know the sex of their baby because of the early nature of the loss, and we must be compassionate and consider how the format of any certificate and optional fields make those parents feel in the circumstances. The intention of the certificates is to recognise the life of a precious baby who sadly passed away, not cause any further distress. Ultimately, the format of the certificate must be as flexible as is practical to respond to the wishes of the parents, whilst also recognising that individual experiences and emphasis will differ. On Amendment 5, I welcome some of the clarity in the Chamber today from the member who's brought the amendment, and we stand over the proposed voluntary nature of this scheme. It is consistent with our pro-life position that the loss of an unborn baby up to 24 weeks gestation in any circumstances ought to be recognised and covered. Where a woman has had a termination, either because there's a risk to her life or for any other reason, there should be space provided with the envisaged scheme to have that loss recognised should they come to regret the decision, seek healing, seek closure, but only where a parent requests that. And I believe that the member has outlined that as his intention. I'm happy to give way if he wants to.
Happy to come in at this stage just to clarify, and absolutely that's the intention. This is only for a mother, a parent that wishes to have this certificate, and it needs to be very clear in this chamber today. There's no compulsion. This is open to families that want this recognition.
Thank the member for clarifying that. And on the final amendment, number 6, we'll not be supporting this amendment today. The Department had previously indicated its desire to lay regulations prior to the end of this calendar year 2025. And it's unclear where the proposed duration of 12 weeks has come from, or for how, if at all, it's likely to improve the timeliness of the scheme's introduction. We'd be grateful if the mover could clarify any rationale for that in his comments. And in the same vein, the effect of the new proposed subsection 5 of clause 11 is unclear, and I'd appreciate if the proposer would clarify just how this procedure would differ from what's in the original clause, that the draft of secondary legislation must be laid for and approved by the Assembly before regulations can be made. My colleague Paul Free will speak further on this debate, and Brian Kingston also, but I again just reiterate, I'm pleased to have been able to play a small part in the process of bringing forward this legislation, which I believe will make a real difference to the lives of so many. And as I said at the beginning of my remarks, death is a part of life which we all have to navigate, and every life matters.
Owen Tennyson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and like others, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this consideration stage of the Death, Stillbirth and Baby Loss Bill. The loss of a baby during pregnancy can be a deeply traumatic experience for parents, but it is too often met in our society with silence or treated as though it is taboo. During committee stage for this bill, we heard from parents who experienced loss, the professionals that have supported them, and campaigners who are advocating for a better approach to tackling this issue and recognising loss. I want to pay tribute to the women, parents and campaigners, including the Little Forget-Me-Nots Trust, who have told their personal stories with enormous courage and selflessness in the pursuit of better. In those deliberations, two things struck me. First was the emphasis on the need for sensitivity and the importance of language when we discuss these issues, because these are often triggering, difficult, painful and distressing subjects for bereaved parents. But I was also struck by the degree of political unanimity on the committee about the need to make provision for baby loss certificates, and I hope that we can maintain some degree of consensus and unanimity as we seek to move forward. Certainly, from my perspective, the amendments tabled in my name seek to build upon rather than contradict the progressive and compassionate approach which the Minister has set out in his original draft of the legislation. So turning to those amendments in particular. Amendment number 1 and Amendment number 6, which relate to Clause 11, when read together, specify that the proposed baby loss certificate scheme must be brought forward within 12 weeks of this Act obtaining royal assent. The Department has been very clear throughout the legislative process that they intend to deliver the scheme within this timescale, indeed by the end of this calendar year, as the previous speaker alluded to. And given the delays and the many false dawns that there have been in respect of setting up a baby loss certification scheme, I felt that it was entirely appropriate to seek to give bereaved parents and campaigners some confidence that those commitments will be honoured and that the scheme is subject to no further unnecessary delay. In terms of the choice of 12 months as opposed to a shorter timescale, I recognise that by including this clause we are creating a level of legal risk for the Department, and so I felt it was reasonable to give the Department a little more time than they have committed to during committee stage, in order to ensure, or hopefully ensure, that the Department and the Minister would feel that they would be in a position to support it, and I would welcome the Minister's response in that respect. Amendment 2 stipulates that no charge should be levied in respect of a baby loss certificate, and this is a small but meaningful act of compassion. Fundamentally, I don't believe that any parent should ever be asked to pay simply to have their loss recognised. The Department has said that they do not intend to levy a charge, and if that is the case, I hope that there will be support for the amendment to place that beyond doubt. Because whilst that may be the current policy intention of this Minister, it would be unacceptable under a future Minister for baby loss certificates to be used as a mechanism of cost recovery or to cut departmental costs. I will indeed, yes.
I agree with his assessment. Does he have a concern, as I do, that the Department is saying and the Minister, one thing within the other? It's like, we don't want to charge for certificates, but at the same time we're going to have a power to charge people. Does the member agree with me that's kind of double speak?
I agree with the member to an extent. I mean, I can understand the Department may look at certain hypothetical situations where they believe that, for example, the system may be abused. I don't foresee that as a realistic prospect, to be honest, and so I can understand hypothetically why they would wish to have some powers. But I think on this particular issue, particularly given the fact that where schemes have operated in other jurisdictions, no charge has applied and they haven't been met with circumstances which would necessitate a charge, I just don't believe it's necessary for the Department to take that power if their commitment is to ensure that these are free at the point of access. I will indeed.
And I think it's a very important point, and I think that was something exercised the committee as we went through, is the fact that if they were never going to use the power, why would they have the power there in the first place? And I think it would send out a very strong message to everybody if we agreed for this amendment to go through, because I don't think charging for it is appropriate, and I don't think actually that is the intent of the Minister or indeed the Department.
I thank the member for that answer. I will indeed, yep.
I think it's important, first of all, for members to recognise that we have now moved out of the period where we were debating motions that have no impact. We're now writing law. So when you're writing law, you have to write the law with intent of the law for whatever circumstances arise in the future. And the proposal from the Department, and there's a number of amendments in relation to this, is this: that there's no intentions of this Department to charge for the first certificate. But we do believe that when you're writing law, that you have to take into account circumstances that may arise in the future, where copies or multiple copies may be required. And when you haven't got the powers in front of you to prevent that, then you're left in a position where you are facing financial consequences, in a situation you do not want to be facing financial consequences in. But setting all that aside, if the Department were to introduce charges, or to seek to introduce charges, they have to bring the regulations back to this House before they can do it. So the Minister doesn't have the final say, the Department doesn't have the final say, this Chamber has the final say. But I urge members to move beyond thinking about motions and move to the point we are now thinking about legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll maybe not rise to some of the patronising comments from the Minister, because fundamentally I disagree. I don't believe, Minister, that I see any circumstances in which on this particular issue it would be appropriate to levy a charge. And look, there's a difference of perspective on that, and I respect it, and I respect the Minister's view that he would wish to have the ability to bring that forward in regulation to the Assembly at a future date. But I do concur with Steve Aiken, if there's no intention to use the powers, then why take them? And I also agree that if you look at other jurisdictions where the scheme has been operating already, circumstances have not arisen and where charges would be required. I will give way.
We're giving way. He's been quite gracious with his time. The issue, though, is that in every other jurisdiction, it's policy. It's not regulations, and it's not legislation. We are the only place that's doing legislation on this and regulation. So it is giving the department that space, whereas in England, they could change policy like that, and they could administer a charge or a fee like that on policy. And so, if anything, it's giving the department an agility for a future event. Would the member acknowledge that? And also, if I can take him back to Amendment 6, can he explain to the House his Amendment 6, subsection 5, what's the difference, the material difference between what he's amending to the draft affirmative resolution, which the Minister has alluded to, means that this comes back to this Assembly and we can actually debate and amend the regulations at that point?
I thank the member for that intervention. I think subsection 5, as he refers to, is a technical amendment to ensure that the bill reads coherently when laying the requirement that the regulations must be laid before the Assembly within the period of 12 months, beginning with the day in which the Act receives royal assent. So there's no substantive change, certainly is my understanding, and that's certainly not the intent of the amendment, but rather just to ensure that the bill reads correctly when the amendment is made. I mean, look, fundamentally for me, I think this is a point of principle. I think there are some particular issues which are beyond charging, and I believe it's important to make that case. I recognise there is, of course, a difference between policy and legislation, but in terms of the practical outworking, no other jurisdiction has felt it necessary to make that policy change as a result of an influx of applications. I've also not heard, and there have been sort of references to hypothetical situations, I haven't heard a concrete example of where the department would be overwhelmed or where the system would be abused, and I certainly think it would be very bad faith for anybody to seek to abuse such a sensitive and important process. So I do believe that Amendment 2 tabled by the Alliance Party is preferable to the DUP Amendment number 3, because I recognise it goes some way to eliminate the charge for a first certificate or for an amended certificate. It does allow for charges to be levied for subsequent copies, and I do have some difficulty with the idea that charges could be levied, for example, if two parents separate and a copy is made for one of the parents because it's an important issue for them and they have been affected by bereavement too, or for a family member. Yeah, we'll give way to the member.
For allowance of the intervention, because that is the point of this amendment, and the reason why we've put down, myself and Diane, the fact that the certificate would be free, but also the first copy of a certificate would also be free, so that if there is a situation where parents are estranged for whatever reason, and it might even have been the loss they suffered of the child, that they would both receive a certificate free of charge, and that any further copying of the certificate after that would be what the department could charge on if they felt the necessity.
Clarification. I'm also conscious then if one of those parents loses the certificate, they're potentially facing a charge to have that replaced. And I will give way.
I thank the member very much for giving way. I appreciate it's legislation, so we do have a bit of a longer time here. With regards to charging, this House has been very kind with bereaved parents. The Child Funeral Fund, which applies to anyone who loses a child after 24 weeks of pregnancy, provides money that means that family, and it's not means tested, that family receives money that would cover the cost of the funeral. However, what we're saying, if we do charge for the baby loss certificates, is to those parents under 24 weeks that they have to pay. They're different. And I have to say, if we're talking about equality and making legislation that is fair and equitable, then we shouldn't be charging those parents just because they lost a few weeks earlier. I think that if we're thinking about families and their grief, all grief is equal. Thank you.
The member for her intervention, and I think that goes to the crux of the issue. For me, I don't see any circumstances in where it's appropriate to charge a grieving family for recognition of loss. However, if Amendment 2 is not successful, I will support Amendment 3 because I think that goes some way to address some of the concerns that I have, and I recognise that it is an attempt at finding a compromise. I will give way, but I'm being very generous with my interventions.
Having listened to Mr. Frew's kind of point through the Speaker, would the member have a concern with me that, you know, if a family, mother, father separate or same-sex couple separate under Mr. Frew's amendment, they won't be charged for 2 copies, but if a grandparent or an uncle or another close family relative, the third person if you will, under the legislation as it stands, wants to apply for a certificate, and if the department decides to charge, then they could be charged as well, so further leading to more bereavement and upset as well. Would the member have a concern about that if his amendment doesn't pass, that could be the situation at play?
Member for that intervention. I mean, it is a concern, and I appreciate what the Minister has said, and the Minister is correct that regulations will come back before the Assembly, so we will have an opportunity to scrutinise precisely how this piece of primary legislation would be implemented in reality. So we will be able to influence that, so it's certainly not a foregone conclusion that will be the case, so I think it is important to bear that in mind. But from my perspective, as a point of principle, if that's not the road that we intend to go down, why make provision for it at this stage at all? In terms of the other amendments, turning to Amendment 4 in the name of Timothy Gaston, there is nothing in terms of the proposed content that Mr Gaston has outlined that I necessarily oppose. But I am conscious that the amendment is cart before horse, in that the department has undertaken a 12-week consultation on the contents of baby loss certificates, and that will be brought forward through the regulations. And from my perspective, it would be wrong to prejudge the views of bereaved parents who have taken the time to respond to that consultation. And I think it would be much better for us to wait to ensure that we're reflecting parents' priorities, views and lived experiences, and that we take time to do that before we move to specify the contents of baby loss certificates. So on that basis, I will be opposing, and the Alliance Party will be opposing Amendment number 4. In respect of Amendment number 5, I think there are 2 ways of looking at this amendment, either that it is an attempt to stir a bit of a culture war and score political points, or the more generous interpretation, and Mr Gaston has said that this is his intention, to be fair, is to provide additional flexibility where there are complex and individual circumstances where someone may have had to access a medical termination. To be clear, I absolutely favour the widest possible definition of loss, but what we must avoid doing in this debate is pitting the pain and the trauma of one woman against another. And I think there has been, unfortunately, an attempt to do that in some of the contributions in this debate and previously. Fundamentally, I don't believe that this amendment is necessary, because Clause 11 of the bill is clear, as Nuala McAllister said, that the regulation may provide for the recognition of any loss, very specifically says any loss, which is not a stillbirth within the meaning of the 1976 order. So I think that does already provide sufficient flexibility so that women who experience loss can self-certify and access the certificate in circumstances which they themselves deem appropriate, not what those of us in this chamber deem to be appropriate for them. So we will be opposing Amendment number 5. In relation to Mr Gaston's opposition to Clause 8 and the accompanying schedule, first of all, Clause 8 is not about changing the contents of a birth certificate. It's not about changing the registration process. It is about equality in terms of who can access the process. And I think that is of fundamental importance, particularly in circumstances, as the bill seeks to rectify, where you have a same-sex female couple. Perhaps one of those partners has suffered a baby loss and is experiencing pain and trauma. I think it's completely fair that she would wish that her same-sex female partner is able to go to the registry office to register that stillbirth on her behalf at what is a really difficult time. And I don't think it's acceptable that simply because you're in a same-sex relationship you do not be treated with the same compassion as a heterosexual couple in our society. And I heard contributions during the debate about traditional family values. I actually think it's quite callous to say that a partner, be they a same-sex partner and be they a step-parent, isn't a parent to a child solely on the basis of biology. People who have held that child's hands as they have taken their first steps, who have held the bike as the child took off without stabilisers for the first time, who sits night in, night out doing homework with that child, to try and reduce that relationship simply to biology or discount it, frankly, I think is offensive, not only to same-sex couples in our society, not only to step-parents, but also to single parents. And I think we need to stop trying to vilify and judge others who aren't like us or who don't live by our values, and have a little bit more respect and compassion when it comes to diversity in our society. So I'm very passionate that Clause 8 does stand part of the bill, and I welcome the fact that the Minister has brought that forward. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Speaker. I hope that parties will support Amendments 1, 2 and 6, and I look forward to continuing to support the bill as it progresses.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. And this bill has been something that has obviously has to be dealt with in very compassionate terms. And I made my points clear when I was in the committee itself, and particularly dealing with those bereaved and those people who are dealing with it. This is deeply sensitive, and it is a very touching issue to many, many people. It's important that we get this right, and I think the intent of the bill so far largely has been in that direction. Many people have already spoken very passionately and very clearly about what their views on the amendments are and where the situation is in this bill as it comes forward. I don't want to delay members because much of what you've said is what I would be saying anyhow. But from our party's perspective, we will be looking to support Amendment 1 and Amendment 2 and Amendment 3, depending on which way they come through as well. I have a question, obviously, for Amendment number 4, and I, having been in a similar situation, it's when it's 3A, when it comes to the name and sex of the baby and other biographical information. I feel quite uncomfortable about that and quite uncomfortable about supporting that. And that is for reasons that I don't wish to go into in this chamber, but it's something that I'm particularly sort of noted on as well. Amendment number 5. I would like some more clarity, because whereas I understand the sentiment particularly expressed by Mr Gaston and by others with this chamber as well, I don't really get why 11/1 actually doesn't cover those areas, and particularly 11.1 and 11.2, and how that cannot be interpreted like that way. And maybe, Mr Gaston, you would like to make an intervention just to explain particularly how 11.1 and 2 doesn't cover that. Well, sorry, through the Chair.
Thank you very much for bringing me in. To be clear, the introduction of this amendment rests on the previous stage, and on the previous stage the Deputy Speaker said that abortion didn't come into this. So that was why, and that's what motivated me to bring and introduce abortion into this, because it is part of this process, it is part and it should be included. And because the Deputy Chair was very, very clear, I feel that this needs to be on the face of the bill.
Is it appropriate for members to debate a ruling given by a Speaker in a previous debate in the context where Mr Gaston is doing it? Because if it appears to me that Mr Gaston has given his interpretation of the ruling, and I know he has read out the then Speaker's words, but we don't have the context of what Mr Gaston was saying at that time. And in my humble opinion, in that context, the ruling of a Speaker has no determination in terms of the definition of how a law is presented to this Assembly.
I thank the Minister for this point of order. My guidance in this would be that members will vote today on the substance of what is contained within the legislation and the amendments, and that is the only thing that they should base their decisions upon, as how they read that legislation, how they read the proposed amendments and take their votes on that. Anything that was said from this chair, any commentary from this chair, shouldn't and won't reflect in the actual legislation or would have any standing in law within that. So members, that would be my guidance to you, that you stick, very strictly to what is in the written legislation.
Moving on to amendment number 6. Maybe with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I would like some clarity from Mr. Tennyson. I think in your remarks you made within the chamber, you said about 12 months beginning from the day in which the Act receives royal assent, but actually says 12 weeks in the amendment. Is it? Certainly. Happy.
Happy to correct the record. I intended to say 12 weeks as opposed to 12 months. Thank you.
And obviously, Mr. Gasson on the schedule, we will not be supporting that, and we believe this is a bill that probably needs to be given due consideration and moving through to the next stage as we will. But my final remarks, Mr. Speaker, are indeed to those people that came and gave evidence to us, particularly from the bereaved families, and I think that's something that it was both humbling and a privilege for members of our committee to hear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Deirdre Hargett.
And thank you to the Minister in terms of this legislation, and obviously I welcome that we're now at consideration stage of this bill. There has been a good approach in the committee so far, and we all see the importance of progressing this legislation and importantly putting it on a firm footing. This is a compassionate piece of legislation that has been broadly welcomed by all those that we have engaged at the committee and outside at the committee as well, I'm sure, as individuals MLAs. It is also importantly replacing the temporary provisions that were implemented at pace during COVID, and we have listened to the lived experience of those who have suffered loss and the impact that that continues to have on them. We have also heard how recognition is an important step for many, and the introduction of a baby loss certificate scheme has been welcomed across the board by all those that we have met and taken evidence from. It is an important part of the bill also, and I would agree with other members in terms of Clause 8 and the schedule as well. And in essence, this is to address and to rectify an inequality that exists within the legislation. This clause would allow for unmarried and non-civil partner couples to have access to the same registration process regardless of same-sex or opposite sex. So I do agree to try and keep it as flexible as it possibly can, and not to be restrictive in terms of how society and how people choose to live. This is the right thing to do, and I would oppose any question that attempts to remove it, thus allowing the inequality to continue. There have been attempts by some in the amendments to create division and indeed to narrow the approach. And I actually reflected on this at the committee, just in terms of how women have been treated across this island by ideology, by ultra-conservative views in terms of all of these issues. And I would warn that we'll have to learn the lessons of mother and baby homes, of forced adoptions, of other issues that have impacted on women and have attempted particularly to demonise women and thus demonise in the wider family circle as well. This legislation from the outset was to cater for all those who have lost. It was to be done with compassion, and most importantly, it was brought in a way that the certificate scheme would reflect the wishes of those who have experienced that loss. I believe the Minister has delivered on this, so I don't agree with the amendments that attempt to divert from that thrust. The issue of cost, the Minister has outlined from the outset. He done it in the committee. I know he done it when he was introducing the legislation, that this scheme is to be done with compassion, that there wouldn't be a charge at the initiation of this scheme when someone applies for a baby loss certificate. It was always important, though, that the certificate scheme would sit alongside all the other certificate schemes that the Department has responsibility for. And that's why we are approaching it in the way that we are. It is good to see it at consideration stage, and obviously I look forward to continuing the engagement at committee, but also with other members in this chamber as well. Thank you.
Well, through.
Speaker, and can I first of all acknowledge the Minister's comment when he said that we're now dealing with legislation as opposed to motions. And I think you can see a marked difference in the way things are debated through legislation and regulation, rather than sometimes pointless motion after motion after motion. And we really should leave populism outside the door when we talk in regulation and legislation. So I acknowledge that sentiment that the Minister expresses there. I don't think it was crass. I think it was meant in the right way. And I am also mindful, always mindful, that when we're dealing with legislation, we should be really careful how we proceed. So it is great that we have got to this stage, Mr. Speaker, of this bill, at consideration stage. I want to just place on record my thanks and appreciation for the work of the committee, which I have now left. But I had seen on it the work, the teamwork in that committee around this very serious issue. And I also place on record, Mr. Speaker, my acknowledgement for the work and support of the Department, the Minister and the staff with regards to listening to the committee at the very start. This bill was designed at the start to bring in temporary legislation into a permanent footing. That's what it was meant to do. That's all it was meant to do. And I pushed and I pushed and I pushed to get it here sooner. But the Department listened. The Minister listened to the committee. And indeed, it's been an objective and a goal of this party, the DUP, that we should have baby loss certificates in place. And we have been fighting for this for so many years because we recognise the gap and the vacuum that's created under such a pressurised position of loss when you lose a baby, especially before 24 weeks. And that's why it's so important that the Department and the Minister listened in this regard, and they have, by adding this into this bill, they have completely changed this bill for the better. And that must be acknowledged in this House. And not only, and it must be acknowledged, Mr. Speaker, not only, when I first seen the Minister had laid down regulations in Clause 11, that the Department may make regulations, I thought, no, we can go further than this. We can put it in. And I went and I asked the Bill Office, can we get the legislation in England and just copy it and paste it? But due my ignorance, I realised that there was no legislation in England, and it had been purely policy. So there was no legislation to simply copy and paste from England and then start from there. And so I give credit where credit is due, that the Department and the Minister are putting this on a piece of legislation. And that should be acknowledged here. We will be the first place, I think, in the British Isles to actually formally legislate for baby loss certificates. That means something. That should mean something. And so when we all castigate ministers and departments and how bad they can be and how bad this place is and how bad this chamber can be with regards to debate, we should take the acknowledgement and acknowledge the successes that we do have. And this is one of them. This is very much is one of them, which we all should applaud and unite behind. So, getting into the detail of the bill and indeed the amendments, Mr. Speaker, can I first point to the repeal of temporary provisions, section 18.3 of and part of Schedule 13 of the Coronavirus Act 2020, the registration of deaths and stillbirths in Northern Ireland. They are being repealed. That is worthy of celebration, Mr. Speaker, because this is important, because what the Minister could have done is that he could have simply let the 6-month extension lapse. But what he is doing is he is completely obliterating it away from the face of any legislation, historical or otherwise. And I think he needs to be applauded for that. And I was delighted to see this clause in the bill. Out of all the Coronavirus Act, there are only 2 aspects of that legislation that I see fit for purpose, that didn't cause any harm, that were actually good and positive aspects. This is one of them. This is one of them. And I do think it was brought in because there might have been a time there was going to be this massive wave of registration of deaths. didn't materialise, of course, but it made it so much easier for families, bereaved families, and for undertakers, and for everyone involved in that process, to make it easier, the process for them to register deaths and stillbirths. So we applaud bringing this piece of legislation onto a permanent footing where it should have been months and years ago. In fact, I would argue we should have done this before the pandemic. But of course, the pandemic was the necessitating factor in this. The other aspect is the live links in courts, which we'll be discussing later on today. But everything else from the Coronavirus Act and the way that this assembly, which we're now debating law, this assembly became a zombie assembly, should be somewhere where we never get back to. And it's good that we can actually be here and have the power to debate and vote on legislation. And it's not left to one person, no matter who that person is. And it's taken months to go through this bill. Not a minister who dreams up a harmful policy, reads it out to a CMO in the morning, and has it enacted in the afternoon, and has it enforced before midnight. That's no way to do legislation. This is the proper way.
I know the member's enjoying himself, but if we can get back to the
yes, I will get back to the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. So to move on then to the other clauses and indeed the amendments that are going to be changed on this. I was the first person in this chamber to raise my concerns about what I thought was the bill substituting in the schedule, substituting the word father for other parent. And I raised that as a concern. Can I also applaud the Minister for getting back to me on my concerns after second reading in a very timely way, and also for sharing that information with the committee. And that is a good example of how the Parliament Minister and committee should work together, and it has worked tremendously well. And he has assuaged most, if not all, of my concerns around all the concerns I had at second reading. And I have learnt since the second reading that the harm and the damage that I was trying to allude to is not in the schedule of this bill, but it predates that to the Human Fertilization and Embryology Act 2008, which is established UK law, and that is that a child will have only two parents. In some cases this will be the mother and the father, in others it will be the mother and a second female parent. In the circumstances where the child has a second female parent under the 2008 Act, the biological father is not recognised as a parent. That is the law as it stands, and it's not changed by this bill. So that's where I have my grievance with, that the fact that the father has been completely removed from that scenario. But this bill doesn't do that. And if you read what the regulations will, the 2012 regulations will read, it reads, where both the mother of a child and the father or second female parent of that child attend the registry office separately, they shall attend at the same registry office before the expiration of a period of 42 days from the date of birth. And in this regulation, references to the other parent of a child are to the child's father or second female parent. So it doesn't so much remove the father, it just adds the other parent. And because of that clarification and because of that understanding, we are content with clause 8 and with the schedule that it pertains to. Going on with regards to the amendments laid down, the other amendments laid down by Timothy Gaston. We agree that the 11.2 regulations may provide for the recognition of any loss which is not a stillbirth within the meaning of the 1976 order, covers the issue around termination. We accept that. But the member has alluded to his sentiment for bringing it, his concerns for bringing it, and I honestly don't see that it does any harm on the face of this bill. If you argue the point, and it's a very valid point about the horse before the cart before the horse, I get that argument. But you could also argue that for 11.3 in its entirety. The department may have just left this that they may make regulations, but they have added stipulation 6 indeed of where they want to build a framework of regulation. So I don't see any harm in adding to that framework, even if it gets into some specifics. Yes, I will, yeah.
The member for giving way, and I understand the point the member is making. However, section 11.3 or clause 11.3 states that the regulations may include. The amendments from Mr Gaston states the regulations must include, and so therefore severely limit what can be done through secondary legislation. And would the member also agree that in reading Amendment 5 from Mr Gaston, the amendment states the regulations must provide for the issue of a certificate following termination of pregnancy, and so it's debatable as to whether there would be a choice or not, and so voting for that amendment is a particular risk.
From the member, but just because the regulations must provide for doesn't mean that you must impose a certificate or any action on anyone, and the applicant should have the choice on request of whether they would want someone or not. So I get where the member's coming from, his concerns. I also don't think it limits the regulations, the secondary legislation and the regulations. It just adds to or enforces, but it doesn't limit the regulations or doesn't take away from the regulations. And indeed, you could argue that we're doing the same in our amendment with regards to Amendment 3. But to speak on that amendment, we recognised what the department were saying about having the agility to charge a fee if they needed to in the future. And so we accepted that. We don't want to see a fee. We hope there will never be a fee for any aspect of this, but we also understand that the department should have this, because I go back to the point I made earlier, this is the only place where a baby loss certificate will be in legislation, not in policy. So I think that you have to afford the department the agility around fee structures if they need it, if they think it might be required in the future, and at least they would have that flexibility to add to it. And the point rests that this will still have to come to the place of this Assembly in order to get it passed. So it will be in the Assembly's gift whether they pass the structure. And I suspect, because it's draft affirmative procedure, that we can actually amend the fee structure and amend the fee if it came to that. So, and even take it out completely. So I do think there's adding flexibility to this, and that's what our Amendment 3 does. It adds a compromise position from Tennyson's position to the Minister's position, and we hope that it will be supported by the Minister today and the Department going forward. And if the Minister makes that intention, then again it will be debatable whether we move this or not, but we will wait and see the Minister's comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Business Committee is arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The debate will continue after the urgent oral question. The first member to be called will be Brian Kingston for his contribution. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Sitting is resumed. 7 and 13 have been withdrawn. The questions to Minister of Finance. And I call Michelle Guy.
Question 1, please.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I intend to answer questions 1 and 4 together. I have urged the Chief Secretary to the Treasury to use the autumn budget as an opportunity to further support workers and families, particularly in the area of childcare. Economic growth and improved public services cannot be achieved without meaningful investment and support for working families. Affordable childcare is essential to improving labour market participation and driving economic growth. I have therefore urged the Treasury to consider enhancements to the tax-free childcare scheme. I have also asked that the autumn budget be used to reverse the two-child benefit cap, recognising the hardship this is placing on families. I have made it clear to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury that further austerity measures must not be taken which place an unfair burden on people, businesses or public services. In terms of local growth funding, the significant reduction in the resource budget for this funding will severely impact the community and voluntary sector's ability to deliver vital services, particularly for those furthest away from the labour market. The Assembly also sent a clear and united message that we stand with the community and voluntary sector and that there must be an urgent change to this approach. I have pressed the Chief Secretary to work with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government to consider the funding profile for the new local growth fund. I have also reiterated my calls for a reduction in VAT to ensure our hospitality sector can compete on a level playing field in the all-island economy.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is well aware of the funding challenges facing our justice system, in particular the PSNI data breach, which was clearly unforeseen, unavoidable and unaffordable. What representations has he made to the Treasury to make this funding available?
Minister.
As early as August of this year, I wrote to the Treasury on behalf of the Executive requesting to access the reserve fund in relation to the PSNI data breach. Since then, there's been ongoing engagement with the Treasury on the issue, including between the Chief Secretary to the Treasury and me, also at official level. It's regrettable that the Chief Secretary of the Treasury has declined the Executive's request for access to the reserve for costs associated with the PSNI data breach. And I will continue to make my case to the Treasury along with Executive, and I also note the comments from others in relation to this matter, which are welcome in terms of supporting our approach to the Treasury as well.
Baker.
And I thank the Minister for his answer, and he's touched on it already. But Minister, what support for working families could you go into a wee bit more detail that you asked for?
I think it's important that the budget is used as an opportunity to support working families, and I did press this both at the meeting with the FISC, the Ministers from the devolved institution, and the Chief Secretary of the Treasury in mid-October, and I also have followed it up in writing to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury. And specifically, I have called for, in relation to childcare, I've asked that the support rate to be increased from 20% to 30%, and that the 2,000 annual cap per child be reviewed. And also asked for the ensuring that there's no further, if there is further austerity measures to be introduced, that working families and businesses are not targeted as a result of those austerity measures. It's important that we support workers, families and businesses through this time, and the Treasury has an ideal opportunity now with the upcoming budget to do so.
Minister, I wrote to you recently about something you've often talked to me about, which is about the opposition in our alternative plans. I asked you whether you would support officially costing, as happens south of the border, our alternative budget and other plans. Can I ask today, I haven't got a response yet, can I ask today, would you support that measure, opening up the books and costing opposition policies?
I've asked my officials to engage with their counterparts in Dublin to see exactly what process is in place for supporting opposition parties there, and to see if we can replicate those measures here. I note that in Scotland and Wales such measures are not introduced, but the member will also be aware that the SDLP received, I think it's approximately around £7,000 more per member as opposition party to carry out their function as opposition. So we also want to ensure that we are not duplicating costs or finances which is the SDLP is already receiving.
Well, Brett.
Minister, you may be aware that the Chartered Accountants for Ireland have recently relaunched their campaign for the lowering of corporation tax here in Northern Ireland. During your discussions with the Treasury, has the issue of the rate of corporation tax been discussed?
Not during my tenure. There's a well-set criteria for the devolution of corporation tax to here. And given the costs associated with that, there's estimates between £300 and £400 million to the Executive if corporation tax was devolved. I don't think the Executive or Public Services can afford that at this time. I have, however, tabled a paper with my Executive colleagues in relation to the fiscal framework, where we want to have a full examination of tax varying powers and what should be devolved to the Executive in the time ahead, following on from the Fiscal Commission's report. So I think any discussions around corporation tax need to be included in those discussions as well.
Dr. Reagan.
For his reply so far. Minister, you'll be aware this morning that the Chancellor of the Exchequer made an unprecedented speech this morning, basically signalling the fact she's going to put up taxes, but also the fact she's going to prioritise health and other areas of public service. Bearing in mind there is likely to be, if that goes through, there's likely to be additional consequentials coming our way. Could the Minister commit to ring-fencing those monies, particularly for health and paying for health workers?
Thank the member for his question, and I did listen carefully to the Chancellor's address this morning, and there seems to have been very broad hints dropped there that there is going to be an increase in taxes. The question that hasn't been answered thus far is as to who that tax burden is going to fall on, and it's important that that tax burden falls on those with the broadest shoulders, and that any taxes raised from that is invested in frontline public services. The member will be aware that any borne consequences we receive as a result of that will be a matter for the Executive to decide as to how they are allocated. We have recently made commitments to allocate significant funding to health, education and justice moving forward. So there is already commitments made within the Executive, but if the Chancellor is raising taxes, let's make sure it's fair and progressive, and let's make sure the money goes to frontline services.
William Irwin.
Number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
In line with my department's estate strategy, we are progressing with plans to divest of Marlborough House in Craigavon and are moving forward with replacement accommodation in the area. This will deliver savings at a time of budgetary pressures while providing an efficient, modern working environment for civil service staff. Marlborough House is the worst performing site in the civil service estate in terms of energy efficiency and is significantly under-occupied. A business case has been approved for replacement accommodation for civil service staff, with the preferred option being High Street Mall, Portadown, which is progressing with the accommodation being expected to be ready in 2026. A notice has been issued to all occupants of the department's plans to vacate the building at the end of their occupational agreements this financial year. Non-civil service bodies located in Marlborough House are progressing with their own plans for their future accommodation.
Mr. Irwin.
I thank the Minister for his response. Would the Minister agree with me that the recent Grade B1 listing decision by the Historic Environment Division will make this building more difficult to repurpose or dispose of in the open market?
Minister.
I think it's, I know there'll be different views and opinions on these matters as there is. I think it's unfortunate that we have reached this position. My department made our case to the Historical Division of the Department of Communities. The decision has now been made, but I am aware of that there is interest in the building from at least one public sector organisation who are currently assessing it to see if it can be incorporated into the plans they have for a future development. I hope that moves forward at pace and that the building does not lay vacant and become a blight on an area which has seen significant investment in recent years, and an area of Craigavon which is thriving both commercially and residentially. And I want to ensure that that building becomes usable again, but it's going to have to be through another sector rather than the civil service.
Mr. Speaker, and I have to say I share the Minister's concern as a constituency colleague in relation to the B1 listing. Can I ask the Minister, did he make representations to his colleague, the Minister for Communities, in relation to the listing? And has there been any reappraisal of the Department's plans for the site following the listing?
Minister.
I'm not sure if I directly raised this matter with the Minister of Communities in writing or not. I'll clarify that with the member, but certainly there was representations made at official level at my request about the matter, because it did cause concern, because there has been excuse me, interest shown in this site, which could be of huge benefit to the entire area and continue that progress that we've seen in central Craigavon over many, many years. So I'd clarify and respond directly to the member on that point, but there was representations made on my request to officials.
Thanks very much. On, it was good that there's an indication that somebody's interested in the building, but if that doesn't go ahead, do you foresee difficulties with the sale because of the listing?
The listing will present challenges to future potential buyers and occupants of the property. It was simply impossible for us to bring together a business case which would have allowed you to invest the money required in that building to bring it up to modern heat efficiency standards, etc. So others have a different vision for the building, a different use for the building, and I hope their business case does stack up and that progress is ahead. But the listing of it, and I know there'll be different views perhaps in this room and outside in relation to some of these matters, has caused challenges, shall we say, in ensuring that the building is put into future use.
Justin McNulty.
Over the last 50 years, thousands of people have worked in Marlborough House's uniquely honeycombed facaded building, and those of us who work there all have varying degrees of affinity with the big brute. Over the last 14 years, there are 14 civil service properties worth 30 million lying completely empty, Minister, completely unused. Now that Marlborough House has been listed, will that number now become 15?
I thought the member was calling me a big brute for a second. he may do at times. As I've said, the listing of the building doesn't assist us in moving forward, but there is a public sector body interested in the building. And the member will be aware that we have an estate strategy on the disposal of public buildings. We have been successful on a number of buildings, and we will continue to put buildings on the market as they become vacant. The market will respond in due course in terms of what they're prepared to pay for that, etc. But we do have an estate strategy and a plan, and I'm content as to how it is moving forward.
Question number 3.
As the House will be aware from the recent motion, I have been engaging with ministers in the NAO, Treasury and the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government on this matter since my appointment as Finance Minister. This has intensified as the continued Whitehall delay has increased the urgency of this situation. Earlier this month, I met Hilary Bain and reiterated the urgency of this issue and stressed the need for resource funding, not capital, to tackle economic inactivity, which is a key barrier to economic growth. I also highlighted the risks, particularly to the community and voluntary sector, of further delay. I attended a trilateral meeting with the Secretary of State, Hilary Bain, and Steve Reid, Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, on the 22nd of October. We have agreed to an intensive period of trilateral working at official level to urgently develop a way forward. I have also repeatedly raised these issues with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, most recently in person at a meeting on the 17th of October. I then followed up in writing on the 23rd of October, calling on him to provide flexibility on the capital resource split through the budgetary process. I emphasised the negative impact the proposal for capital-heavy funding would have here. It's unacceptable that the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government left it so late to commence this joint working, but I remain ready to work with anyone at any time to progress this. The stakes are too high to do anything else.
Dillon.
Garmy Minister, thank you for your work on this. I know how committed you are to ensuring that we get some follow-up money from this, from the loss of EU funding. But Minister, what engagement have you had with the community and voluntary sector on this?
I've had several meetings with the community and voluntary sector in this regard. The first meeting in relation to the CO3 group on the 17th of September, where I provided an update to 41 representatives from the sector and listened to many of their concerns. I've kept the sector regularly updated. I met them again on the 1st of October under the auspices of NICFA and wrote to them again on the 3rd of October. I've directed my officials to do the same and collaborate with the sector through their intensive engagement with Minister of Housing, Communities and Local Government and the NAO over the next number of weeks.
Robbie Butler.
The civil service is an equal opportunities employer and is committed to building a diverse and inclusive civil service that reflects the society it serves. The student placement competition has been advertised widely via a range of channels and welcomes applications from disabled students. The civil service engages directly with the placement teams within local universities to promote the opportunities. Information on the NI Union of Supported Employment is included in the candidate information booklet. The civil service will discuss putting reasonable adjustments in place with disabled applicants at any stage of the selection process.
I thank the Minister for his answer. And the Minister will already know that the disabled community are underrepresented across probably all employment levels. Would the Minister agree with me that the civil service should indeed lead the way and move beyond reasonable adjustments and set significant ambitions to see some of the most underutilised, most professional people in our communities, those with disabilities, in paid employment?
I take on board the member's comments on the direction of travel he's coming from or wishes to see. Now, I do want to continue to see the civil service as an inclusive employer, and that means all those underrepresented sections of our society have to be reached out to, and we look at the ways of making sure that we're not presenting barriers to them entering the service. We also have to be conscious of other employment and equality legislation as well, but I can assure the member and the team behind this are committed to ensuring that the civil service is inclusive. But if there's lessons to be learnt, I'm more than happy and I'm sure the team who are working behind this are more than happy to learn.
Cara Hunter.
Thank you for your responses today. While we're on the topic of widening criteria, we have heard that there is some challenges with students in further education applying for a student placement. Are you aware of this, and can you tell us more? Thank you.
I'm not aware of it, and if the member has any more details on it, please correspond with me on it. I would like, as I said, it has to be inclusive in further education and colleges. All have to be included in this, so if the member has information in that regard, please forward it on to me.
Dan Forsyth.
I'm proud that my department is the first executive department to publish a social value strategy, which was developed in partnership with key stakeholders in the business and voluntary community and social enterprise sectors. While the strategy was a commitment in the revised procurement policy note, social value in procurement, it goes beyond procurement and sets out the social value goals and ambitions, focusing on the department's key responsibility as owner of the civil service office estate and policy lead for finances, procurement and human resources. Demonstrating my commitment to raising the profile of social value in my department, I have appointed a social value champion who will monitor and report on the department's progress. Good progress has been made on the strategy, with 11 targets already met. A progress report with further details on what has been achieved in the 6 months will be published on the Department of Finance website in the coming weeks.
Ms Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. I look forward to seeing the progress report. But in the meantime, would you be able to detail if there has been an increase in engagement and trading with small and medium enterprises? I know it was a key target coming through in this to reach out to those smaller businesses here in Northern Ireland, which are such a key player.
Yes is the answer, but if there's areas where we can seek improvement, then let's look at those and see how we can improve. Given the proportion and the importance of the small and medium enterprise sector to our economy, then it's only right and proper that my department and indeed others are engaging them in relation to social value and many other aspects of doing business. So, in my opinion, yes is the answer, but if there's other areas where we need to learn it, I'm happy to do so.
Cathy Mason.
Corlia, Minister, you mentioned it there in your first answer about the social value champion. Could you give us an idea who that is and what exactly their role is?
I have appointed the CPD Deputy Secretary to the social value champion role. Her role is to monitor progress of the social value strategy and identify areas for improvement. We intend to publish a progress report shortly, as I've said in my original answer, and as the first department to develop and publish a strategy, we recognise that we're leading the way, and therefore feedback from all sectors is particularly welcome to help inform future strategies.
Timothy Gaston. Minister.
There are no staff in my department or its arm's-length bodies working in County Hall, Ballymena. As of the 30th of June 2025, 254 staff are based in County Hall, Ballymena from the following public bodies: the Department for Infrastructure, 67, Department of Health, 149, Department for Communities, 34, Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs have 4 staff members.
Mr Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response in outlining not only his own staff but the staff of other ministerial departments that exist within County Hall. Where I want to get to today, Minister, is that the grounds of County Hall haven't been maintained and have become neglected over recent years and months. Can you set out today when will the department start to maintain and carry out routine maintenance on County Hall again to ensure that it becomes a nice, welcoming environment, not the eyesore that it has been allowed to turn into?
Stuart.
My department, like all departments, continues to face significant challenges, which has unfortunately impacted on the services we can provide, including routine maintenance of public grounds. My department's construction procurement delivery team has prioritised essential building maintenance services to ensure the health and safety of the working office environment for staff and visitors to our buildings. My department's estate management union is in regular contact with the premises team to ensure that any statutory and priority health and safety issues are identified and dealt with promptly.
Declan McAleer.
Question any question 9 at all?
Following the introduction of the Procurement Act in February 2025, my department carried out a review of existing procurement policy and guidance to ensure the flexibilities within the new legal framework can be maximised. The revised guidance, known as the Dear Accounting Letter 0522 grant or the procurement, was approved for publication by the Executive on the 16th of October 2025. As a result, we have updated the guidance to reduce red tape and make procurement easier for grant recipients, especially those in the voluntary community and social enterprise sector. Grant recipients will no longer need to allow the same procedures grant recipients will now no longer need to follow the same procedures as government departments and arm's-length bodies. This change recognises that most local businesses have fewer than 50 employees and is aimed at making it easier for them to deliver grant-funded projects for communities. As a result, the new guidance will help to reduce bureaucracy, support faster delivery and lower costs for both funders and recipients.
Mr McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his response. Can the Minister tell me if public bodies like the Education Authority can benefit from changes in the Procurement Act 2023 and procurement guidance?
Yes, they can. And I continue to hear stories of difficulties schools and others, what bodies have in the procurement exercises. I'm of the view, and evidence backs us up in terms of the changes we've made over this last year to Procurement Act, made by the Procurement Act and also supported by the Executive, that there's been significant changes made. So increasing the threshold for public tendering from 30,000 to 50,000 last year allows schools to make local spending decisions and contact with local suppliers for the lower value contracts. Given the financial constraints facing us, it's important that we continue to reduce unnecessary bureaucracy, which wastes time and money. So I have and I do, and I would encourage all ministers, their departments and arm's-length bodies to take advantage of these changes to procurement legislation, guidance and policy to ensure that we're achieving best value for money.
Paul Fruit.
Last year saw Land Property Services collect a record $1.63 billion in rates. As I outlined to the House on 21st of October during the debate, my department remains committed to the collection of unpaid rates. Already this year, the amount owing from previous years has reduced by 20%, and as legal action for non-payment increase in the coming months, this will continue to drive the amount owed down further. There are two categories when it comes to rates debt: those who cannot pay and those who will not pay. We have to pursue rigorously those who refuse to pay, and we have to support and work with those who cannot pay to find a way for them to do so. It may be helpful for me to provide more detail of the $145 million that is outstanding. $59 million has already been subject to legal recovery action. This enables further legal action to be taken where rates continue to remain unpaid. $12.8 million is being repaid through active payment plans or agreements with Land Property Services. The remaining $73.5 million is under review for payment for further legal action. It's important that members of this House understand that within this amount are cases that are not suitable for legal action. These include cases of bereavement, appeals and ratepayers in receipt of benefits.
Thank the Minister for that comprehensive answer. Can I ask the Minister then how the shortfall in rates collection actually impacts on the budget overall, the departments that enjoy the budget, and also local councils and how they endeavour and get across their budgets?
Minister.
It doesn't impact on frontline delivery until a decision is made to write off an amount of debt, and that's made over a period of years. So it won't impact on them. Departments spend on the amount of money that we predict is coming in from the rates, and that is how that planning goes forward. So in year, no impact, but when we reach a stage where we have a number of years we need to write off, there will be an impact on further year spending. So it does have an impact, hence the reason Land Property Services and myself have put a greater emphasis on ensuring that all monies that can be retrieved are being done, or we're going through that process. As I've said to members before, we have to be measured on this. Bringing people, particularly small businesses, to court can mean the end of the business and loss of that business, jobs, etc., etc. But everybody has to pay their rates one way or the other, and that's the strategy which my department works to.
And Minister, you've outlined the difference between those who won't pay and those who are unable to pay. What support is in place for those people who are unable to pay?
We have, through the benefit system, we have comprehensive support for those who are facing financial difficulties and can apply through the benefit system for support with their rates. Where those who are having difficulty to pay, my department, LPS will work with them and agree an affordable repayment plan moving forward as well. But that's in the case of those who wish to pay but can't afford to pay. You'll always run into those people who are refusing to pay, who can't afford to pay, and we have no reluctance in pursuing legal action in those cases.
Speaker.
The Budget Sustainability Plan, published in October 2024, marked an important first step in the pathway towards more fiscally sustainable budgets and policy decisions. Since its publication, officials have been actively progressing the commitments outlined in the plan. One of the strands of this work is the development of departmental 5-year plans. My officials are working with each department to develop these plans, which will articulate each department's strategic direction over the medium term, outline the associated costs, and identify opportunities to reduce expenditure in a way that supports long-term sustainability. Looking ahead, following the autumn budget announcement on the 26th of November, I intend to bring forward proposals for a draft budget. This will include funding allocations for all departments, including health and justice. In addition, I have recently published a report on aligning spending with priorities, which examines how the 25-26 budget aligns with the programme for government. This is a significant step forward in illustrating how department spending is allocated towards the priorities set by the Executive. Over time, this will become an increasingly valuable tool in directing resources to priority areas.
Thank you, Minister. Can I be very brief and just ask, any of these strategic targeted reforms include a review of revenue raising?
All departments have within their own remit the responsibility to review revenue raising and to see how they can raise revenue. In my opinion, it should be in a fair and equitable way, but each department has that authority to do so, and I would encourage them to do so.
Colin McGrath. Please.
We all want to see public sector workers, including health workers, get the pay rise they deserve in a timely manner. I plan to hold a December monitoring round, at which time we will understand the funding available following the Chancellor's autumn budget. This will also provide an opportunity for departments to declare any easements of funding they no longer require, which the Executive can consider reallocating to public sector pay. The Executive agreed that the Department of Health will have first call on £100 million of available funding in that monitoring round for health service pay costs, alongside funding to meet the pay awards of other public sector workers.
Moving on to topicals, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you and your department are responsible for Propriety and the Northern Ireland Civil Service Code of Ethics. I think many people, I think most reasonable people, think there's a prima facie case that the Minister for Education has plunged the Northern Ireland Civil Service into disrepute by his use of official resources to promote a visit to occupied territory. Minister, have you asked your officials who are responsible for overseeing that code to investigate the circumstances around that? Have you asked for an assessment of whether it violates either the Code of Ethics or the provisions of the Functioning of Government Act 2021?
I think all ministers need to be extremely careful as to how they use the resources of the civil service, which are there to primarily deliver frontline public services and support the delivery of frontline public service, and it should not be used in a party political way. I heard the Minister of Education's comments in the Chamber yesterday in relation to his engagement with his Permanent Secretary in regard to that matter. My understanding of this matter would be that it would be a matter for the head of the civil service to further develop any inquiries into that case.
So written to the head of the civil service, can I ask that you, as the lead minister responsible for civil service propriety, commission an urgent review into broader issues around ministers giving inappropriate instructions to civil servants, and also around the provisions of the Functioning of Government Act, because I think it is clear that the actions of the minister breached that act, that law, which is on the statute book. So can I ask that you ask your officials to go away and commission an urgent review, because there are some very serious broader issues at stake?
I think it's best that we await the independent inquiries of the head of the civil service. If I was to commission that, I believe I would be accused of political interference in that role. I think it's best that we allow the head of the civil service to carry out her inquiries into that matter. If it comes apparent as a result of those inquiries that I have a role as Finance Minister, I can assure you I'm not shirking away from it.
Ms McAllister is not in her place. I call Doug Beattie.
Speaker, Minister, can you confirm if the Equality Commission was involved in the development of the Northern Ireland Civil Service inclusive language policy?
I can't confirm if the Equality Commission was directly involved in it. I'll have to come back to the matter, on that matter directly to the member. But equality issues in relation to the department will reflect our equality programme, which would have been approved by the Equality Commission.
Thank you, Minister, and hopefully you can just come back to me on that answer, please. But can I ask the Minister, and you may have to come back to me on this one as well, whether the Northern Ireland Civil Service Inclusive Language Guide, which recommends using the title MIX, MX, instead of Mr, Mrs, Miss or Ms, is mandatory policy for all departmental staff, and what funding has been set aside for training on that one?
This is a procedural or a procedural matter within the department. It's not a matter for the Minister. It's not mandatory, it's guidance, as it says on the tin. So I am not aware of what funding has been set aside for training, etc. in that regard. I'm more than happy to supply that information to the member. But these matters are dealt with as a matter of procedure within the department. It's not the role of the Minister.
Brooks.
The Minister will be aware of the crisis in capacity across our special schools and the need for capital investment. To that mind, could the Minister indicate whether he's minded to provide the necessary funding to support the SEND capital investment programme?
I'm aware of the proposal from the Education Minister. What we also need is an estate plan from the Department of Education, in my view. You heard me refer to my own department's estate plan in relation to the civil service buildings. I think it would be useful if the Department of Education were to come forward with an estate plan, an area plan, and then the Executive collectively could examine that in terms of how we dispose of those public assets, which can be disposed of, and then how we reinvest that money. And the proposal is that that money is reinvested in building SEND schools. I think that's a worthy cause for any investment, but all parts of the equation need to be included before we can come to an answer.
We heard in this chamber yesterday that his own party has been responsible for holding back the discussion around about this at the executive. I'm sure they'll agree that our SEND children and families shouldn't be used as a pawn in a political game. Therefore, can I ask him, will he ask the First Minister to bring this to the executive for proper discussion?
I'm sure the members are aware, and whoever informed the House yesterday, that executive business is confidential.
Blair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask what the Minister's next steps are following the publication of the Shared Property Management Scoping Study report?
Minister.
I think in terms of the next steps is that obviously the report needs studied, and we need to engage with all the sectors involved in it, see if there is further potential for shared use of properties across the entire public sector estate. Efficient, effective use of all resources has to be primary in all discussions ministers and departments are having.
Mr. Blair.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that reply. Can I ask, though, if he envisages going to public consultation within this mandate on any of the options considered in the report?
Minister.
A careful consideration, and will either report to the committee or the House when I've concluded my deliberations.
Orla Flynn.
Thank you. I can call you. Minister, with the autumn budget happening later this month, does the Minister agree that the Chancellor should use this as an opportunity to rethink the approach to inheritance tax, given the impact that it will have on our agri-food sector?
Yes, and this has been raised repeatedly at various venues and by various ministers, including myself, with representatives of the British Government. Unfortunately, they don't appear to be listening to that. It's going to have a significantly detrimental impact on our agricultural sector than it has in other parts of England or Wales in that regard. So it's another example of decisions being made in Whitehall with no understanding of the local the local picture here.
Ms. Lynn.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for that response. And would he agree that the autumn budget could also potentially be used to review the VAT rate that could help support our hospitality businesses?
Yes, this is one of the direct calls I've made to the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, both in person and in my recent correspondence to him ahead of the budget on the 26th of November. I think it's important that our hospitality sector here is supported, particularly given the changes to VAT just across the border. And they are competing in an all-island economy, so they should be supported in that regard. VAT is not an undevolved matter, and it is up to the Chancellor to make a move on that.
Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, a few weeks ago you updated the House in relation to the correspondence from the Treasury about funding for the PSNI and in relation to that business case. Can I ask you, Minister, following that letter that you received, what conversations you or the Justice Minister have had about advancing that business case and about how we're going to make up the shortfall for the funding within the PSNI, given that now it's in a dire situation?
Myself and the Justice Minister have had a telephone conversation. In that regard, we were due to meet yesterday again. Unfortunately, that meeting had to be cancelled, but that meeting will be rescheduled as quickly as possible. The matter has been raised on a number of occasions during executive discussions as well. There's ongoing discussions and a push in regard to that matter.
Can I thank the Minister for that update, and given the nature and the urgency of the matter in hand, and given the dire straits that the police find themselves in currently, how hopeful are you that a solution can be found before the end of this financial year?
Well, the discussions are still ongoing. I've also asked the First and Deputy First Minister to write to the Prime Minister about this matter as well. We are continuing to discuss how we deliver. I'm conscious there's an ongoing court case and legal proceedings ongoing in regard to this matter, but how we deliver our commitments in regard to this financial consequences of the data breach.
Aoife Finnegan.
Can I ask the Minister how the Back in Business scheme is supporting businesses?
Minister.
The Back in Business scheme allows businesses to gain rates support, which are created to incentivise business ratepayers to consider occupying empty retail premises when looking for a business property. The scheme provides 50% rate reduction for up to 2 years, and once a retail premises which has been empty for 12 months has become occupied. That reduction in the rates is a huge boost to any new business and allows them to hopefully establish certainly long term.
Ms Finnegan.
Thank you, and I want to thank the Minister for his response. Minister, what steps are you taking to make positive changes to the rating system?
I'm pleased to say good progress has been made, and in line with my intentions to act at pace to make progress and positive changes to the rating system, I submitted an executive paper prior to summer recess. If that paper is agreed to, we could generate around £9 million per annum for central and local government. In relation to other work, significant work has been undertaken in recent months on the review of small business rate relief and non-domestic vacant rating. My officials have already completed the research work and tax-based analysis associated with that review. They have also completed an extensive series of interviews with key stakeholders, and I will outline the Assembly shortly my intended way forward following reviews on the findings.
Pam Cameron.
Mr Speaker, the Minister be aware that the Sign Language Bill is currently making its way through scrutiny process, and I want to ask the Minister what his department is doing by way of preparation for that bill being successfully passed through this House.
My department will engage in the preparation as they would for any pieces of legislation as they move forward, and take on board any legislative requirements that befall upon my department as they come about.
Mrs Cameron.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Does the Minister agree with me that it's wholly unacceptable that the deaf community are left out and have no real way of, no reasonable way of communicating, including with his department, and that it's really important that they have full access to public services?
Minister.
It's vitally important that we have an inclusive society, and at the head of that society, government departments and government has to be accessible to all. So I agree with the member, we have to ensure that our public services are accessible in a user-friendly way.
That concludes questions to the Minister. Although the Minister got through all his topicals there. Jonathan Buckley has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Justice. I'd remind members to rise in their places if they wish to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Justice, given recent failings in respect of the family of Michael and Marjorie Caudry, to outline the steps she will take to ensure the Prisoner Release Victim Information Scheme is fit for purpose.
Minister.
I've met many victims of crime and fully appreciate the profound impact that release of prisoners back into the community at the end of their sentence can have. The safety of the public and consideration of the impact on victims are of the utmost importance to me. Michael and Marjorie Caudry died because of a vicious attack by Thomas McEntee. After McEntee was sentenced, the Caudry family registered with the Prisoner Release Victim Information Scheme, or PRIVIS. This means that they should have been kept informed when McEntee was eligible for pre-release testing. This did not happen. This mistake was caused by an administrative error at the time the family registered 7 years ago, which meant the prisoner database system was not properly updated. As soon as Prison Service became aware of the error, they immediately contacted the family to offer a sincere apology and to provide them with all the relevant information. The Prison Service also notified the Victims Commissioner and Parole Commissioner of the error and paused McEntee's pre-release testing. I would like to publicly reiterate that apology. I am genuinely sorry for the hurt that this caused the family and intend to meet with them soon. To ensure there can be no repeat of this, a full check of all cases where a prisoner is serving a life sentence and victims are registered has now commenced. Once this priority work has been completed, further checks will be carried out on all other cases where victims have registered with the scheme. On the wider issue of keeping victims informed, the Director-General of Prisons and the Chief Executive of Probation Board commissioned an external review of the current schemes within their remit in August to ensure they are trauma-informed and victim-centred. That review is timely and many recommendations made will be implemented to ensure families and indeed the wider public can have full confidence in all victim information schemes.
Well, Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. The double murder of my constituents, Michael and Marjorie Caudry, was an
appalling act of human evil that was caused as a result of catastrophic failures. And we think of that family today. I remember visiting neighbours in that quiet residential area of Portadown following their murder, and the sense of shock and fear was palpable. Minister, for many of those in that community to learn through a television report that their killer, Thomas McEntee, was on pre-release on 13 occasions since February, 4 of which were unsupervised, is a damning failure on the part of the Department for Justice. So can I ask the Minister, was there any restrictions placed upon Mr McEntee where he could go or not go, particularly in the Portadown area? And does the Minister think that it's acceptable that a killer such as Mr McEntee was unaccompanied on 4 occasions? And finally, with the review that she has initiated, is she aware at this stage, is there any other similar cases whereby a similar incident has taken place and families still not notified?
Minister.
Well, on the first of those questions, of course, it is of great concern to the Department and particularly to Prison Service when an event such as this occurs. The administrative error which caused it in this case has been identified and rectified, but further there is, as I say, a review ongoing of all such similar cases to identify whether there are other similarly administratively mishandled issues within the system. To date, none have been identified. However, that doesn't preclude the fact that some may be found in due course, and if so, those will also be rectified. The wider review that is being undertaken in terms of pre-release testing is, of course, to try to ensure that the risk of those being tested pre-release is properly managed. The reason that people are released first on short periods of accompanied release, then on short periods of unaccompanied release, and then on longer periods of unaccompanied release is precisely to test their ability to rehabilitate safely into the community. All of those periods of pre-release testing come with certain conditions that have to be adhered to. Those will depend on the individual prisoner and the point in pre-release testing that they're at. And if they fail testing, obviously then they come back into the prison system and have to be managed. But all of the cases where people are being tested pre-release is in order to ensure that when they are finally released, which is the decision that has been made by the courts when they're given their sentence, that they will be released in a way that is safe and at a time when they are ready to do so and not before. To not release prisoners on pre-release testing and to not undertake that course of action would mean them simply being released automatically at tariff served, and that would not give us a good indication of what the risks associated with the release of that prisoner might be.
Thank you, Minister, for coming. And obviously this is a serious case where there's a family that has been impacted and a family who were failed by the agencies that were there to protect them, that the coroner had set out. They've been failed again 13 times in terms of the pre-release testing. So I do welcome the apology, and obviously I also welcome that you're going to be meeting with the family. I think that's important. But I would like to know what proactive steps you can take to show this family, and indeed others, which I know is also their priority, to ensure that no other families will be failed. And I know you've outlined a number of steps. Can you give a timeline for those as well, please?
Well, the rigorous examination which is ongoing is to, in the first instance, ascertain if there are further errors. It is too early at this stage to state whether further errors have occurred, but any errors found will be rectified immediately, and people are aware of how the original error occurred, and there has been obviously action taken to prevent a recurrence. There is a further then finding with regards to the external review of prisoner victim information schemes, and that will also help reduce the potential for future errors and ensure that the schemes are victim-centred and trauma-informed as they are intended to be. In terms of the wider situation, further planned periods of temporary release for Mr McEntee have been paused. That is to afford the family their legal right to make written representations. As soon as the error came to light, the family were provided with written representation forms to enable them to submit their views in relation to Mr McEntee's temporary release and potential conditions which may be attached to any pre-release testing. Decision regarding any further periods of temporary release for Mr McEntee will be fully documented and explicitly reference the views of the Caudry family and the consideration and weight given to those views. And I will be taking time at my meeting with the family to explain what has happened and what will happen in the future, and hopefully that will provide them and other victims and families and the wider community with some reassurance.
Con Egan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the Minister's commitment to addressing this issue, and I would ask if she could update us on the wider work that's being undertaken to ensure pre-release testing is fit for purpose and victim-centred.
Well, Northern Ireland Prison Service is currently reviewing what further steps can be taken to manage individuals who raise serious concerns during the pre-release testing process. That includes what more can be done to strengthen risk management for those individuals and also the sanctions they face if they fail testing. Prison Service has a duty to prepare prisoners for release, which may be directed by the parole commissioners as soon as they have served tariff imposed by the judiciary at the point they were sentenced. However, the commissioners may only direct release if they are satisfied that the individual no longer presents a risk of serious harm to the public. Crucially, pre-release testing helps provide this evidence, so its benefits are considerable for the wider community. If an individual fails this testing, it is highly unlikely they will be released at that point, although ultimately that remains a decision for the parole commissioners. If there is a failure, testing may also be paused for a short period. While those who fail do receive a lot of attention, as do any errors in what is a very sensitive area of criminal justice, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that the vast majority comply with the rules and with the tests. Those people are much less likely to reoffend and create more victims. Therefore, pre-release testing is and will remain an essential part of the rehabilitation process.
Mr
Speaker, the Minister will know that I've raised the issue of keeping victims informed on multiple occasions, particularly the family of Jim McFadden, whose husband was murdered by James Meehan. So I have raised the issue of pre-release testing and the failures, I believe, of the Probation Board Northern Ireland's Victim Unit. And even last week, Meehan was up in court and the family were not even informed of the outcome of that, and he's now been at large for a year. And here we see with the Caudry family is that the Prisoner Release Victims Information Scheme seems to have had a catastrophic failure as well. And notwithstanding, you've been very clear that there's a review ongoing. Do you not now feel it is time that we had an opt-out system of joining the Prisoner Release Victim Information Scheme instead of an opt-in? And would you think about bringing that in the sentencing bill that's due soon?
Well, it would be too late to include any change of that nature in the sentencing bill. As members are aware, it is making progress through the various drafting phases to be introduced this side of Christmas in all likelihood. However, there are issues with an opt-out system too, in that people may then end up perversely being contacted when they want no further contact, and that is a high risk also. So there is no single issue that can account entirely for human error, but what we can do is put in place more rigorous procedures to try to minimise those human errors. With respect to the Meehan case, and I have to tread very carefully because this case remains sub judice, it is an extradition case and it is being heard in a different jurisdiction, so there is no ability for us to inform or even to be made aware of the outcome of that extradition case, given that it is between two arms of another government. However, I have met with the family. I have discussed their concerns and have shared with them the work that we are doing. We've also, in that regard, sought to provide them with all information that is available to us regarding the progress of Meehan's case. But you will understand that we are not necessarily appraised of the outcome of extradition cases, given the modalities that are engaged in such cases.
Just remind members that any cases before court to observe the sub judice guidance that we give. Patsy Midlone.
Difficult to introduce an opt-out scheme. Can you advise why that is the case, please? Because if we think of so many victims that potentially are at risk or are fearful of the individual being in circulation within their immediate community, where that could be the case, I think of numerous cases of assault or sexual assault where that's happening. And that's the first part. The second part is, if I could please, to ask, what exactly is the procedure where an individual has escaped from custody and notification therefore via the prison service to police to make sure that anyone who has been a victim is potentially at risk again from that individual, to make sure they're notified? Yep.
Well, anyone who is unlawfully at large from prison is committing an offence and is automatically reported to the PSNI, and that is automatic, because there will then be a manhunt for that individual if they are unlawfully at large. Were an individual, and in most cases those who breach their pre-release testing conditions, it will be either unlawfully at large for very short periods, often a matter of hours, or it will be to do with their conduct while they were on release during that period, and that may be detected on the return to prison, for example, if they have been drinking alcohol or taking drugs. I think it's very important that we recognise that for many victims, they do not want to hear anything further about the perpetrator in their case. It's a very sensitive issue, and not all victims want to receive or indeed welcome receipt of updates on the progress of the case of the individual who has been charged. I didn't say it was impossible to introduce an opt-out scheme, but I said it would be impossible to do so ahead of the introduction of the bill in the autumn, because it would require us to go to consultation, it would require us to engage with victims' organisations, and it would require us then to restructure the previous system, as well as the other systems that are in place with other agencies, including probation. So it would not be something that we could do in this mandate. However, it is something that we could give consideration to as part of the wider sentencing review that is happening in parallel with the sentencing bill, which will hopefully pick up areas that members might identify during that process of the sentencing bill, but which would need further policy development. And as I say, at the moment, the issue for me is not whether it is opt-in or opt-out, but that people's decision whether to opt-in or opt-out are properly recorded on the system and are respected at the point where a decision is made to release an individual, whether permanently or temporarily, from custody.
Linda Dill.
The Minister for answers so far, and I suppose that your previous line is really the nub of it. It's trying to understand, and will the family be told exactly how one administrative error led to 13 pre-release incidents? But can I also get some assurance around, because I do remember that the statement of the family at the time was that Thomas McEntee was also a victim of failure in mental health services. So is there any reassurance around what support that individual will get in terms of mental health services to ensure that he never becomes so ill again that something like this happens to another family? Because there were recommendations, and I'm not sure that they've all been implemented by any department.
Well, I'm aware that there was an inquiry which followed those particular murders, and it is fair to say that, for example, before anyone would be released for pre-release testing, their mental health condition would have to be stable and it would have to be well managed. And that the only way in which they would be released was if those issues were being addressed. So if someone, for example, was going through a period of instability, they wouldn't be released for pre-release testing. They wouldn't reach the point of release in that process. The member refers to the fact that there were 13 incidents. To be clear, what happened simply was that as a result of adding an additional family member to the system, all family members on the system were deleted from the system, were not attached to the individual prisoner. So instead of having 3 family members rather than 2 appear up in the system, no family members appeared in the system. Their names were in the system, but they weren't connected to the particular prisoner. And as a result of that, each time that individual prisoner was released, on 13 different occasions, no one was notified. So it wasn't 13 different administrative errors, it was a single error in adding an additional person to that individual's case that led to the 13 releases without them being notified. As I say, what we've done now is to suspend all further pre-release testing, and we will be meeting with the family to ensure that before pre-release testing recommences, as it must, that their witness report statements will be available, and that they will have an opportunity to make witness and victim representations into the system, as should have been the case on each occasion.
Paul Fruit.
We're meeting some of the family members of the Cowdery family, and they have been very helpful to me with regards to my private member's bill on individual duty of candour. Minister, you failed to address the question around the specific conditions that was placed on Thomas McEntee when on pre-release testing. and whether he was allowed to frequent the Portadown area and then doing so be at risk of meeting some of the family or neighbours?
He was not allowed to enter the Portadown area while on pre-release testing.
Sorry, Trevor Clark.
And following on from some other questions, and given the magnitude and the hurt that's been affected by this, and I appreciate that the Minister has made an offer to meet the family in relation to that, but given there has been mistakes made, is anyone going to be held to account for those mistakes? Because it's clearly more than one mistake in relation to this. And the other thing, can I ask the Minister, do you think it's acceptable that a killer was unaccompanied on 4 occasions as well, or is that a mistake as well?
Well, I'm not sure if the member wasn't here when I answered the earlier question, but there was a single administrative error that led to this occurring. It wasn't multiple mistakes, it was a single error. And because of that single error, the family's connection with the prisoner on the system was deleted. So that's the single error that happened. In terms of holding people to account, well, of course, people are held to account when they make mistakes, but it depends what the member means. If he's asking me our head's going to roll, well, that might satisfy some people, but I don't think that that's how we deal with staff who are operating a system which is under the level of pressure that our prison system is under. I think what we need to do is ensure that people are adequately trained and properly supported, and we have actually complemented the number of people working in the previous system as a way of ensuring that such errors don't happen in future, insofar as anyone can prevent human error. And when it comes to the issue of how a murderer can be released 4 times unaccompanied, to be clear, this is someone who has served the tariff on their sentence. A judge has made a decision that at the point of tariff, provided they pass a number of tests, they are free to be released on licence in the community. Now, we can either do that automatically, in which case this person will be always unaccompanied without any testing, or we can go through a process of pre-release testing as we do in the Northern Ireland Prison Service, where we first release people unaccompanied, on an accompanied basis, and then for short periods unaccompanied, which is what happened in this case. And that is the basic way the pre-release testing works. So yes, people who have committed quite heinous crimes, when they have served their sentence and when they have served the tariff, will be tested to see if they are ready to rehabilitate and move back into the community, and if they're capable of doing so. Failure to meet the requirements of the pre-release testing will lead to that not happening on that occasion. They will be then reverted through the testing system. But the alternative is that we simply open the prison door and let them go when they've served their tariff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Michael and Marjorie Caudry were innocent 83-year-old pensioners, butchered, I have to say, and I served in the district at the time, by Thomas McEntee in their own home. Only in Northern Ireland would 8 years later the killer be walking around free. There's something very wrong with our justice system, but specifically on pre-release testing. To describe an error where 13 times a double killer is released onto our streets as an administrative error is insulting to every victim affected. It is a catastrophic systems failure of training, of IT, of safeguards, of processes and of leadership. It is more than the pre-testing system that is not fit for purpose. It is the Minister. Would you agree?
Sure.
Well, I'm tempted to treat the member's TikTok preview with the contempt that it deserves. But given the seriousness of the issue, and given the fact that I've met with the family myself, I'm not going to do so. I'm going to give answers to these issues. It is not the only place in the UK where somebody who has committed murder would be released on licence after 8 years. So that is factually incorrect. There are many parts of these islands where people, after serving their minimum tariff, are released on compassionate grounds for short periods for pre-release testing, both accompanied and unaccompanied, and in different sets of circumstances. So that is a fallacy to start with. And it then goes on to predicate that there has been some failure of leadership in this. There was an administrative error. I have not, in any shape or form, sought to minimise the catastrophic impact on the Caudry family. But to make out that there was some systemic failure because someone failed to press a button on a computer I think is an outrageous allegation to make and an unfounded one. Any person can make an error, and someone did. My job as Minister in terms of leadership is to ensure that it will not be repeated and that all steps possible are taken to ensure that is the case. We have done that already by the quick review that we are doing in terms of how this happened. We've done it in terms of putting additional resource into the previous unit. We have done that in terms of looking at each of the other cases where we're dealing with a life sentence prisoner, and then in slower time, with the resource available to us, we would go ahead and we would do the rest. Mr. Speaker, if I wanted to get up here today and play the kind of petty and frankly grotesque politics the member is playing, I could raise the fact that none of this would have happened if our health service had been functioning.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. Minister, you indicated that Mr McEntee was not allowed to visit in the Portadown area, but on the occasions, the 4 occasions that he was unaccompanied, how can you be sure that he wasn't within the Portadown area?
It is part of his pre-release testing where he is and is not allowed to go. Were he to be seen by a passing patrol, by probation officers, or anyone else who reported his presence in that area, that would be an automatic failure of his pre-release testing. So when people are unaccompanied, it is what it says on the tin, they are unaccompanied and they are released, but that is not until after they have completed other parts of the pre-release testing process, which is there to test their conduct, their behaviour, both when they're accompanied and also when they're supervised. So, I mean, I think at that stage, you're talking about very short periods when it would be very difficult, frankly, for somebody to be able to make the journey that you're suggesting and not be identified as doing so.
Thank you. That concludes the urgent oral questions. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I just ask the Minister to review one of her answers, because I think it's taken us down a bit of a rabbit hole. She said that the restrictions on McEntee was he was not allowed in the Portadown area. The murders took place in Craigavon. It wasn't in the Portadown boundary. So I think it's a simple mistake. I think that's what it is. But it's worthwhile just clarifying what the restrictions were and give us a more detailed answer when you get the opportunity to do so.
I think if the member wishes to ask further questions, you can do that in writing. Point of order.
Speaker, I can probably make this simple for everybody, but I'm happy to take a question from the member. But I was asked the question, was he allowed in the Portadown area? I answered the question, no, he was not.
I can confirm that that was a question that was asked, so that's why I encourage Mr Beattie, if he wants to elaborate further, he can do that in writing. We now move back to the consideration stage of the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill, and I call Mr Brian Kingston.
Did he say my name? For goodness sake. For goodness sake.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise as a newly added member of the Committee for Finance for the DUP, and both I and my party welcome the purpose of this bill on deaths, stillbirths and baby loss. This will modernise the permitted manner of notification of any death to registrars to include the sending of documents by electronic means, and also to provide for the issuing of a certificate on request of a parent recognising the loss of a baby at any stage during pregnancy. The permission of electronic transfer of documents for the notification of any death was introduced as on a temporary basis during coronavirus. I know that this was appreciated by funeral directors, in particular meaning that they did not constantly have to travel to City Hall, in the case of Belfast, to hand-deliver documents that could have been more readily sent by email for verification. Rather than constantly extend that coronavirus coronavirus-themed emergency legislation, it was right that we and the Finance Minister legislate to permit on a permanent basis electronic communication by email without the reference to coronavirus. That is now before us, and I believe it is universally welcomed. This bill also provides for the issuing of a certificate recognising the loss of a baby at any stage during pregnancy, including at an early stage, if so requested by one of the parents. It is consistent with our pro-life position in the DUP that the loss of an unborn baby, including before 24 weeks gestation, in any circumstances, can be recognised and covered by this legislation. However, we stand over the proposed voluntary nature of the scheme, that these are provided if so requested by one of the parents, and that there should be no charge for the original and for a first copy of a certificate or an amended certificate. This legislation is intended to be compassionate and practical, and we welcome its progression to this consideration stage. Thank you.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I start off by thanking everyone today in this discussion. It has been extremely difficult for me, but the fact that everyone has spoken with care and compassion has just shown how much that we respect those grieving parents out there, and I thank all of the colleagues here for that. I would also like to thank the Minister for bringing this forward. It is, as others have said, Mr. Frew said earlier, this is the first piece of legislation that will allow people who have lost children during pregnancy under 24 weeks to at last have something concrete in their hand that they can hold that recognises that they had a child. So thank you for that. I'd also like to thank the committee because it couldn't have been easy to listen to the stories of those grieving parents. Having been a bereavement counsellor and been involved in hundreds of parents who have lost children, and of course I haven't hidden the fact that I have been suffered losses myself, it can be quite difficult. And also to anybody in this house who has been through the same situation as myself, or to anyone else listening, or any staff indeed within this building, I am very sorry for your loss. And I hope today that this piece of legislation will go a long way in helping you grieve for your child, and for us to recognise as government that your child survived, albeit for a short period of time. Mr. Speaker, I'll go straight to the clauses that have been brought forward today as amendments. The opposition to Clause 8, of course, Mr. Gaston has brought that forward. It's in his right to have his own considerations, but I came to this House to represent everyone, and I believe in the Code of Conduct for MLAs that we have to consider equality in all the things that we do. Therefore, I will not be supporting him. He may be opposed to Clause 8, but I don't think the majority of the House will be. With regards to Amendment 1, that the legislation would be laid within a time scale, I think, to be honest, that's relevant, because far too often in this House we do have the situation where we do legislation, and I know from my own experience being on the Committee for Communities, it's taking years for regulations to come forward. So, to be honest, we are giving a lot of hope to people outside of this chamber today who will be expecting to see something. And I think, to be fair to the Minister and his department, they have done an awful lot of work in the background and are almost there. So it wouldn't be such a stretch for them. Amendment 2, in the name of my colleague Owen Tennyson, as I've mentioned earlier in this debate, and I'll maybe bring this forward because Mr. Frew did say an important point earlier. We're talking about legislation here, something that when it's written down, it's law. So we're talking about whether or not to charge people for this. So here's something. We either charge for these certificates or we don't. There isn't an in-between. And the reason why I say that, and it's in reference to Amendment 3, which is the DUP amendment, who's holding a registration of who has applied for these baby loss certificates? I don't understand how that works. So we either charge for everything or we don't charge for it. Because if you're going to say, we'll give you so many free, and then the rest you'll have to pay for, that means there must be a list, a tally kept against that child's name or child's record of who has applied and how many times people have applied for a record, and that incurs costs. I don't think that that's appropriate. We just need to decide today, are we going to charge or are we not going to charge? So the way that the Minister has it within the document, within the legislation, is that there's the ability to charge. But I think, to be honest, as I said earlier, with regards to the Child Funeral Fund, we have already decided in this Assembly that we will provide funding so that a parent doesn't have to pay for a child under the age of 18's funeral. But why are we then asking for parents who have lost a child under 24 weeks of pregnancy to have to pay for a baby loss certificate? I will.
Way. So the amendment is to safeguard so that no parent would have to pay for a certificate, because the amendment states in writing that the certificate would be free and the first copy of the certificate would be free. Why did we go for 2 certificates? Is because there might be cases where the mother and the father, or the other parent for that matter, would be estranged, and so at least they would have a copy each. And that's safeguarding. This amendment is to safeguard that no parent would have to be charged for a baby loss certificate.
And I can appreciate in a perfect world we would just have a mother and father involved. But what happens if they do become estranged and then a new partner comes into the relationship, they adopt the child, and they adopt the other family members and want to have a copy? I think grandparents, sisters, brothers, aunts, uncles, there could be many other people who are looking for this. I think if we're going to consider legislation on an equal footing, then we have to consider that anybody who loses a child over 24 weeks, they don't have to pay for funerals, they don't have to pay for that because we reimburse that. But we're charging people below. And this is part of the problem of what we're getting into here in the debate of the harm that this can cause. There is no difference in the grief, but we're making a difference financially. And I think, to be honest, we have to be fair to everyone and just say that they either pay or they don't pay, and that will be up to the House. It's my preferred opinion that if we're going to treat others after 24 weeks of pregnancy to have basically free services, that we should do nothing different for people whose babies pass away before 24 weeks. The register is something perhaps the Minister could come back to us. If there is, you can get some certificates for free and the rest you'll have to pay for. How is that going to be managed and how is that going to be worked on? For example, I started off life as Kelly McGrattan. I got married and I became Kelly Armstrong. I didn't have a youngster when I was McGrattan, but I could have had. So how do we know who the father is, and are we going to ask for a lot of details? I think we're starting to get into a convolution here that doesn't need to happen. With regards to Amendment 4, I get it. I absolutely get it. But I have to say that putting Amendment 4 and Amendment 5 down on the face of the bill is a waste of time. There are regulations already talked about coming forward, and I believe that it's not for this House to tell a grieving parent what should or shouldn't be on a baby loss certificate. I think it is for grieving parents to decide that, and they should be part of that development of the regulations, and they should be the people who decide what goes onto the face of a bill. I said earlier, not every parent, including myself, knows what gender their child is, has been able to give that child a name. It might even be convoluted as to what date the child was lost on. So let's be very careful and let's be as flexible and open as possible to have an opportunity to provide a baby loss certificate, which is something so special for so many people. Let's not convolute it too much and make it too difficult. Sorry, yes.
Agree with me that the very reason for bringing this bill forward in the first place was to actually try and make up for trauma that has been caused to so many mummies like yourself who have lost their babies, and to be able to allow them to have a recognition that that baby existed, and that by making this more convoluted, all we're doing is just adding to trauma that has been ongoing in some cases for many, many years.
And I thank the member for that. It leads me on very nicely into Amendment 5. I'm sorry, folks, but I cannot support Amendment 5, and I am going to say this very honestly from my heart. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. I have sat in more rooms than enough as a bereavement counsellor, and even when I was being counselled myself, with women who have had to struggle with the term abortion being used with respect to their miscarriage. And while I absolutely 100% respect a woman's right to choose, I absolutely respect a woman's right to grieve. And for some women to have termination, the word termination or the word abortion associated with her loss is devastating. I remember seeing spontaneous abortion at a time when I could not understand why my body had not carried children. And it was very harmful for my mental health, and I know it has been very harmful for a lot of women's mental health. And people have talked here today very kindly about, Miss Forsyth, your speech was very, very moving for me, recognising as soon as you get pregnant, you have all these thoughts and wishes and dreams for this baby that's going to be coming along, and then your body expels it. And you don't know why, and somebody calls it an abortion, and you think, do they think that I got rid of my child, the one that I wanted? And it's very difficult. So I will beg this House to please leave the regulations as flexible as possible and not to use emotive language in the face of this bill that will mean that when a woman or a man or a grandparent or whoever goes to apply for a baby loss certificate, that they have to tick whether or not they want to say how they lost their baby. That this is a baby loss certificate, it's not a medical procedure certificate. Yes. Could I please ask the House just to be kind and to keep what we intend this to do going? Let the regulations deal with this, let the bereaved parents deal with this, let the Minister of Finance and his officials deal with this in a flexible way that will cover all those who wish to apply for a baby loss certificate to do so, without having to specify. I will.
Thank the member for giving way, but it's a misrepresentation to state that the term abortion will appear. It's a case of opening it up that those that have suffered an abortion can and should by right be able to apply for this scheme. Nobody is saying that the term abortion will be on certificates. Nobody is saying that the term abortion will be listed on the form. And I think that's a misrepresentation of the heart behind bringing these amendments.
And I thank the member for his contribution, but I'm a legislator the same as he is, and I don't read it the same way that you think you've written it. The Amendment 5 reads, Clause 11, page 5, line 37, at end insert. 3A, the regulations must provide for the issue of a certificate following a termination of pregnancy. A termination of pregnancy. That will be on the face of the bill, that will be in the face of the Act, and that's what I really am asking this House not to do. We have the opportunity in Clause 11 to cover all instances and reasons, and we don't need to go into the reasons why. I will.
Yes, absolutely. This will appear on the face of the bill, and that is the whole purpose of it, because in previous debates, abortion wasn't counted. Is to ensure that it's given its place within the bill, that those that have suffered an abortion, whether it's through a medical termination or through their own choice, that if they wish to avail of a certificate, they can get it.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm one of those grieving parents, and my last loss involved a medical abortion, which was it was just very difficult for me, and I find this terminology offensive, callous, lacks understanding, and I also think it lacks any type of conversation with any women who have been through any of this, because none of us want to see this on the face of the bill. What we currently have in Clause 11 is enough. We do not need this amendment. We do not need to re-traumatise and harm people just because they lost a child before 24 weeks in pregnancy. Mr. Speaker, it's been difficult today. I believe that in this House, irrespective of what our positions are on very technical points of law, we're all in agreement. We need to have baby loss certificates. We need to provide people with that piece of paper that finally confirms that they were pregnant, had a baby. That baby may no longer be here, but there's a certificate there that they can apply for and have. I fully believe that in the early days of this certificate becoming available, there will be an influx of people of all ages and all genders will be applying for these forms, because for years in Northern Ireland we haven't had the opportunity to do so. I believe that this is the right thing to do, that we haven't put a limit on the time as appears in other places. I think that it's kinder. There's also an unknown element to this of how these certificates will eventually be produced. It may well be something that you can apply for and print or choose to print yourself, or you may wish to have a formal printing process done where you're given a certificate, a bit like a death certificate. So there's lots of options still to come forward, and I do honestly believe, Minister, and your department, through the regulations, that you will bring forward what bereaved parents want and what bereaved parents need. Today, all I would ask people is to say, you need to think about this crack about charging people. You either have it in or you don't have it in. There's no halfway house here, because the halfway house is going to cost a lot of money, and it will require you to get data protection information of grieving parents at a time when they just want a certificate for their dead child. I think that we should be thinking about getting this passed and through as quickly as possible, and I have every belief that the officials are almost there. I know that the consultation piece is over. There have been a lot of input into it. I know I was one of the ones that put a consultation response in, and I'm very grateful as a grieving parent to be able to do that. I think that we're almost there, and that we can have this done within this financial year, never mind within the mandate. So all I would say to everyone is, as someone who is so grateful for this coming forward, thank you so much, Minister, and thank you to your department. Thank you to the committee for the work that you have done listening to grieving parents. I think we're doing something special here. I don't think there's a row about this. I think this is something that is outstanding. This is something that shows this Assembly has a heart and has compassion for its fellow neighbours, friends and family. And I thank you for that. Thank you.
Jerry Call.
Mr. Speaker, said this before, Mr. Speaker, but the broad aims of this bill are important for everyone who has experienced a baby loss, death or stillbirth. I want to commend everybody who's spoken out, including the previous member and other members in this House who've experienced sort of sadness and tragedy. But I do think, Mr. Speaker, there are gaps in the bill, and I've raised this before. I think it's completely unconscionable that the Department and the Minister is including the provision to charge for certificates, and I've been consistent on that. And for me, the reason given is not strong or robust enough. The only argument that I've heard from the Department and the Minister is the point that somebody in the future may ask for a large number of certificates and thus cost the Department money. That's the kind of my reading of the explanation given, and I've said this before. And in the committee, I think that shows a contemptible view of the public. Not only that, but will cause harm and probably trauma for people who have suffered and been bereaved, and thus actually rendering the bill's aims redundant and counterproductive. And I think Amendment 2 and 3 deals with this. And I think 2 is stronger, and I urge people to support Amendment 2. Amendment 4 seems okay from the face of it, unless there's other motives from the member, but I'd be interested in hearing from the Minister on it. But also I take note of comments from Kelly Armstrong and Steve Aiken as well. I think Amendment 5, Mr. Speaker, is trying to stigmatise women who have had terminations, putting people under the pressure in the future that they may think that they need a certificate, or a certificate will be compulsory to mention their termination. And I think it looks like it's designed to create a chill factor around a healthcare issue for women, and I'll be opposing it for that reason. I urge others to do so as well. Amendment 6 strengthens up the accountability mechanisms in the House and for the committee, and ensure that regulations and certificates match what the public and bereaving parents want and expect. And we heard from Forget Me Not, the language is important and essential, and in bereavement that's really, really important as well, that the actual legislation, which can often be misunderstood, can seem dry and come across as not being compassionate even when it's trying to be. The language is really, really important in this case, especially as well. Clause 8, Mr. Speaker, deals with the rights for same-sex couples. I think it's ironic, cruelly ironic, that parties who talk about women's rights to attack trans people cannot allow or stomach same-sex parents, women, the chance to register a birth and a stillbirth. And I would highlight that hypocrisy. This clause makes a step forward for parents who are non-birth mothers, although there's an anomaly and a gap, whichever is on the committee, Mr. Speaker, and with the Minister. Constituents of mine who go through IVF treatment in the south don't have the same rights to register birth or stillbirth in the north, and I don't think we can have a partitioned approach for same-sex parents and so many families. Final issue, Mr Speaker, from my end, and I tried to introduce an amendment on this issue, but I was told it was connected to Westminster legislation. I raise it because I think it's something that the Minister needs to tackle with, and the Health Minister as well, is the lack of bereavement support nurses and services in place, and the member previously touched upon it. So we likely will, with this legislation passing, have large numbers of bereaved people coming forward, which is their right, with the bill hopefully passing into law. I think there's no coordination, Mr Speaker, or plan in place for ministers to address this. And I note my Assembly question, answer rather, Mr Speaker, on this, where we found that in the Belfast Trust there's one bereavement services coordinator. The Southern Health Trust has none, Northern Health Trust one, and bereavement nurses are either one or non-existent. Bereavement midwives are either 2, 1 or non-existent. So I think there's a massive issue, Minister, with the good aims of this bill, that people are going to be coming forward traumatised and having obviously issues they need to express, and the support unfortunately isn't there. And this is not to denote or downplay the important work done by healthcare workers already. Those people, small numbers of people under pressure, and the volunteering groups are doing tremendous work, but I don't think that the services are really in place. And with respect, I don't hear a plan from yourself, Minister, through the Chair, or the Health Minister to try and address that as well. So thank you.
I call the Minister, Mr John O'Dowd, to respond.
Thank you, Chair. I want to begin by thanking all members who have contributed to the debate on this important matter. As members will be aware, the key aims of the bill are to firstly place the temporary processes contained within the Coronavirus Act 2020, which enable the remote registration of deaths and stillbirths and electronic transfer of registration of documents on a permanent footing. Secondly, to rectify the differences in birth and stillbirth registration processes for some opposite-sex and same-sex female parents. And thirdly, to enable the making of a secondary legislation for the introduction of baby loss certificate scheme. The first matter I will cover is the member's indication that he will oppose, Mr Galston, that he will oppose the question of clause 8 on the schedule stand part of the bill. This is of course a decision for Mr Galston. Clause 8 on the schedule relate directly to one of the key aspects of the bill, which is to rectify differences in birth and stillbirth registration processes between opposite sex and same-sex female couples. Clause 8 on the schedule are important parts of the bill, as it will ensure that both unmarried and non-civil partner couples have access to the same registration procedures regardless of whether they're same-sex or opposite-sex couples. There is currently an inequality in the birth and stillbirth registration process that has existed for some time, and it is right that these disparities in processes are rectified through this bill. The provisions in the bill which ensure that these inequalities are removed and that all couples have the same options for registration of birth or stillbirth. I would ask that the member considers the importance of this issue and vote, or members consider the importance of this issue and vote to ensure that Clause 8 on the schedule stand part of the bill. Moving to Mr Tennyson's amendment number 1. The intention of this change of word from may to shall is to ensure that the Department is required to make regulations and to remove any possibility that the Department may decide not to progress them. I am aware of the importance of this scheme to families who have experienced an early pregnancy loss. This scheme will offer families the same formal recognition as those who are affected by the death of a loved one or stillbirth. For the families, the certificate will confirm that their baby existed, and I hope it will help them navigate the grieving process. I would therefore assure the member that it is my intention that the regulations which outline the content of the baby loss certificate scheme will be progressed as soon as possible, with the aim of having the scheme operational by the end of this financial year. Officials are currently in the process of drafting the regulations for the scheme, and these will start the legislative process through the draft affirmative route as soon as the bill receives royal assent. I recognise the desires of members within the Assembly to see the scheme operational as quickly as possible, and that too is my desire. Based on what I have outlined previously, I do not feel that an amendment to the wording is strictly necessary, as it has always been my intention to bring forward secondary legislation without delay. However, I am content to accept the amendment as it supports the route that I intend to follow to bring forward regulations for baby loss certificate scheme as soon as possible. Turning to Amendment 2 from Mr Tennyson, which in relation to the charging of fees for baby loss certificates, specifically Amendment 2 proposes that no applicant should be required to pay a fee for a baby loss certificate. As members will be aware, the question of whether there should be fees for baby loss certificate is highly emotive. From the outset, it has been my intention that this should be a compassionate scheme which is open to anyone who has suffered a loss early in pregnancy. While a certificate will not undo the pain of they suffer, it can provide formal recognition of the loss and validate their grief. For this reason, it has always been my view that there should be no charge when someone applies for a baby loss certificate. The question of fees was also considered extensively as part of the Finance Committee scrutiny of Clause 11.1, and I am grateful for the Committee's detailed report in this regard. The Committee's view, as set out in their budget report, was also that there should be no charge for baby loss certificate. At the end of the scrutiny, they did not recommend or table any amendments to the bill, noting that any charges would need to be approved by the Assembly when the baby loss regulations are brought forward. I consequently believe there is consensus that no fee should be charged for a baby loss certificate. However, this amendment goes further, requiring that no fee be levied for any baby loss certificate. It would require that a first, second, third or fourth subsequent copy of the certificate should also be free. It would also set the scheme apart from other certificates, and members understandably refer to equality in this matter and ensuring everybody was treated equally. All other life event certificates, for a copy, if you request a copy, there's a charge attached. Now, this is somewhat, I'm sure it's difficult for all members discussing money and fees in this context, but that's the difficulty, and I wasn't being patronising to Mr Tennyson when I was commenting or introducing legislation rather than motions. The point I was trying to make is that when you're doing legislation, you do have to write it in a way which does, as best as you can, incorporate powers that will deal with any circumstances that come about in the future, rather than regretting in the future that you did have the powers to act and then having to go through the process again, which in itself costs money and time and all those things. So I think it's better for the department to have a power, and I'll come on to the DUP amendment in a moment, than to have no power. But the real power rests in the Assembly, because any regulations brought forward, if, and we could go around the chamber and talk about different ifs, if a circumstance was to arise. But on the basis of equality, all other life events, the certificate, a copy of, there's a charge. So if we're going to have equality in these matters, then I think there's a reference point for us all. So for the reasons I've outlined, I oppose the amendment put down by Owen. However, to ensure that no family will face the cost of a first baby loss certificate, I propose to amend the bill at further consideration stage. Because I do not want to exclude the possibility of any fees in the future, I have asked my officials to work with Ms Forsyth and Mr Frew, whose amendment is closer to my own position, to develop an amendment to the bill for the Assembly to consider. This work will be able to take account of the results of our public consultation, which asked the public for their views on the appropriateness of fees, and it will give the Department flexibility to charge fees in the future, subject to the agreement of the Assembly, should it become necessary. For these reasons, I cannot support Amendment 2 and urge members to reject it to allow us to develop a narrower provision for inclusion at further consideration stage. As I've said in relation to Amendment 3, which is from Paul Frew and Deanne Forsyth, Amendment 3 deals with the same matters as in Amendment 2, the charging of fees for baby loss certificates. It's proposed that the bill is amended to ensure that the regulations may not provide for the charging of fees for a certificate or the first copy of a certificate, but it will allow for charging of fees for a second or subsequent copy of a certificate if need be. Although the drafting of this amendment is not exactly as I would like it, the amendment aligns with my view that there should not be a fee for the first certificate. I also recognise the flexibility it retains for the Department to propose fees in some likely quite limited circumstances in the future, again subject to approval of the Assembly. Yeah.
Minister, thank you so much for giving way, and I normally don't interrupt a minister whenever they're speaking, but just clarify then that will this mean then that you'll have to hold a register of all parents then who apply for a baby loss certificate?
Whether there's fees or not, I think it would be proposed that we would have a register of parents who have applied for a certificate and hold it for at least 5 years. So that would be the proposal moving forward. There would have to be some form of data held under obviously quite sensitive and proper procedures, but the process with or without fees would be to hold the data for at least 5 years. So that would be the process. So for these reasons, I'm content to support the amendment in principle and to work with Ms Forsyth and Ms Frew to propose additional amendments at further consideration stage. Moving to amendment number 4 from Mr Gaston.
I really do appreciate the member giving way on this because he has spoke to our amendment, and because of his charitable stance and the fact that our amendment was very close and very similar to his principle on this, and given what he has said about bringing a department amendment at further consideration stage, just so the House is clear, we will not then move our amendment today to allow the department the time and the space to develop an amendment in this principle. And we'll always have the right to bring forward our amendment again at further consideration stage if need be. But we would be trusting in the Minister, given what he has said there. Thank you, Minister.
Thank the member for those comments. It's been nice to me a lot today. So your move to the Justice Committee has done you the world of good. But no, I do appreciate the manner and tone which all members have approached this debate, and throughout the entire process. Of course, there's going to be difference of opinions on various matters around these things, but I do think members have at best been. Yeah, just 1 second. Have been at best to try and ensure that we approach this in a mature and dignified manner. Go ahead.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Minister, it's clear that there will not be support for Amendment 2, and in the spirit of allowing space and time for the Department to do further work in collaboration with Ms Forsyth and Mr Frew, I won't move Amendment 2 as part of the voting process.
Again, I appreciate the members' approach to this matter and the desire for many in the room to have consensus as we move forward. Amendment number 4 proposes introduction of subsection 3A to clause 11 to specify fields such as the name and sex of the baby that should be included at the content of a baby loss certificate. The amendment also proposes the inclusion of a statement of the certificate recognising that the baby is a member of the applicant's family. Clause 11 enables the Department to make regulations that will provide for the recognition of any loss that occurs, and any loss that occurs before the end of the 24th week of pregnancy. The regulations will set out the specification for the certificate scheme and provide for the content of the baby loss certificate. These regulations will be brought before the Assembly through the draft affirmative route, which will enable all members to consider and debate their contents. I have always emphasised that the scheme would reflect the requirements of those who have experienced the loss, and that their views and opinions would help to shape the scheme. To this end, my department carried out a public consultation exercise between the 17th of June and 12th of September. More than 1,100 responses were received, with people taking the opportunity to provide their views on the content of the scheme and the information they would like to see included on a basic baby loss certificate. And I want to thank each and every one of those 1,100 respondents who I'm sure it was very, very difficult for many of them to respond to this consultation, but they did for the betterment of all, and I think it's a credit to them that they have done so. The baby loss certificate will include a number of details that respondents to the consultation exercise have indicated they wanted to be included. We expect this will include the name and sex of the baby where that can be detailed, along with the date and place of loss and the parents' details. We also expect that the applicants for baby loss certificates will not need to provide all of this information. They will be able to provide as much or as little information as they wish. I am also confident that the parents and families who have experienced loss already consider their baby to be a member of their family. We will bring forward a full report on the findings from our public consultation in due course, but there was no suggestion during the process or in discussions with stakeholders that a statement is required on the certificate to recognise the baby was the member of the family. However, there was a clear wish for the certificate to be similar to other life events certificates as possible, and none include such statements. As I have outlined, it is vitally important that the scheme reflects the requirements of those who have experienced a loss. The bill and the subsequent regulations will provide for that, and the Assembly will have to consider them in detail. I therefore don't feel that it is necessary to make changes to Clause 11 as proposed by Amendment 4. Again, moving on to Mr Gaston's Amendment 5. proposes the insertion of subsection 3A following clause 11.3 to specify that the regulations must provide for the issue of a certificate following the termination of pregnancy. I'm going to take Mr Gaston on his word on what he has presented to the Assembly today for his motivation behind this amendment. And if I take him on his word, then I think, in fairness, the ruling of this, or the comments of the Speaker in relation to the comments of the Deputy Speaker, who was in the chair at that time, has clarified that position. And then I think when you look at clause 11.2, it clearly states the regulations may provide for the recognition of any loss which is not a stillbirth within the meaning of the 1976 order. That encapsulates the concerns that Mr Gaston has expressed today. And therefore, if the bill already encapsulates your thinking on these matters, then I do not see any reason for this amendment, and I will not be supporting your amendment. In relation to Amendment 6 from Mr Tennyson, I will now, to omitting clause 11.3e and inserting a new 3a to include provisions that the draft of the regulations must be laid before and approved by resolution of the Assembly. The amendment also proposes that the regulations must be laid before the Assembly within 12 weeks, beginning on the day on which royal assent is received. Again, I think it's an admirable proposal or amendment, but the difficulty in it is in terms of the unintended consequences of it if, for whatever reason, the Department is not able to produce those regulations within the 12 weeks. And if there's going to be difficulties arise with those regulations, and they will arise whether we have this amendment or not, but the difficulty arises further from that is that it may call into question the validity of that piece of legislation if we don't produce it within 12 weeks. So again, I would ask the member to consider. I think it's a well-intentioned amendment, and I can understand the frustration of the general public at times and the delays of not only of legislation being passed in this place, but the enactment of this legislation. But I think everyone will agree that my officials within the department, and indeed in cooperation with the Department of Health, have been working their way through this process admirably. Well, certainly.
Thank the Minister for giving way, and unfortunately I have to say I will be moving this amendment because there have been a number of delays around baby loss certification schemes. Issues only arise if the Department doesn't meet what it has committed to in relation to delivering the scheme. It is said by the end of the calendar year. This gives you 3 months from royal assent, so there's no reason if you're going to deliver within that time frame why you wouldn't accept that commitment on the face of the bill.
And again, I say I accept the motivations behind the amendment, but it's just the unintended consequences of it. If, and as I said, my officials are working their way through this at pace, but if you run into an unexpected problem, you're going to run into it whether you have your amendment or not. The problem is if your amendment is on the statute, we could call into question the legality of the entire process. But look, you've set out your position and I've set out mine. In relation to the last proposal, so in relation to Mr Gaston's comments that I've covered the issue earlier and emphasised the importance of clause 8 in the schedule in the bill. The provision will ensure that inequalities in birth and stillbirth processes are removed and that all couples have the same same options for the registration of a birth or a stillbirth. I would urge members to reflect on the importance of the equality in the registration process for different couples and support the inclusion of the schedule in the bill. And I draw my remarks to a close there, Mr Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Timothy Gaston to wind.
Very much, Mr Speaker, and indeed I want to thank the members that through their tone they might not agree with the amendments that I brought forward today, but we've all had a good discussion on them, and I trust that they see the heart that's behind the amendments that I have brought to this House today. And regardless of the outcome of today's debate, due to my amendments being tabled, this bill firmly applies and recognises where either through choice or led by medical evidence that aborted babies will be included in this scheme. This was not the case in the previous debate at an earlier stage. We have moved in this House, and I certainly welcome that we now recognise that those babies lost through abortion can't be left and need to be recognised, and that is a change in direction of this House. The life of a baby starts at conception, and it's important that life is recognised and included in this certificate scheme. If, and this is the clarity that I've tried to bring today, only if the parent wishes to avail of a certificate. The inclusion of my amendments won't automatically mean that those that have lost a baby through abortion will automatically get a certificate. And that, as I've said earlier on, is a misrepresentation of my stance. Mr O'Toole, going through a few of the speakers, started off as the chairman of the committee in the first instance. He wanted to thank the 40 responses at committee stage, and he paid tribute to those that gave personal testimonies, and I'm sure that was very delicate, and I'm sure that was very traumatic, but also it has to be acknowledged that those that have gave their own personal testimonies needs recognised, and we must commend them for that. Mr O'Toole then went on to speak on behalf of the SDLP, but I wondered throughout his contribution if he was speaking on behalf of everyone in his party, or were those that sit in the back benches sympathetic to some of the amendments that I put forward today. Regarding Amendment 4, he said he didn't object to it in principle. Amendment 5, he voiced his objections, but what I would say that Stormont decides principles, civil servants fill in the details, but it's the principle that no grieving parent is excluded. It belongs to this House to make sure it's on the bill. And previous debates, as I've said earlier, previous debates didn't include those lives lost through termination. Gemma Dolan was up next speaking on behalf of Sinn Féin. She said that I oppose equality and cause division. And just to clarify once again that my amendments reflect basic first day biology. It's a biology lesson, and that's where my opposition to the schedule comes from. Diane Forsyth was up next, and I must say it was a heartfelt contribution. I really felt there was a genuine stance in some of the thoughts that she put forward. And she reminded this House that death is a part of life that we all must navigate. A concern was raised then shortly after regarding the sex of the baby, and Miss Armstrong came in to say that not all babies you can understand or you know what their sex is. And just to clarify and to clear that up, that what I am proposing is that there be an appendix to the form in terms of sex and name. No one needs to leave anything blank. If they don't know, they don't have to fill in the appendix at all. This is about the personhood of the unborn child. So I trust that that clarifies Clause 11, subsection 3b. That no, yes, happy to.
Thank the member for giving way on that point, and as I said during my contribution, I don't actually object to what the member is proposing per se in that instance. But does he not agree that given that we have done a 12-week consultation and many bereaved parents have taken the time to respond to that, it would be wrong of us to proceed in primary legislation before we've had an opportunity to actually account of their views and listen to them?
Indeed, the Minister said that there was 1,100 responses to the consultation. I'd like to thank every one of them that have submitted their views. But no, I think it's appropriate at this stage that this chamber makes a decision and includes this clause at this stage. And I hope with that clarity that members in the House will indeed back this amendment. Diane then went on to speak in support of the amendment tabled by herself and Paul Frew. I note now that it has been removed pending the outcome of what the Minister has said. Mr Tennyson was up next. He said debates such as this are triggering and that language matters. And I trust that members will see today from my language, from the way I presented my amendments, that I have tried to do that. Amendment 4 opposes He doesn't oppose it essentially, but he'll oppose it anyway, and I believe his contribution will reflect that. Number 5, regarding his comments, be assured that this has nothing to do with a culture war, and it's disingenuous to try and label me as entering in to that sphere. And indeed, it was the member that brought in this culture war into this debate when he went to the press at the weekend to misrepresent my stance and my party's stance on these issues. And again, in Mr Tennyson's contribution, biology doesn't matter according to the Gospel of Owen. Amendment, so we then, opposition to amendment number 6. Mr Ekin, Dr Ekin was next. He talked about dealing with this in compassionate terms, and it's important to get this right, and I trust and believe the Chamber has done that today. Mr Ekin went on to thank all those that had gave evidence. Deirdre Hargey was up giving us the typical equality speech. She said that I was demonising women. That is a misrepresentation of my stance, and it's nothing and does not reflect the heart I have behind these matters. Happy enough to take a point?
I think as a woman with experience, I speak from a point of experience on these issues, yes.
But at the same time, just because I'm a man doesn't mean that my views don't count. And I trust that when I have presented my arguments today, it's been done in a sensitive manner. Next up, we had Mr Frew, and he welcomed very jollily that we were dealing with legislation, and indeed thanked the staff on the committee that he has now left. I'm not sure if they're glad to get rid of him or not, but he certainly was in his element today when he was putting forward his debate. And he did point out that this is the first place in the British Isles to legislate for baby loss certificates. And don't let this be lost in the debate we've had today, that everybody in this House is supportive of this scheme. But it's just a case of some members have a different interpretation of things that need to be included. But don't let that take away where we are and where we're going. Brian Kingston was first up after lunch. This bill is consistent with the pro-life stance of the DUP, and he agrees with the voluntary nature of those that want to opt in or indeed don't want to avail of the scheme at all. Kelly Armstrong was up next and spoke about how hard the debate has been for herself today. I just want to pay tribute to Kelly for giving her own personal experiences, and not just today, but I've heard it in my short time in this chamber, and I must commend her for that. Yes, we might agree on some things and disagree on another, but it doesn't stop me recognising a heartfelt contribution, and that's what Kelly has indeed brought to this debate. But at some stages throughout the debate, she has misrepresented. And in my intervention, I did point out that nobody is suggesting that on a certificate or on the form the word termination or abortion should be included. And that's simply wrong to try and peddle that and leave that at my feet, because that's not the heart, that's not what we want to achieve. And indeed, from Kelly's intervention, the word abortion appearing anywhere in legislation, she seems to take exception from that. And I do realise that that term can trigger, but it's legislation we're dealing with here. And indeed, I feel it's something that I do support, and my amendments deserve a place on this bill. We had Mr Carroll up next. Jerry talked about the gaps in the bill. He has an issue with charging for certificates. Amendment 4, he said, seems reasonable. Amendment 5, he talked about stigmatising women and creating a chill factor. Once again, that's certainly not right. And I trust members today, throughout my contribution, will take on board the nature that has come forward and the heart behind it and my intentions for the amendment. So on that note, my final statement, I suppose, to the House is, to sum all that up, my concern is that those who are opposed to include my amendments in this bill are those that don't agree that conception starts at birth. In a minute, I'm proudly pro-life, It's issues like this that brought me to the chamber, and every opportunity I have to raise these issues, raise these concerns, I indeed will get to my feet to make them. My faith guides my contributions in this chamber, and that's why I'm opposed to Schedule 8. That's why I have tabled the amendments that's before the House this evening. Happy to give way.
Thank the member for his intervention. Would the member agree with me that if you can acknowledge one member's heartfelt contribution as a woman with experience, the honourable, decent thing would be to acknowledge both women who spoke from the same perspective, rather than accusing of the usual equality stance?
Anybody that spoke from a personal capacity, whether it be a committee, whether it's been in this chamber, I certainly acknowledge that. I acknowledge the hurt and pain that they have went through. I have sincerity in doing that, but that doesn't stop me bringing forward the amendment in the manner that I have. So anybody that has lost a child through miscarriage, through termination, I fully have sympathy for them. I fully have sympathy for them, and that's one of the reasons I brought my amendment on abortion, that those at times that have aborted a baby do regret it later in life. Those that have a miscarriage grieve the loss of that child. How could you not grieve the loss of any child? Being a father, I know how much that my children mean to me, and I would strongly support this scheme in that if my wife was in the same position, that I could recognise that child, I could name that child. And that is what is the heart behind my amendments here today. So I will be moving the amendments tabled in my name on that basis.
Thank you. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated Mr Gaston's opposition to Clause 8, but the question will be put in the positive. I would also advise members that Mr Gaston's opposition to Clause 8 is linked to his opposition to the question that the schedule stand part as Clause 8 gives effect to the schedule. The question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 9. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 9. The question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 10. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 10. The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 1 has already been debated. I call Owen Tennyson to move formally Amendment 1.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 5, line 24, leave out may and insert shall. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated and is mutually exclusive with Amendment 3. Therefore, if Amendment 2 is agreed to, I'll not call Amendment 3. I call Owen Tennyson to formally move Amendment 2.
Not moved, Mr Speaker.
Okay. And Amendment 2 is not moved. Not moved. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call Paul Frew to move formally Amendment 3.
Not moved, Mr Speaker.
Amendment 3 is not moved. Not moved. We now move to Amendment 4 that has already been debated. I call Timothy Gaston to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 5, line 37, and third words as printed in the martial list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes.
Order. Members will resume their seats. Question is that Amendment 4 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Diane Forsyth and Timothy Gaston. Teller for the noes are Gemma Dolan and Linda Dillon. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
Members. Order. Members resume their seats, please. Clerk, read the result.
74 members voted, 23 members voted aye, 51 members voted no. The amendment is not made.
The amendment falls. The amendment falls. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call Timothy Gaston to formally move Amendment 5.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 5, line 37, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Order. I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27 1A B that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to division. So can I now have tellers? Do we have tellers? Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers to the ayes are Timothy Gaston and Brian Kingston. Tellers to the noes are Gemma Doolan, Linda Dillon. Clear the lobbies. The House will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
Secure the doors.
Order. Clerk, read the result.
76 members voted, 23 members voted aye, 53 members voted no. The amendment is not made.
The amendment falls. The amendment falls. Move to Amendment 6, which has already been debated. I call on Tennyson to formally move Amendment 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed is clause 11, page 6, line 5. Leave out subsection and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Order, again, been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27, brackets 1A, brackets B, that there is an agreement that we can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? You know. Yeah. Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as swallows. Tellers to the ayes are Connie Egan and Stuart Dixon. Tellers to the noes are Linda Dillon and Gemma Doolan. Clear the lobbies. Assembly divide. Ayes to right. Noes to my left. Secure the doors.
That's 50.
50. Okay. Order, members, resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
68 members voted, 18 members voted aye, 50 members voted no. The amendment is not made.
The amendment falls. The amendment falls. The question is that Clause 11 as amendment stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 12. The question is that Clause 12 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No amendments have, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 13. The question is that Clause 13 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Before I put the schedule stand part, before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated Timothy Gaston's opposition to the schedule, but the question we put in the positive as usual. The question is that the schedule stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. That concludes the consideration stage of the deaths, stillbirths and baby loss bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. And can I thank all of those who participated in the debate. It was done in a very constructive and positive way, and I appreciate your efforts. If members take their ease before we move to the next item of business.
Members, the next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals, number 2, order, Northern Ireland 2025, be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I seek in today's debate the Assembly's approval for the Coronavirus Act 2020 extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals, number 2, order, Northern Ireland 2025, SR 2025, number 151. The motion is that this order be approved. I'm grateful to the Justice Committee and to the Examiner of Statutory Rules for their scrutiny of the order. Article 2 of this order extends the provisions allowing courts and statutory tribunals in Northern Ireland to receive evidence, wholly or in part, using audio or video conferencing systems commonly referred to as live links. These are primarily video systems which are utilised to facilitate the attendance of persons participating in any court or tribunal hearing remotely. These provisions are in addition to legislation which allows the use of video link for a specific witness or defendant, with all other participants attending within the courtroom. This extension will allow us to maintain access to a digital tool which has proved to be an essential element of the toolkit for addressing the backlog of cases accrued during and since the pandemic to March 2026. Members will recall from the debates on similar motions for approval in 2024 and earlier this year that we are intending to put in place new primary legislation to provide a long-term legislative solution for live links in courts and tribunals. The Justice Bill, which will ultimately resolve this issue if enacted, was introduced last year and is currently at committee stage. Meanwhile, this further extension will allow us to maintain efficacy in the system. It will offer an avenue for wider access for participation in the courts, where a judge is satisfied that is in the interests of justice. I remain keen to have the Justice Bill in place as soon as reasonably practical, but it will be well into next year before that can happen, as the committee stage for the bill has been extended to March 2026. I'm conscious of the concern expressed in past debates on similar motions about relying on emergency-related legislation, and wish there was a practical alternative to continuing to rely on these provisions as a temporary measure. But there is, in my view, justification in that the legacy of the pandemic continues to have an impact on the justice system today. Northern Ireland, similar to the other jurisdictions within the UK, has since the pandemic suffered a persistent backlog within the criminal courts. During the pandemic, more cases were received and disposed within the criminal courts, which meant that the number of outstanding cases rose. The Department's analysis of live case numbers at any stage and of processing times for cases completed at courts in the years 2019-2020 to 2024-2025 indicate that the pandemic not only had an impact at that time, but continues to do so. For example, the total number of live Crown Court cases from the point at which a person is charged or informed has risen from 940 cases at the 1st of March 2020 to a peak of 1,642 cases on the 1st of April 2022, and remains high at 1,591 cases on the 1st of April 2025, up 69.3% from the figure on March 1st, 2020. The number of adult magistrates' court cases from the point at which a person is charged has also risen, from 25,604 cases at the 1st of March 2020 to a peak of 30,555 cases at April 1st, 2021, and remains high at 29,854 cases on the 1st of April 2025, which is an increase up 16% from the figure at March 2020. There have also been percentage increases for the same periods for live cases in the Crown Court. From the first court date after the Public Prosecution Service decision to prosecute for Crown Court cases, the level of 898 cases at March 2020 rose to a peak of 1,612 cases on April 1st, 2022, and remains high at 1,585 on April 1st, 2025. That is up 76.5% for Crown Court from the figure on the 1st of March 2020. Within the adult magistrates court cases, from first court date after public prosecution service to decision to prosecute, the number has risen as a result of the pandemic from 6,081 cases on the 1st of March 2020 to a peak of 10,545 cases on the 1st of April 2022, and remains high at 9,346 cases on the 1st of April 2025, up 53.7% from the figure on the 1st of March 2020. The median number of days taken for a case to be completed in all courts from the date of an offence was reported until dealt with was 189 days in 2024-25, up 26.8% from the 149 days in 2019-20. It reached a high of 226 days for cases dealt with in 2021-22. There have been similar impacts reported as having occurred in both England and Wales, as well as in Scotland. Overall, I consider that while progress is being made, there remains a substantial percentage of cases that have been with the Crown Court, Magistrates Court, Adult and Youth for more than 3 years. While the pandemic is not the sole factor playing a role in the level of the backlog, it is nevertheless a significant material factor. Other factors playing a role in the level of backlog include limited options for increasing case throughput by stakeholders, industrial action by other players within the criminal justice system, and the extraordinary ongoing financial pressures faced by the Department. Maintaining access to live links has been identified as an essential means of addressing the caseload backlog, particularly within the criminal courts, and it continues to be a useful tool in facilitating the efficient management of court time. The Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunals Service reports that the current number of site-link connections average consistently approximately 23,000 per month. Sitelink is to be replaced by the end of 25 with a bespoke justice video platform based on WebEx and provided by Nix IT Assist. While there is no guarantee based on current disposal rates, an optimistic timescale is that the Crown Courts and Magistrates Courts will be expected to recover between mid to late 2026. There remains support by court users, in particular those who advocate for victims of crime, for this avenue of participation to be available, subject to judicial approval, for those who would prefer not to attend a court in person. I believe the use of these provisions aligns with commitments made or reflected within the Victim Charter. And therefore, whilst I hope I never have to repeat this long and lengthy introduction as I tangle and wrestle with the wording of the actual motion, I want to commend the approval of this order to the Assembly and look forward to a position, hopefully in the near future, where we will no longer have to rely on this temporary measure.
Thank you, Minister, and I call Connie Egan.
Speaker, I rise today to put on record both I and my party's support for the extension of regulations relating to the use of live links for courts and tribunals. As across this chamber, all will be aware, the renewing of these regulations is an item of business that has come to the Assembly on multiple occasions, modernising our legislation for practical and effective use in the 21st century. Live links play a key role in addressing case backlogs and ensuring access to justice in the most timely and appropriate way possible. These provisions are important to ensure those with accessibility requirements have an option to engage in justice in a way that best represents them. These regulations, however, also have adequate safeguards in place that means the judiciary must be satisfied that receiving evidence by live links in the interest of justice and will provide a fair hearing. Looking to 2026, I look forward to supporting Minister Long's Justice Bill, which will aim to enshrine these important provisions into primary legislation. Another reason we must progress with the Justice Bill swiftly and effectively through committee stage. I urge all across the chamber today to vote in favour of further extending these successful regulations. Thank you.
And I call Paul Frew, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am pleased to speak briefly on this motion as Chairperson of the Committee for Justice. Can I first of all pay tribute to my predecessor, Joanne Bunting. This is the first opportunity I have done so officially as Chair of the Justice Committee here in this House, and just pay tribute to Joanne for her work in the committee as a Chairperson of the Committee for Justice. The Minister has already outlined the intention of the statutory rule, which I won't repeat. This is the latest rule in a sequence of statutory rules to extend the provision of live links for courts and tribunals under Section 90 of the Coronavirus Act 2020. The Committee has recommended that the Assembly approve all previous extensions, and it maintains that position following consideration of this current rule to extend the provisions until the 24th of March 2026. As the previous committee chairperson informed the House, the committee has sought assurances from the Justice Minister that the continuation of the use of powers in the Coronavirus Act 2020 remained appropriate and proportionate as an interim arrangement until a permanent provision could be established by means of primary legislation. The House will be aware that the Minister indicated that she planned to introduce an amendment to the Justice Bill at consideration stage to make permanent provision for the use of live links in courts or tribunals. This will bring Northern Ireland into line with neighbouring jurisdictions. The Committee is continuing to receive evidence on live links as part of its scrutiny work on the bill and its amendments. The Committee considered the rule before us today at its meeting on the 16th of October 2025, which concluded consideration of the Examiner of Statutory Rules report, which raised no issues regarding the technical aspects of the rule. The Committee agreed to recommend that it is approved by the Assembly. Therefore, on behalf of the Committee of Justice, I support the motion before us today. I will then briefly speak as a member, as an individual MLA and for a spokesperson, Justice in the DUP. There's absolutely no doubt that you'll know my views on the Coronavirus Act and what it meant to Northern Ireland, to its people, how it harmed our people and how it destroyed democracy in this chamber. It turned this chamber into the zombie assembly, which I detested, and I fought every day against the harmful measures implemented by the executive that were born out of the Department of Health. And you'll all know my views on that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But there are two aspects to the Coronavirus Act which I supported wholeheartedly. One of them was what we discussed earlier on with regards to the registration of deaths and stillbirths and births in a remote electronic way. And the second one is what we're talking about today, which was wider access to the courts, access through live links. And that has been very important to the justice system. And so I'll support anything that's good that comes out of this place, no matter what vehicle it comes in. So I will support the access to live links, which the wider access to justice that it brings. But I must say, our Deputy Speaker, that what has frustrated me over the years is the fact that we've had to roll on the extension 6 months after 6 months after 6 months, when this has always been a good idea. This has always been a good idea, even before the COVID pandemic. And we could ask the question, why didn't we think of this before the necessity of the COVID pandemic? And so we find ourselves here. The Minister is quite right when she states that she is now using the vehicle of the Justice Bill to bring forward this in a permanent footing. And I welcome that. But I also regret the fact that she had to do it through an amendment, which we will see and debate and discuss at consideration stage, instead of bringing it on the face of her bill at second reading, where we could have all debated the merits of and the reasons why we need this to continue. Notwithstanding all of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am content then, as DUP Justice spokesperson, to support this motion and hope that there will not be too many more extensions of this Coronavirus Act, and that this can be repealed the way we've discussed the repeal in the Finance Department also. Thank you.
And thank you. As there are no other people listed to speak, I'm going to ask the Minister of Justice to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to those members who have contributed to today's discussion. Couple of things to say. In addition to enabling access to justice, which I think is absolutely critical, this has a role also in speeding up justice, but also in bringing some economic efficiencies to bear on the system, and so it's been very important for us to be able to get this right. It is a complex area. Necessity, I think, drove the process forward, so understand the point the Chair makes about why nobody thought of it before, but of course we had, and we had sought to engage with our justice partners. That engagement had been slightly slow and tenuous in the beginning, but necessity drove engagement on it, and it had to be implemented in order to sustain court business during the period of COVID. And I think that experience of actually using live links and using remote access is something that we can take some, I think, learning from. Very often people allow the perfect to become the enemy of the good. And we look for everything to be completely tested and thoroughly driven before we actually are willing to step out and give it a go. And in this case, we didn't have that luxury, and what we found was actually that it worked incredibly well, and the issues that arose as a result of live links were able to be ironed out pretty quickly in the courts. And I think that's something, when it comes to wider reform around the delivery of justice, we also have to bear in mind that it will require us to have a greater risk appetite than perhaps we've had in the past, if we want to make real change to the speed with which we can deal with issues in the justice system. It is incredibly important that live links are available so that people have the opportunity, often through no fault on their own part, to be compelled to engage in the justice system. And the pressure that that puts on both them and indeed often their legal representative can be very challenging. Live links can provide an avenue of communication which may reduce that stress, or reduce the other pressures that participation in court hearings might bring. In terms of the 6-monthly rolling review, we did take advice on this, and unfortunately it would not be proportionate for us to do it in a longer block. And the 6 months is all that's allowed for in the original Coronavirus Act, and so unfortunately, I'm being the realist that I am, even if the committee are to take great haste on their way through the rest of the bill, we will still have at least one more of these to face, if not two. But at least we do it secure in the knowledge that Live Links is proceeding in terms of primary legislation, that the committee will have an opportunity, as will this House, to properly scrutinise the basis on which we're taking that forward, but also knowing that we have now the experience of having tested it thoroughly during the period of COVID. And what I would certainly like to see is the uptake of Live Links actually start to go up again, having fallen quite dramatically after COVID. I would love to see it being more widely used, because I think the potential for efficiency savings, both in terms of time and money, would be significant to both court users and indeed to the system itself and all of our justice partners. So it's something that I feel quite passionately about. I hope that that addresses all, well, I'll not say all the issues the member had, because I know the member has many issues with the coronavirus legislation that are way above my pay grade, but I hope that that's answered the main questions in relation to this particular piece of legislation, and I want to thank members who have engaged in the debate this afternoon. Thank you.
And thank you, Minister. So, members, the question is that the Coronavirus Act 2020, extension of provisions relating to live links for courts and tribunals, number 2 order, Northern Ireland 2025, be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next item of business is a motion on supporting service leavers, veterans and their families. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that the transferable skills developed by many armed forces service leavers and veterans can make an important contribution to our economy and build stronger communities. Believes that those serving, service leavers, veterans and their families should not face disadvantage as a result of their military service when accessing services, including healthcare, education and housing. Welcomes, in this context, the legal duty placed on a range of public bodies in Northern Ireland to have due regard to the principles of the Armed Forces Covenant. Calls on the Executive to ensure that the Department meets this duty, including by appointing a Departmental Armed Forces Liaison Officer, and further calls for closer collaboration between government, employers, education providers and veteran organisations, which is essential to support the successful transition to civilian life and in the interests of a shared and inclusive society.
Thank you. And I call Paul Frew to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr. Frew, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I rise with delight that we have a motion today that's been supported by 4 of the parties in this House. And that does my heart good, not only because we have got agreement from 4 parties to sign this motion, agree the wording, but that the subject matter is something that's very, very close to my heart, and I know many families throughout this province. The Armed Forces Covenant is a vital commitment that aims to ensure members of the armed forces community, including veterans, service leavers and their families, are not disadvantaged in areas such as health, housing and education. In Northern Ireland, however, there are real and perceived challenges that continue to affect the armed forces community, largely stemming from a lack of strategic discussion and policy implementation around the Covenant. This has created gaps in communication and understanding, leaving some veterans and their families feeling that they may face disadvantage even when none is intended. One of the key issues is the ability of veterans to safely and confidently identify their status. For many years, service personnel were advised to maintain a low profile, use an alias, and avoid disclosing details of their service for security reasons. In a post-operational environment where reintegration and normalisation should be the focus, this culture of concealment can hinder access to support services. For families, this can be particularly acute in areas such as education. For example, a service family moving from England to Northern Ireland or returning from a posting elsewhere in the UK or abroad may encounter difficulties if a child has a special educational needs statement issued elsewhere. These statements are not always fully recognised, which can disrupt the continuity of educational support and care. Veterans themselves also face challenges in housing and health provision. In some areas of Northern Ireland, housing allocations may place veterans in locations that feel unsafe due to past service-related experiences. Veterans may also hesitate to disclose their status to healthcare professionals, including GPs, hospitals or mental health services, due to concerns around misunderstanding or lack of empathy. This can prevent them from accessing statutory or third sector support that could alleviate pressures on both themselves and the public services. Much of this stems from the absence of accessible armed forces champions within departments or services. Veterans need a clear and safe point of contact where they can ask questions and access support without fear of prejudice or disadvantage. While the armed forces question is now widely included in national consensuses elsewhere in the UK, it remains absent in Northern Ireland, leaving the local veteran population under-recognised in planning and service delivery. It is essential that veterans living in Northern Ireland are acknowledged, valued and supported. They have served with dignity and professionalism, and they should not experience disadvantage because of their service. Strengthening the implementation of the Armed Forces Covenant in Northern Ireland is a crucial step forward. Achieving this, ensuring that veterans and their families can access fair and equitable support in all areas of public life. As we look at conflict around the world, we know that peace, democracy and sovereignty can never be taken for granted. Northern Ireland is playing its part. We are proud to contribute more reservists per capita than anywhere else in the UK, highlighting deep commitment of our people to serving us and keeping us safe. The armed forces protects and serves the community they recruit from. Defence and business must work closely together in the world's changing landscape. This is laid out in the Strategic Defence Review 2025, which said it would put personnel at the heart of the UK's defence. The skill set within the armed forces could be of great benefit to our economy and the communities across Northern Ireland if these skills were celebrated and harnessed. There is a misconception among many in our society when they are asked to think of a veteran. They imagine older gentlemen in their later years of life. However, there are also many veterans and service leavers who are young, like me, and in middle age, who are highly trained professionals and an asset to our communities with a skill set that should be harnessed and supported. We know that reservists are an essential part of the UK defence strategy, called upon as individuals for their specific skills or as units to serve alongside the regular forces when required. They have expertise in engineering, logistics and digital sectors, and skills in leadership and resilience. They are an asset that can be strengthened our economy and national security. Reserve-trained employees bring many professional advantages to civilian roles. The Strategic Defence Review highlighted the overlap in leadership, programme management, cyber, digital and data skills in both warfighting and modern workplaces. Northern Ireland has strong engineering and digital sectors, and it is uniquely positioned to contribute to defence need for innovation. Defence is an integral part of the UK economy and wider society, supporting 440,000 highly qualified jobs and driving social mobility through the training offered to armed forces personnel and civil servants with over 24,000 apprenticeships. That is what reservists bring, that is what veterans brings, and that's what the armed forces brings to our communities and our way of life. And that is why we must support our armed forces, our people within them, whether it be regular forces or reservists. They are vital. They are a vital cog in the machine of society and defence. And that is why we must protect and ensure through our departments and our councils that those people are never, ever disadvantaged. But because of their service, because of how they contribute to the safety and defence of our people, they sometimes are. And if at least they aren't actually advantaged, they feel as if they are. And that's just as bad, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that's something that we shouldn't tolerate. These people should be commended for stepping forward to protect us, our families, our homelands, and indeed the world from terror and from wars. And that's what our being in the armed forces is all about. It is also about a friendship group, teamwork, being together. And sometimes when you leave that environment, you feel very alone. You feel very alone because for 3 years, for 6 years, for 9 years, for 12 years, for 15 years, for 22 years, someone had your back. Someone was at your side, always. And sometimes when you leave that environment, you can feel very exposed. You can feel very alone. But if you don't have the support of a government agency with regards to housing, health, education for your family, it can make it 10 times, 100 times worse. That feeling of alienation, that concern about safety and security, always checking underneath your car, always checking the lights are working, always checking who's following you from your home or following you from work. That is real. And we need to make sure that our veterans are supported so that they do not feel alone, that they do not feel vulnerable. And where should that support start? That support should start with our executive departments, the departments in this country that has the power and the responsibility to support our veterans, or people who went away overseas in foreign lands and fought on our behalf for our safety, but also those who fought in these shores, in this land, against terrorist fire. And it's really important that these departments in and about this place support our veterans and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Emma Sheeran.
I raised this afternoon to oppose this motion on the basis that it promotes inequality and pits one group within society against others, which is something that we as a party are opposed to. Sinn Féin support the provision of public services on the basis of objective need, and we believe that there should be equality of opportunity and equality of access to public services across the board, and we should be treating everyone equally. In terms of the I suppose, objective of the motion to ensure that nobody should face disadvantage, that's something that we wholeheartedly agree with. No one should face disadvantage because of political ideology or their background. But problematically, the motion then goes much farther in basically asking or requiring the executive to go beyond what the actual meaning of due regard is in terms of the Armed Forces Covenant. And obviously, in the 1988 Good Friday Agreement, we seen copper fastened our right to be Irish, British, or both, and there has to be a reflection of the fact that there are symbolic elements of the Armed Forces Covenant that people have the right to reject. And obviously, I fall within that category. So we have to oppose this because it's requesting that one section of society are held in higher esteem than others. I would reiterate that we don't want to see anyone discriminated against or disadvantaged because of their past serving for the British Army or British military or British forces or whatever the case may be. But we don't need this duplication of services. We already have a Victims Commissioner whose role it is to engage with public services and ensure that those who have served for the British Army can access support that they need. So I think it's just it's an unnecessary request and something that we can't support. I will give way.
It appears to me through the chair that the member's struggling to conjure up words to oppose this motion. For me, there is no difficulty in the motion in having due regard and is clearly set out, but then she talks about individuals within society not being disadvantaged, and this is what this motion is about. So if they do believe fundamentally in individuals not being disadvantaged, then there would be no difficulty in supporting the motion.
An extra minute.
Apologies. I said very clearly at the start, in clear English, that we oppose the motion. I've no issue with articulating that. I'm saying that nobody should be disadvantaged, but this motion calls for one section within society to be given extra support and really goes beyond what the meaning of due regard is, and that's what I'm stating quite clearly.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
I'm pleased to speak in support of this motion, and I would like to thank the proposers of the motion for allowing me to put my name on the order paper. But I think it is important that we try as far as possible in this place to not view this as one of green versus orange. I do appreciate that there are many in our society who view the armed forces exclusively through the lens of the British state, and that hurt does remain in relation to some incidents of the Troubles here, and I'm very much aware of that today. However, this motion focuses on the present. It rightly recognises the immense contribution of our serving personnel, service leavers, veterans and their families, and crucially it calls for practical action in adhering to the Armed Forces Covenant to ensure that no one faces disadvantage in accessing public services. It is understandable that here in Northern Ireland we associate the armed forces with conflict. However, I personally recognise that their work extends far beyond the battlefield. Around the world, servicemen and women are at the front line of securing and maintaining peace, delivering humanitarian aid, supporting post-conflict societies and rebuilding the very foundations of civic governance. Just by way of example, when we think of the devastation visited upon the island of Jamaica just recently, I think not many of us will be cognizant of the fact that HMS Trent is standing by ready to deliver that humanitarian assistance and help with their recovery efforts on the island. Mr Deputy Speaker, as veterans associations will attest, the transition to civilian life is not always straightforward. For some it means leaving behind a job and also their identity in some ways, a sense of belonging and shared purpose. Further to that is the impact that spending years on active service will have had for many on their health, and I'm thinking of course in terms of mental health or injuries and or their ability to secure housing and in turn then their own stability. So while their peers may have bought their houses, got on the property ladder, many will have been overseas on active duty. Furthermore, there will be servicemen and women who may have dedicated time and effort in getting trained and specialised in roles within the armed forces, but yet these qualifications and skills may not fully be transferable into other trades and sectors. This is precisely why the Armed Forces Covenant matters. It is a commitment to equality. The recent legal duty placed on our public bodies to uphold the Covenant is a welcome step. But as always, the key is delivery. Every department from economy to health must now actively demonstrate how it is meeting this duty. And while I appreciate that every department is facing very significant budgetary constraints, I do sympathise with the idea of a dedicated departmental armed forces liaison officer to ensure the needs of veterans and their families are understood and acted upon. As I said, for me, this is not about hierarchy. It is about equality, respect and opportunity, and it is about those who have served globally that they are supported when they return home. And Mr Speaker, I did not feel that it would be appropriate, Mr Deputy Speaker, I didn't think it would be appropriate to try and amend this motion knowing the work that the Veterans Commissioner and others had engaged in for many weeks and months to agree the wording of this motion. However, I feel that there is another associated action that this motion with this motion that we as Assembly should consider, and that would be to write to the Secretary of State in relation to Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act, because I would like to see the Secretary of State reviewing the protected characteristics under that section to assess whether it would be appropriate or necessary to include ex-service personnel on that list. Noting, of course, that I have said publicly in the Executive Office Committee several times that I think that this review could also look at greater protections for minority language speakers, the traveller community, children who've been looked after, and just some examples. There's possibly other sections of society that do need extra protection to ensure that they're not disadvantaged and discriminated against. So in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, as an Alliance representative in relation to protections for discrimination against discrimination of veterans, I see that this is an integral part of building a shared and inclusive society, one that respects different experiences and builds bridges, not barriers. I support this motion not only to honour the servicemen and women, but to help us live up to our highest values here in this Assembly of fairness, inclusion and equality for all. Let us ensure our commitment to the Covenant is not just written into law, but lived out in practice through real support and opportunity for all those who served. Thank you.
John Stewart.
Speaker, and I rise to support this important cross-party motion, and I want to thank the proposers of the motion and also the Veterans Commissioner and his staff for carefully wording this and for all the efforts that have gone into it. This motion recognises the enormous contribution, Mr Deputy Speaker, of all who have served, continue to serve, and the families who stand beside them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I declare an interest from the outset. I am a proud member of His Majesty's Reserve Army and I continue to serve, and I am very proud of that. I am proud to serve alongside hundreds of men and women from right across Northern Ireland, from every background, every tradition and every walk of life, and they are the very best of us. I am also immensely proud to come from an MLA team and a party that has a proud tradition of service, and I look to the colleagues to the left of me, and that service and that selfless commitment can be no better demonstrated than by Andy Allen, and we all know the difficulties that Andy has faced serving on the front line for the nation, and I want to pay tribute to each and every one of them and every single person who has served our nation over the years. Through my experience, I have seen, Mr Deputy Speaker, firsthand the skills, discipline, teamwork and leadership that military service instills. These are qualities that our economy and our communities need now more than ever. Whether, as the proposer said, it's engineering, logistics, healthcare, IT or management, these are transferable skills for those leaving the forces that represent a powerful asset to employers and our society alike, and will and do make a valuable contribution. But this motion also reminds us, Mr Deputy Speaker, of something else, that while service brings strength, it can also bring challenge. The transition from military to civilian life is not always straightforward, and we have heard examples of that. Finding new employment, adapting to different routines, accessing healthcare, housing and education for your family members can all be difficult steps. That is why the Armed Forces Covenant matters. Its guiding principle is simple but profound, that no one should suffer disadvantage as a result of their service. It is not about special treatment, it is about fair treatment. It is about recognising the unique sacrifices made by our service personnel and their families, and ensuring that they are not left behind when they return to civilian life. Here in Northern Ireland we have made progress, and this has again been alluded to today. The legal duty now placed on public bodies to have due regard for the Covenant is a significant step forward, but legislation alone is not enough. It must be actively implemented. Departments must be aware of their responsibilities, staff must be trained, and veterans must see the benefits in real terms, in terms of GP access in schools and housing offices, and they should not be hard done by. That is why I particularly welcome, Mr Deputy Speaker, the wording within the motion for each department to appoint an Armed Forces Liaison Officer. Having a clear point of contact within government will make a real difference, ensuring that the Covenant is not just a statement of intent, but a working framework that delivers support on the ground. And I want to agree with other members as well, particularly when they reference council as well. I was proud in 2014 to bring the Mid and East Antrim Council the local government covenant, and I think it is essential, given the overlap between services, that central government and local government work together to ensure that all these service provisions are there. We also need stronger collaboration between government and employers, education providers and veterans organisations. Many local charities and community groups already do superb work supporting veterans with job training, counselling and welfare advice, but too often their efforts operate in isolation. We can and should join up that support so that every service leaver knows where they get the help and success in civilian life. And let me finish, Mr Speaker, by saying very clearly, the Armed Forces community belongs to each and every one of us. It transcends politics and background. The men and women who I have served with, and the veterans across Northern Ireland and the UK have served with, come from every single background of Northern Ireland, of our community, whether it be rural and urban. They are a fabric and a shared fabric within our society. Supporting our Armed Forces veterans is not a partisan issue. It is a shared moral responsibility. So I commend this motion to the House, and I want to thank everyone again for bringing it forward. Let us ensure that the promises of the Armed Forces Covenant are fully delivered in Northern Ireland, that no veteran or family member feels forgotten, and that we harness the immense potential that they bring to our society and to our economy. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, I'm going to start out by saying to do that up front that we won't be supporting today's motion, but I want to put some context in that and offer some clarity, engage with what's in the text of the motion in an honest way, but also reflect on some of the challenges around what's in the motion and why we can't support it, but acknowledge some of the issues and concerns and why people are so understandably passionate about it. Let me say, first of all, I acknowledge the importance of service and the bravery and courage of many service personnel and their families, and what they go through and the sacrifices they make. Those are real things. I wouldn't diminish them in general, and I certainly wouldn't diminish them particularly when talking to John Stewart is right that it isn't exclusive. We're talking about veterans who aren't exclusively from a unionist background, but it is particularly true to say that it is deeply resonant for people from the unionist community, and we are coming up to Remembrance Day. So having acknowledged all that context and the challenge that people from veterans backgrounds, including people in this chamber, have faced, I do want to say that I just don't think that we can support the text of this motion, because I think we have to acknowledge the many and real ways that Northern Ireland is different. That's not to say that veterans who are from here and live here don't deserve equal right to services. They absolutely do, and let's be clear and on the record about it. Of course they do, and that includes to deal with issues that have arisen out of their service. But Northern Ireland is different. to, as it were, other parts of the UK. Northern Ireland is, of course, the site of the longest ever deployment by the British military anywhere in the world. That was Operation Banner. That has created a context, a post-conflict context, where a significant number, having acknowledged, as I did sincerely, the service of many personnel, it would be wrong of me and others not to acknowledge the fact that many people's experience of the British military here in the north of Ireland is not quite the same as those of people in England, and that's, to put it mildly. Yes, I will give way.
Thank you for the member giving way. I mean, he mentions Operation Banner, and that's a fair point. It's a historic point. But he does know, of course, that Operation Banner ended and Operation Helvetic started, and it runs today. And the very soldiers that we're talking about here are the very soldiers who go out to your community to defuse bombs even today as we speak.
There's an extra minute.
As I said, I'm not diminishing the service of individuals, nor am I saying those people do not deserve fair treatment and equal service. They do absolutely. But I am saying, and I stand by this point, that we are in different context here. This is a more contested space, and it is true to say that the legacy of the conflict runs deep in many communities. I also said, and I took time to, and I meant it sincerely, to acknowledge the very real service of individuals, their families, and indeed the broad affinity with the history of service, particularly for the British military. And obviously, and I will be laying a laurel wreath myself just next week out the front. But it's also true to say that we have equality provisions in law here, and it's also true to say that the military covenant does actually apply to Northern Ireland. And what the motion is calling for is, in a sense, to go further than that and to create, and I know people dislike this comparison, but I suppose a special category of individuals to have access to additional rights or additional support. I want all serving and former personnel to absolutely get fair provisions. I will in 1 second, yes, to absolutely get fair access to services. But inevitably, the question will be asked, why the particular focus on why the creation of a distinct category of support for this one group in the context I've talked about. But I will give way. I'm not sure who it was to. Andy, yourself.
And the member highlights some of his difficulty in supporting being the tax, and it seems to be around the Armed Forces Liaison Officer. But would it not be fair to say that that would be at no additional cost, and it's important that we have the ability for departments to engage and interact with those affected, and in turn then removing that disadvantage that we talk about?
Well, he talks about I didn't use the phrase disadvantage, and earlier on in the debate, I believe Paul Given used the specific phrase. Paul, apologies. Sincere apologies. Paul Frew. Can I put my sincere, genuine apologies to Mr. Frew on the record? I really did not mean that. Mr. Frew's talked about perceived disadvantage. The perception is not always quite the same as reality, but I acknowledge there are service personnel who have real challenges. I've tried to be respectful in this debate because I think at times, particularly recently, particularly in certain issues, and I would gently say to some colleagues across the chamber in recent weeks, we've seen a couple of moments where they could have been so much more generous and thoughtful in terms of how they talked about a particular issue in relation to service personnel in Derry. I don't want to go there in this debate, but I do just want to say it's important that we talk respectfully about these things. We won't be able to support this motion, but that's not to say that I don't acknowledge that there are real issues faced by service personnel and their families. I don't think in the context of Northern Ireland we can support the text of this motion or the Armed Services Covenant being given an excess of status. That's not to say I don't acknowledge that there are issues faced by service personnel, so we won't be supporting the motion this evening, but I hope the debate continues in as respectful tone as possible. Thank you.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm proud to rise to support this motion today. And it's been a particular immense privilege from the very genesis of this motion, to have worked alongside the UUP's Andy Allen and the TUV's Timothy Gaston to ensure that this motion could be presented in a joint nature today. I think it's joint leadership that our community has long since called for, and I hope that that should continue. I'd also like to pay tribute to the Veterans Commissioner of Northern Ireland, David Johnson, and his team, who have helped coordinate and work with us to ensure that we presented a motion today that could get broad consensus in this House to ensure that we can reflect accurately the deep appreciation we have for all of those men and women who have served our country in our armed forces. And to those members in this House, both present and past, that served, we thank you sincerely for that service. The men and women of our armed service embody courage, professionalism and self-sacrifice. They stand ready, often at great personal cost, to protect our freedoms and uphold peace, not just abroad, but indeed, as has been mentioned, here at home also. It is only right that this Assembly demonstrates our commitment to them in return. The Armed Forces Covenant is built on two simple principles. First, no disadvantage. No serving or former members of the armed forces, nor their families, should be at a disadvantage when accessing public services like healthcare, housing or education. And secondly, special consideration, particularly for those who have been injured or bereaved in the line of duty. Those principles are not just throwaway remarks or words on paper. They are a moral obligation, the nation's promise to those who have already given this society so much. Through New Decade, New Approach, the DUP fought to ensure that the Covenant would be properly enshrined in law here, alongside the appointment of a Veterans Commissioner. The legal duty now applies to a range of public bodies across Northern Ireland, but the real litmus test is how we give life to those commitments. Implementation must be robust, not rhetorical.
Would the member give way?
I will indeed.
And the member makes a very valid point, and I'm glad he has mentioned the Veterans Commissioner in his commentary, because we should be grateful for the work of the Veterans Commissioner. But he mentions the duty placed on the departments, and that shouldn't be a duty that's seen to be having to be done, but there has to be a spirit of doing that duty and that commitment to our veterans, not just something that they're obliged to do.
Members, the next minute.
I thank the member, and I also omitted in my earlier point to say and thank him for his work. He stretches the definition of young at times, but I can assure his youthful, energetic approach to try and ensure that this debate happened today really was of personal note, and I thank him for that. He absolutely makes a strong point. He went on to outline the significant contribution the UK defence sector is across the United Kingdom, 440,000 jobs. He has highlighted how those former service personnel, with their characteristics of disciplined, highly trained, adaptable individuals, really can be transformational to industry here in Northern Ireland. But I want to focus on a particular challenge, and we must be honest about the challenges many veterans continue to experience. For veterans, I will, if I have time just a moment, I want to get this point. The veterans aged 25 to 44, the rate of suicide remains higher than the general population. That truth cannot be ignored. We owe it to them to ensure that our health services, and indeed every department, are responsible, compassionate and proactive. And that's why the appointment of a departmental armed forces liaison officer, as this motion calls for, would be a vital step to ensuring accountability in this area. And I'm happy to give way to the member.
And other members have referred to perceived disadvantage or challenges faced by ex-service people. Would the member be able to outline for me specific challenges faced by people as a result of being abroad with the armed forces that aren't faced by migrant workers who come here and have difficulties accessing services?
Well, I think the first point I would like to point to the member is that they do so in service to this nation. That's the first point. The second point I would raise is that to brashly put across that they may not face significant challenges is a denial of the reality of which they continue to leave their families, as has been mentioned by Mr. Fury, their own personal security. They continue to face significant challenges. And I'll just say this. Let this motion be a clear example of what this Assembly can achieve when it works together. Because we value our armed forces. We understand the challenges that they face, and we will ensure that their service is always safeguarded and protected, and we're so thankful for that.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And as my colleague Paula Bradshaw said, the Alliance Party is pleased to support this motion today. Indeed, it is a party that is proud to count amongst its members service leavers, veterans and their families. Deputy Speaker, this motion at its heart is about fairness, about the simple fact that serving your country should never be a source of disadvantage for you or your family. It's not about asking for special treatment, but recognising the very real barriers faced by those who have spent years serving elsewhere when they return home. The Armed Forces Covenant is a promise that no one who has served should be left behind. We must therefore recognise the progress that has been made. Since the Armed Forces Act of 2021, public bodies have had a legal duty to consider the Covenant in healthcare, education and housing, something that we can see in the Department of Education's pupil premium for service children and the Housing Executive's work on fair access. These are both positive and tangible steps, and they show that departments are taking their duty seriously. But let's be clear, Deputy Speaker, progress is uneven. While some departments have forged ahead, others are behind. And critically, we are flying blind. NISRA estimates that there are between 40 and 60,000 veterans in Northern Ireland. Yet, without a census question, we are making policy in the dark. How can we know if our measures are truly working or where the most urgent gaps remain if we don't have the data? This isn't just a local challenge. The Defence Select Committee in Westminster recently found that access to the Covenant support has been a postcode lottery across the UK. This alone tells us that we need to be consistent in delivery and stronger in coordination. The Covenant only truly works when every part of government, every employer, every education department provides and pulls in the same direction. That's the core of this motion. It's a call for joined up leadership, so no matter which door a veteran goes through or their family walks through, they will receive consistent, fair and informed responses. And when we open these doors, we must remember what service leavers bring back to our society. They come home with, as others have said, skills in leadership, teamwork, engineering and logistics. They are proven problem solvers, accustomed to working to a common goal. Helping them to settle into civilian life isn't just a moral duty, but it is actually a smart economic investment. Veterans don't just need support, they strengthen our workforces and they enrich our communities. We should also acknowledge the work of those who are already leading the way. Organisations like the Royal British Legion, the Soldiers, Sailors and Air Forces Association, Brooke House and the Reserve Forces and Cadet Associations. They support well-being and they provide vital advice and connect armed forces community to the wider society. Their work is a living proof that in partnership it's not politics that delivers real results. Let me tell you about one veteran, Jackie. Always destined to wear a uniform, proud to be in the Royal Air Force. She relished the camaraderie and the travel until the pressure one day hit her. It consumed her. Battling depression, she turned to alcohol. Leaving the RAF and taking off her uniform didn't take her problems away. It took her support network away. Alone in Civvy Street, her problems grew. She struggled to find permanent work, taking out loans just to survive. With military friends spread far and wide, all of those relationships broke down. It was on the day that she looked in her purse and saw that she was down to her last 60 pence that Jackie, ashamed and fearful of judgment, contacted the Soldier, Sailors and Air Forces Association. Her caseworker didn't judge her. She saw a mother doing her best and in need of urgent help. Jackie said Cathy's kindness as her caseworker opened up to her situation. She provided her with food parcels before referring to debt charity to help her with counselling. And once her debts were consolidated, she had more money to live in and stopped dreading the letters on the doormat. Cathy understood that leaving the military had destroyed Jackie's confidence, and the community was key to improving her mental health. She invited Jackie to weekly meetups with other veterans, and it became her safe space. She has since met a new partner, and her life has changed beyond recognition. Supporting our veterans should, can and must be a unifying issue for this Assembly. This is about fairness today, Deputy Speaker. It's about opportunity and it's about respect. When we remove disadvantage, we don't just strengthen the veteran community, we strengthen the very fabric of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Deputy Speaker, Northern Ireland has a long and proud history and affinity with the armed forces, and it's poignant that we bring this motion today during a time of national remembrance. Every one of us sitting in this chamber today and right across Northern Ireland benefits from the immense sacrifices made by so many veterans and serving armed forces personnel. And of course, it's incumbent upon us all to ensure that those who have sacrificed so much are supported. The DUP has always been clear in our strong support for our veterans and armed forces. We secured and worked with the creation of the Veterans Commissioner for Northern Ireland and the progression of legislation on the Armed Forces Covenant through the New Decade New Approach Agreement. In my own constituency of East Antrim, we have some incredible individuals and organisations who work tirelessly to support our armed veterans and armed forces community, such as the Royal British Legion, the UDR Veterans Association, the Cadets Association, and that is just to name a few. There are so many incredible organisations right throughout Northern Ireland, and it is a pleasure to work with them, and I thank them so much for the work they do. Our Veterans Champions have been appointed across a number of councils and are heavily supported in supporting our military service personnel through practical support and events such as veterans' breakfasts, social gatherings, as well as signposting for support and advice. But the problem has just been highlighted. It's not across the board, it is not equal and is not fair. No one should ever be disadvantaged because of their postcode. However, the transition, of course, from life in uniform to civvy street is a significant one and can be fraught with uncertainty and challenge. And we have heard about the high suicide rates, we have heard about addiction, we have heard about struggle gaining houses and obviously staying in those homes. You know, I have spoken to a number of veterans who do find property, but they can't stay there. They're not used to it. This is not the environment that they have grown up in and they have lived in for so long, and it is incredibly difficult for them, and they need that additional support. It was only a few weeks ago that I was honoured to attend the Northern Irish Veterans Awards, and it was fantastic to see so many of our local businesses recognising and supporting our veterans and utilising their transferable skills. And both my colleagues have mentioned about the Strategic Defence Review and the defence sectors across the UK and the jobs that they create and the benefits to the economy. But we know, and we've mentioned here today, about the duty that is placed on public authorities in Northern Ireland to give due regard to the unique circumstances facing our service personnel. And this can be through housing, education and healthcare. And I was delighted recently with the response that I had received from our Minister of Education on this topic, where he detailed about the additional funding for schools. This includes transport and ensuring children of service personnel are not discriminated against in the admissions process, and are working closely with the Children's Education Support Officer for Northern Ireland, who looks after service children in Northern Ireland on educational matters. And I want to thank the Minister for his work in this field and recognising how important this is. And I know he has instructed his officials to undertake a review of current practices to identify any opportunities for further enhancement. We should always be looking at better ways to protect those who have sacrificed so much to protect us and our freedoms. And it never again will be possible for any minister ever to wrongly claim that the Armed Forces Covenant doesn't apply in Northern Ireland. There is a clear legal duty on our departments which cannot be ignored. I'm immensely proud of our service men and women, both serving and our veterans. And we on these benches, all at this side, will continue to ensure that they're supported in every single way that we can. Yep.
Thank the member for giving way and for pointing to the example of where the Education Minister has stepped up to support veterans' family. Would she agree with me that if the same approach was adopted right across the different departments, our veterans would be in a better place today?
Totally agree. Thank you. It is incumbent upon all ministers to realise the importance of the veterans community and realise the disadvantage that they are actually in. I don't think some people realise what it's like coming back from serving, how difficult it is, what the challenges are. I've learned so much even from the response and the engagement to see what more that we can actually do and what the challenges that they face. And it is opening my eyes, and I suppose all of our eyes here today, to see what the challenges and the barriers are that maybe we didn't realise. But just to say, look, we owe them so much, and it's high time that we all stepped up and recognise not just their sacrifice, but the continued contribution to society. So this deserves so much more than gratitude. It demands commitment from us all. Thank you.
Call Deputy Hargey.
Thank you to those that have spoken earlier, and I know Emma has highlighted that obviously we'll be opposing this motion, and I hadn't intended to speak, but obviously I have been listening intently to all of the speakers. And obviously, as Matthew had touched on, we are a society emerging from decades, or you could go back centuries of conflict. And as a result of that, I mean, I know people have spoke passionately in terms of the British Army and veterans being their army, but that isn't reflected in all of society, and I just think it's important to say that. But we also do have a complex and layered history where these things don't run in straight lines either. I have a great-grandfather that obviously fought in the First World War with the British Army. He joined the British Army here in Ireland as a young person. I also had a father who was tortured in Palace Barracks, not too far from here in the early 1970s, where he was arrested under the Special Powers Act and interned and tortured as a result of that. And obviously we're still grappling with the impact of conflict here and how we resolve those issues. Yes, of course.
Very much indeed. I wasn't going to intervene, but as a question, in the current armed forces, in the British Armed Forces, people come from Northern Ireland. Approximately 40% of those people come from what you would describe as a nationalist or Republican background. And they do that because they want to serve this nation. Now, when we say there's two communities here, would the member agree, in fact, that there are many people from all communities across Northern Ireland serving in our wonderful armed forces, and they are doing a fantastic job in keeping our nation safe? Thank you.
Next minute.
That's your perspective, Steve. I never mentioned two communities. I spoke about the community here, and there's different perspectives and narratives, and we have a conflicted history. So it may be your army, but it's certainly not mine, albeit my history doesn't run in straight lines either, and I've shared that. But in saying that, even though I've had a father that has been tortured by the British Army, died early as a result of those injuries, I mean, I don't agree that anybody should be discriminated against in our community here and across society, whether that's in housing, whether that's in health, but it has to be on the basis of objective need. And I know that another member had mentioned about changing the characteristics of Section 75. I mean, I think if there was any change in that, I would actually say that the biggest issue and impact to address inequality is actually addressing the issue of social class. Because when we look at issues and looking at working class communities, and that can be the working class British Army soldier, the working class Republican, the working class migrant, that are being discriminated against, not because of those characteristics or backgrounds, but actually by the fact of where they were born, by the way of their social class, which actually has a bigger impact when you look at inequality into health, into education, into childcare, into where they live, and into their, I suppose, how long they're actually going to live as well. And I would say that I would much prefer having a conversation, because I believe that that would have a bigger impact and actually address these issues on the basis of objective need and not lifting one need over another. Yes, I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way. I listed a few and they were just examples, but I totally agree. Socioeconomic background could be something that could be looked at in terms of a category. But what I would also put on the record is that some people sign up for the armed forces to escape poverty because they see the opportunities that will be afforded to them through the different forces. So I'd just like to put that on record too.
I think the point I'm making that if you looked at social class, you would pick those people up, but you would also pick up everybody else, and you wouldn't elevate one over the other. Again, it would be done on the basis of objective need, and I suppose that's the core theme of our point, and unfortunately our opposition to this motion today. Thank you.
It is very fitting that this motion comes before the House on this, the final sitting of the Assembly before Remembrance Sunday. In a few days' time, men, women and children across Northern Ireland will stand in silence. We will lay wreaths. We will honour courage, sacrifice and duty. But remembrance cannot be a mere sentiment. It must be practical. If our words and actions on Sunday are sincere, then our actions in this chamber will reflect them. The motion before us recognises the value that our service personnel, our veterans and their families bring to our society. It affirms that they should not be disadvantaged in accessing services. It welcomes the legal duty to give due regard to the Armed Forces Covenant. On paper, it is sound, but we must be honest with ourselves. The experience of too many veterans here tells us a different story. Earlier this week, my office spoke with a veteran who was injured while serving his country. We showed him the motion and asked him to give us our thoughts on what he made of it. And I will quote some of what he said. "The motion is fine on paper, but the reality on the ground is very different for most veterans here. A lot of us are still waiting years for treatment for injuries we got while serving." He went on, "Veterans with medical discharge paperwork are still treated like they are trying to cheat the system. PIP assessors don't understand service-related injuries, and you have to keep proving the same injury over and over during each review. Northern Ireland is the only part of the UK with no proper veterans' mental health service. Charities are doing the work government should be doing. And perhaps the most sobering line of all, veterans don't want praise or pity. We just want the covenant honoured in practice, not just mentioned in debates. Mr Deputy Speaker, if we ask people to risk life and limb for their country, we owe them more than platitudes when they come home. This motion isn't calling for special treatment. It's calling for fairness. It's unacceptable that years after service, men and women in other parts of the United Kingdom benefited from the Covenant. People in Northern Ireland can't see it delivering for them. Service-related injuries are treated differently, and there's no understanding of their impact with repeated assessments in Northern Ireland. Government staff lack Covenant training. Mental health support is left to charities, often without core funding from the health service. Military qualifications are not properly recognised by employers. That is disadvantage. That is failure, and that must change. So yes, I welcome the motion, and I'm proud to add my name to it. But let me be clear, warm words are not delivery. And at this stage of the debate, I do want to pay tribute to the Veterans Commissioner and his office and staff for the help and support that they give and deliver to veterans the length and breadth of this country. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Mr Buckley, Mr Frew, and indeed Andy Allen for bringing this motion together, and especially for Andy for bringing his lived experience, for he has served this country with distinction. And I want to pay tribute for the service that he has given to us. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, respect is not expressed in motions, but in meaningful policy. On Remembrance Service, on Remembrance Sunday, we will rightly say, we remember them. Today, let us prove we mean it by removing disadvantage, not merely acknowledging it.
Thank you to those who have spoken. I now call Andy Allen to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Mr. Allen, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I, at the outset, declare an interest, not only as a veteran, but also as a trustee of a veterans charity that delivers many of the services that have been highlighted by members across the House. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the motion before us today can be broken down into a number of distinct areas, the first of which being the fact that veterans service personnel have transferable skills, and many members have spoken about those transferable skills. Their dedication to service, their commitment to leadership, to teamwork, to professional development, and those practical skills that can strengthen communities, businesses and voluntary work. Their contribution continues well beyond service and should rightly be recognised. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have the immense honour of getting to see many of that be delivered in practice. I've seen and I've supported many veterans through the vast array of organisations that I have the privilege of working with deliver those tangible outcomes, making sure that veterans are connected with employment opportunities, making sure that veterans are connected with local community groups and organisations, and one example being many veterans gaining qualifications in football through the IFA, and they went on to deliver those skills and outputs within local football clubs right across our community and society. The next and perhaps key part of the motion refers to the fact that no service person or veteran should face disadvantage. And I think the key is disadvantage. They should not face disadvantage, and I think every member has rightly referenced that no one should face disadvantage, not least those who serve our country. And whether that be in relation to housing, to healthcare, to education or employment, they shouldn't face disadvantage. But in some respects they do. And in many have challenged, and members across the way asked for us to highlight some of that disadvantage. And there are many, but one such disadvantage or element that creates a disadvantage is the hypervigilance. And it's not perceived for many within the community in which I am proud to represent. They still live with the fears of what has gone on in this place of ours. They are restricted as to where they can put down for an area choice for housing, for example. So that is, by virtue, a disadvantage. They are limited. They still have that hypervigilance. They still have challenges when they go to their GP service. They have challenges when they interact with the health service. They don't want to divulge their background. They're afraid of that. And we need to break that down. And we need to address that. And it's going to take a very, very long time. And a start could be all of us sending the message in this chamber. And I get and I understand that maybe members across the way can't be convinced to support the motion. But perhaps, of course.
Giving way. And would he recognise that whilst there is hypersensitivity for anybody that serves right across the United Kingdom, it's even more acute when it comes to Northern Ireland?
It absolutely is, and I think I've highlighted that. And I was just going on to say there that perhaps a powerful message that the members across the way could send out today in showing how far we have come as a society is, instead of going through the division lobby, abstain. I know it won't send the entirety of the message to the veterans community, but it will at least be progress. Yep, of course.
For giving way, because he makes a really valid point. Because when I served in the Royal Irish Rangers and in the Royal Irish Regiment, there were many of my colleagues who treated their Irishness as what made them special. And indeed, the Royal Irish are renowned for their Irishness and are proud of that. And that makes them the difference between the rest of the regiments within the British Army. And so many of those people would have voted for parties across the way.
The member makes an interesting point, and look, I myself was proud to serve with many individuals many courageous individuals, many selfless individuals that I was proud to stand on a battlefield with. Indeed, some of them put themselves in harm's way to extract me from a danger zone. They rushed in, not knowing that there were several other IEDs that had not detonated. And many of those individuals came from a different background to me. But it is that cultural enrichment that has helped me. What's wrong? Yep.
Member for giving way, and the previous member and yourself in your contributions, I suppose, are getting to the heart of this. We don't want anyone to be discriminated against, and this is not about, others have referred to community background or Irish identity. That's not what this is about. We're saying that one cohort within society should not be elevated above all others, and that's why we can't support this motion. We've reiterated that a number of times at this stage.
I thank the member for her point, and I think she's missing the point of the motion through the chair. It isn't about elevating members of the armed forces above others within society, but it is about saying that where a disadvantage exists, we recognise that, and we're going to face that head on, and we're going to address that, and we would do that for any other section of our society that is facing disadvantage. And I've highlighted some of the examples of disadvantage that may exist, and where no disadvantage is highlighted or is supported in evidence, then there will be nothing needs to be done. But there is disadvantage there, and the greatest message that those members can send out, if they are truly for tackling and addressing disadvantage, is supporting the motion. I know they're not going to do that, but they could perhaps at least abstain. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in terms of the Armed Forces Covenant... Yes, of course.
I thank the member for giving way. So I didn't mention it because I'm always mentioning this chamber, but my son, when he left the RAF, he was told of the bars and clubs that he was not to go to, not just because of Republican paramilitary threat, but loyalist paramilitary threat. And I think that it would be a really important message, and I would echo that side of the chamber tonight, really important message, that the past should be left in the past, and the threat from paramilitary control and coercion and potential violence to any section of society should be shunned. And I think supporting this would send a message that paramilitary and the threat that they pose to society, their days are over.
I thank the member for the point that she makes, and I wholeheartedly agree. Threats, wherever they come from, are wrong. They must be called out, they must be challenged, and that, I don't care where they come from, they're wrong, and I will challenge those. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think I'm running out of time, so if members would perhaps not make any further interventions, as I don't want to refuse those. Mr. Deputy Speaker, public bodies, as has been stated, rightly have a legal duty to uphold the Covenant, but delivery, as has been highlighted, does remain inconsistent. The Defence Committee's recent report highlighted confusion about what due regard means in practice. Each department should take responsibility with a named liaison officer ensuring obligations are met, and I would emphasise that would come at no additional cost. That could be identified, the liaison officer could be identified within the existing staff complement, so it would be no additional cost, but would be a dedicated point of contact that would create better coordination across government at all levels. It is needed to make the Covenant work in real terms. For some, the move from service, again as we've already heard, to civilian life can be difficult. Access to housing, healthcare, employment support is essential. Military qualifications, as we've already heard, and whilst they're vast and they can contribute to our economy, don't always map across to the civilian equivalent. And there is a process to be able to do that. So I would implore the UK Government and the MOD to look at how they can ensure that every veteran or every service person upon transition can have those qualifications actively mapped into their civilian equivalent. Also, I would like to talk about the challenges that have been created with the recent removal of the Northern Ireland Veteran Support Office. And the Veteran Support Office was a dedicated pathway that could bring together that coordination function. So I think with the loss of funding for the Northern Ireland Veteran Support Office, it makes the call for those Armed Forces liaison officers more important, because they can then act as that coordination piece. And I know I'm running out of time, so I'll probably not get to addressing members' contributions, so I apologise for that. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I too would like to pay tribute to the Veterans Commissioner, the current one, David Johnston, but also my former party colleague Danny Kinahan, who did chart the way in establishing the office, and there were many challenges, and both the Veterans Commissioners have done sterling work, and there is much more work to be done. And furthermore, in closing, Deputy Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to all of those volunteers who are working day and night behind the scenes to deliver services for our wider armed forces community. Thank you.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Allen, you did that just in time, and thank you for concluding the debate. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no? Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it? No? Okay. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order, members. Members, order. Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. Think. The ayes have it? No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Members. Order, members. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Robbie Butler and Paul Frew. Tellers for the noes are Emma Sheeran and Cathy Mason. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Yours. Members, could members resume their seats? Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
68 members voted. 42 members voted aye. 26 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Members, the motion is carried. On fasten the doors. Could members take their ease for change at the table before we move to the next item?
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on addressing the impact of holiday homes and short-term lets. As an amendment was selected, was published on the Marshall list in Ms Sugden's name. However, she is unwell and unable to attend the chamber today to move the amendment. So, Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the impact that holiday homes and short-term lets have on several rural and coastal communities in Northern Ireland. Notes with concern that the growth in holiday homes and short-term lets is contributing to rising house prices, reduces the availability of affordable housing and threatens the social fabric of many communities, and calls on the Executive to, as a matter of urgency, bring forward proposals to address the impact on holiday homes and short-term lets in areas where they are having a negative effect.
Thank you. And I call on Cara Hunter to move the motion. Cara? Moved. Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Cara, could you please open the debate on the motion? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to yet again raise this issue in this House. And if I'm being frank, I'm sick, sore and tired of doing so. This is an issue that rightfully angers so many of my constituents, as the rising number of second homes is pushing them out of the very towns that they were raised in. No children in the streets, over 532 second homes in one small town of Portstewart. And this leads not only to a breakdown of community, but so much more. As the SDLP has stated before many times in this chamber, we feel we are in a housing crisis and a housing emergency, and yet we are forced to repeat this conversation yet again here today. The challenge to secure housing for all is incredibly complex. Currently, there are onerous planning regulations, a lack of adequate sewage infrastructure, a lack of security in private rentals, rising rents, and of course, failure to build social housing at the pace that is so desperately needed. For those who do not have a home of their own or a secure and sustainable tenancy, the problem is acute and painful. But the problem bleeds into every single aspect of their life and impacts entire families. Mr Speaker, I recently spoke with the Portstewart Residents Association in my office, and they have made it incredibly clear the lack of housing and the explosion of second home ownership in our constituency, particularly the North Coast, is leading to the unravelling of community life and a sense of community as we know it. People from the North Coast in particular, people who have grown up there, people who I know who have been schooled there, people who have roots and connections dating back decades and generations, are increasingly being forced to make life elsewhere when they don't want to. It is not fair and it is not right. It is ruining the very fabric of our towns and our villages. Our towns are literally dying. We need the Executive to listen to us. We have empty streets with no children in them. We have empty houses with no people in them. It really is killing our sense of community. The failure to build homes and the failure from the Department for Communities Minister to monitor or regulate second homes, I think, is a huge failure. The knock-on impact of lack of available housing is displacement, immigration and despair for the thousands that find themselves reduced to a life, sadly, of sofa surfing. Just last week, Mr Deputy Speaker, I helped an elderly man in his 70s who is currently homeless, and it was absolutely devastating, probably one of the worst cases I've ever had as an MLA, and just to witness firsthand the way he has to live each and every day without a sense of security was heartbreaking. And I think it does speak to the failure that we have had here in the north of Ireland in addressing the housing crisis. The separation of families, the brain drain, economic decline in our communities, and also schools have faced challenges as a result of a lack of available housing, particularly driven by second home ownership. In the North Coast, our once thriving nightclubs languish as students from the West and beyond are forced into a life of commuting. We've really seen a change in how students live. Less are coming to live in the Corey and Port Stewart area. Cultural institutions are struggling for numbers, while thousands of locals live in misery as they compete with hundreds to rent a single property. And I heard a story this week of a young family who applied for over 100 houses in the North Coast area and were unsuccessful in securing one and now have to live in Ballycastle. So that really speaks to the severity of this issue. The proliferation of second homes is a problem that must be faced down if we are to make meaningful progress on this problem. I raised it in an adjournment debate here months previous that the reality of this industry, when left unchecked, means communities are fragmented, soaring house prices, and villages and towns within my constituency are left desolate in the off-season as homes sit unoccupied. Mr Speaker, I urge today the Minister for Communities and the wider executive to please grasp the severity of this, grasp the nettle and take action to remedy this genuinely horrific state of affairs, because I'm speaking with families each and every day who are homeless, who are sofa surfing, whose children can't bring friends over after school, who are living in the living rooms of their parents, and it is just really devastating. The home is the foundation on which you build your life, your stability, your sense of security, and without homes, people struggle severely. But we need to find solutions, and ahead of today I did conduct some research about where other places, how they're dealing with this. Places like Wales, local councils have been empowered to introduce planning rules to limit second homes, new second homes, and apply higher council tax premiums where they hollow out local communities similar to ours. In Cornwall, new housing developments can now be reserved for people who live there year-round. In France, they have gone further again, allowing towns where second homes exceed 20% of housing stock to zone land for primary residents only. While in Spain, cities like Malaga and Seville have begun freezing new short-term rental licences to keep homes for local families and to avoid pushing them out as well. I'd like to thank my colleague Claire Sugden, and I hope that she feels better. I know she too is passionate about this topic and has met with constituents similar to myself who are just living through the most horrific circumstances. Each of these places I just mentioned there, right across Europe, have recognised the same truth that we now must face here in Northern Ireland, that unrestrained second home ownership and unchecked short-term letting are not benign byproducts of tourism. They're drivers of housing insecurity and social decline in our communities. And as the SDLP MLA for East Derry, it is so important to keep pushing this issue again and again in this House. The need for data, the need for monitoring on this issue, I really cannot reiterate enough. And constituents feel they're just not being heard, they're not being listened to, and there's so much more that really can be done. It is so vital that this executive fight for local communities, people whose families have lived in our towns for generations, and to protect the right to live and to work in the very place you grew up and you call home. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call Cara Ferguson. Cara.
Deputy Speaker. Sustainable, affordable and year-round vibrant communities must be achievable across all our rural, coastal and urban communities. The reality is this: our schools, our businesses, our services and our communities cannot exist without people. Therefore, we all have a duty to ensure that all people have the opportunity available to them to live, work and make a life for themselves within their local area and community. I want to thank the proposers of this motion, which, similar to our previous discussion back in May 2024, acknowledges some of the specific concerns for certain coastal towns and scenic areas here, such as Causeway Coast and Glen in particular, the Moor Mountains and elsewhere, and likewise our city centres as well. This motion notes the growth of unregulated short-term, term and holiday lets, which risk eroding the very existence of our local communities who make those areas so special, and that's due to the rising housing prices in particular. I do, however, just want to add further to this as a Derry MLA and to express my deep-rooted concerns around the lack of social and affordable housing being delivered in general. Across this chamber, undoubtedly within our constituency offices, we all face significant levels of daily interactions around the lack of suitable social and affordable housing for struggling renters, students, workers and families. And whilst we make headway with regards to economic development plans, including investing in our universities and in our economy, there's still significant questions with regards to the status in particular of the revitalisation of the Housing Executive and how we are going to practically deliver the targets laid out in the Housing Supply Strategy, which runs until 2039. Balanced regulation can work. Tourism and community can coexist. However, this is only deliverable where social and affordable housing is delivered at scale to meet the level of existing need and where we place sustainability before short-term gain. With nearly 50,000 households on our social housing waiting list as of March this year, and as the highest total applicants since 2010, I cannot emphasise this point enough. We have a moral responsibility to make housing accessible and affordable for all. A lack of affordable housing doesn't just affect individuals but entire communities. Businesses cannot attract and maintain workers. Schools lose pupils and staff. Hospitals lose key workers, and communities as a whole become unstable and unsustainable. As an MLA for Foyle, I want to emphasise, whilst we're immensely proud from the bogside to the waterside area of the city, history and culture, we are equally as angry at the sight of boarded up homes, at the reality of rising rents and house prices, and with families desperately calling out for support to find suitable, affordable and sustainable places to call home. Across Ireland, we do not lack space, nor do we lack heart. However, housing policy and investment is certainly not keeping pace with people's needs. We need more investment now in social and affordable homes. We need genuine, collaborative partnership working across our councils, housing associations, our housing executive and our communities. We need balanced regulation and common sense approaches to tourism and investment, as they are both interconnected drivers of economic growth. Additionally, we need to urgently see the delivery of social and affordable housing at scale, the prioritisation of community wealth building and regeneration projects, and fundamentally, the eradication of poverty and homelessness once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. I call on Maurice Bradley. Maurice.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak about housing, but not just about housing, but about the future of rural Northern Ireland and whether we will act or continue to manage decline with half measures. On the north coast, Portrush, Port Stewart, Ballycastle, Port Ballintray and beyond, and even into the town of Coleraine, the sharp edge of our housing crisis is being driven by the unchecked growth of second homes and short-term lets. Since 2013, house prices in the Causeway Coast and Glens have surged by almost 70%, while wages have briefly moved. The average home now sits around 245,000. Over 85% of properties are out of reach for a median earner. This is not a market. It's a lockout on the door for local families, young people and key workers.
Can we get back?
Yes.
I agree with the member entirely. Would he agree with me that actually the problem is not only second home ownership, it's those that have a portfolio of family homes that they've turned into Airbnbs, and that we need not only a low cap but actually sufficiently punitive sanction for those who refuse to register?
Thank you.
And the member has an extra minute.
Yes, the member raises a very valid point. There's a proliferation of Airbnb in the coastal areas where people find it more profitable to have Airbnbs instead of permanent rental people in the houses. So yes, that is a massive problem and one that needs to be addressed along with the rest. But behind the postcards and the summer football on the North Coast, communities are hollowing out. Streets are once echoed with school runs and neighbourly chat, now fall silent for months. Shops, GP practices, bus routes struggle when year-round residents are displaced by properties that lie empty for most of the year or churn over with short-term visitors every weekend. We are building a visitor economy without residents who make it livable. And when people look at the social housing safety net, they find threads. Nearly 4,000 people in our area are on the waiting list, over 2,000 in housing stress. Yet we are delivering roughly 52 social homes a year. That's not a strategy, it's a managed scarcity. This is about more than roofs and rents, it's about the character and cohesion of our coastal towns. High concentrations of short-term lets mean transient occupation and constant turnover. Neighbourhoods don't have time to become communities. Local schools lose pupils, clubs lose volunteers, and the fabric frays. Noise, litter and poorly maintained properties follow when regulation fails, deterring the very visitors who value the North Coast for its clean, peaceful environment. The economic picture is no less stark. Economic inactivity remains stubbornly high, and too many of the jobs that we are creating in the North Coast are low-wage and seasonal. If we want a resilient economy, we cannot push the workforce out of the places where work should grow. I see no effect of the Executive's regional balance. I see no investment in employment opportunities, in higher education or in equitable health care. To me it seems, let's look at what Coleraine and the Causeway Coast have, so we can move it here, there or anywhere, rather than invest on what is already there and working well. So what must we do? First, introduce robust planning controls where second homes and short-term lets are harming community cohesion. That means a primary residence test in pressured areas, a distinct change of use class for short-term lets so councils can set caps, a licensing regime with real enforcement and the power to levy council tax surcharges on homes kept empty for most of the year. Second, prioritise building truly affordable and social homes where demand is greatest. Set binding targets for the North Coast and fund them. Use public land proactively, tie planning approvals for new developments to local occupancy and affordability conditions that actually bite. Third, rebalance our economy. Bring public sector and high-quality remote jobs to Coleraine and East Londonderry. Invest in digital infrastructure, transport links, childcare so people can get to work and stay in work. Invest in equitable healthcare and job creation. Make sure training aligns with year-round sectors, advanced manufacturing, green energy, health and care, not just summer tourism. Finally, Mr Speaker, back communities to lead. Give councils the data, the tools and the discretion to act, street by street if needed, and support residents groups who are holding their places together. Mr Speaker, without urgent intervention, we risk becoming a postcard economy. Beautiful to visit, impossible to live in. Let's choose better. Let's invest in people, not just in visitor numbers. Let's deliver housing justice and economic dignity on the North Coast, ensure that our towns are living communities 12 months of the year. Mr Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you, Maurice. I call on Shan Mulholland. Shan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, as the MLA for North Antrim, I have the privilege of representing communities that take in much of our North Coast. I'm delighted to hear the previous speaker referencing Ballycastle. Just a wee nod that North Coast doesn't stop on the road out of Port Ballantrae, right the way round. But what unites these places is not just their beauty, it is their popularity. From Bushmills to Ballycastle, Cushion down to Port Ballantrae, the balance between tourism and community is vulnerable to tipping too far. And this motion goes right to the core of what I see as mattering most to me in my job. It's about maintaining those thriving, sustainable communities where our local shops, our local schools and our services flourish by being able to depend on people to live and work locally nearby all year round. And it is a common issue right across the coast, and there is now an urgency about it, and I thank the proposer of the motion for bringing it once again to the House, because what once was a housing crisis is now a real threat to the very sustenance of our rural and our coastal communities. I see it every day for myself as I drive around and as I'm driving home. The darkened rows of houses that sit empty through the week and especially through the winter, our high streets that quieten as soon as the tourists leave, and the schools that struggle to keep their doors open, or in the case of Barnish and Carey, close because families have had to move away. I hear about it so often in my surgeries, particularly in what I call the North Antrim bit, that's within Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council, where people have told me they can't find homes that they can afford, and what once was a real concern about housing affordability has just turned into a community crisis. In terms of the proliferation of second homes and short-term rentals, it is absolutely reshaping our coast and our rural way of life. The Department for Communities says that 13% of the homes in Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council have no usual residents. 13%. That's double, more than double, the Northern Ireland average of around 6%, and in some coastal settlements it is far higher. Council have told us that in Port Ballantrae, which straddles the two constituencies, between 45 and 51% of properties are second homes. So when you go canvassing or when you walk through those homes, you are seeing at least you're knocking 6 doors before you even get someone who actually lives in the house full time. That's extraordinary figures for any community trying to sustain schools, services and civic life. And on top of that, there's a really striking disparity, because Causeway Coast and Glens has both the lowest average wage and the highest average house price in Northern Ireland. That tells its own story. Local people are being absolutely priced out while homes sit dark for most of the year once the summer sun sets. And I've spoken to constituents who've had to move to Ballymena, Ballymoney or Coleraine just to find somewhere affordable to buy, and the knock-on effects of that are so significant, particularly with childcare pressures, longer commutes, families growing up without that close network of grandparents and families nearby. And as the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child, but we are losing that village life for so many on the North Coast. And for those unable to buy, the picture's no better. The private rents in Causeway Coast and Glens have increased faster than any other council area in Northern Ireland between 2018 and 2023. When landlords can earn several times more from a short-term let, the incentive to remove properties from the long-term rental market is clear, and it is devastating. Causeway Coast and Glens have also said that 40% of all certified units in Northern Ireland are registered within Causeway Coast and Glens in terms of self-catering accommodation. So these are just the ones that are properly registered, as has been referenced before. Many of us hear it anecdotally. There are countless others that are operating informally and across the wider North Coast that aren't registered properly. So we need better data and transparency, a public register of short-term lets and second homes like Scotland and Wales. We need to empower our local councils. We need to be able to designate short-term let control areas or introduce new planning use for short-term lets and second homes. We need rates reform like Wales and Scotland. We should explore a fair premium on non-primary residents, with revenue being reinvested into affordable housing or for waste infrastructure to allow new homes to be built. This has to be an executive-wide plan. Housing should not be a privilege dictated by economic disparity. It should be a basic right and a foundation of every thriving, sustainable community.
Thank you, Sian. I call on Diane Armstrong. Diane.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion, which highlights the growing impact of second and holiday homes across our rural and coastal communities, particularly along the North Coast. The motion first recognises the impact of holiday homes and short-term lets on local communities. That recognition is important. In Portrush, there are 549 registered self-catering properties, and in Portstewart, as has been mentioned, a further 532. These figures from Tourism NI show the extent to which the market has become concentrated in a small area. The effect of this on local housing availability is significant. When hundreds of homes are occupied only part of the year, it drives up prices and reduces supply for those who wish to live and work locally. The result is that many young people who would have once started families or built their careers in these towns are now forced to look elsewhere. The consequences of that can be seen clearly on the ground. In the off-season, streets fall silent and communities that were once thriving year-round are left with fewer permanent residents. Local schools such as Millstrand and Heslet have seen enrolment decline as young families move away. This is not simply a housing issue, it is about the long-term sustainability of our communities and the services that support them. The motion rightly expresses concern around rising house prices and available on assumptions. The Department for Communities has confirmed that around 6% of homes across Northern Ireland have no usual residents, but in Causeway Coast and Glens area, that figure, as has been said by Shan, is 13%. That includes vacant, renovated and holiday homes, but still we do not know precisely how many are genuine second properties. We also need to acknowledge that our wider housing challenge runs deeper than this one issue. The shortage of affordable and social housing has persisted for far too long. Placing the blame solely on the tourism sector will not resolve that. The problem is far more complex and demands long-term investment in new affordable housing stock. The motion also warns that this issue threatens the social fabric of communities. This is true, but we must not overlook the fact that tourism and the self-catering sector in particular supports thousands of jobs and businesses across Northern Ireland. The challenge, therefore, is to find balance, protecting community life while sustaining livelihoods. Finally, the motion calls on the Executive to bring forward proposals to address these impacts. I support that call, provided those proposals are targeted, proportionate and informed by reliable data. The Ulster Unionist Party believes in empowering local authorities to manage concentrations of holiday homes through their local development plans in line with the Executive's housing supply strategy. We must avoid blunt, one-size-fits-all restrictions that could damage our tourism economy. This motion, as it stands, focuses too much on absolutes and lacks the balance our communities deserve. Holiday homes and short-term lets are not inherently negative, but without effective regulation, they can become problematic, and we've heard very good examples of that here this evening. We need policies that safeguard local families and ensure housing remains affordable, while still supporting tourism, an industry that so many rely on. The Ulster Unionist Party supports the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. I call on Cathy Mason. Cathy.
Housing stress and housing pressure is an issue that's felt right across the north, and we've heard here this evening quite a lot about Derry and the North Coast, but it's also extremely prevalent in South Down. Due to the increasing demand for housing in our rural and coastal communities, it is a harsh reality that young people and families right across South Down are being locked out of owning or living in a home in the community in which they grew up in. South Down is an area of outstanding natural beauty, and we are so lucky to have the stunning Lochiel coastline, the iconic mountains of Mourne, seaside towns like Newcastle and idyllic villages like Dundrum, Arglass and Killock. And this makes the area an attractive location for day trips, to enjoy short holidays or even to relocate to permanently. But the reality is that this puts the available housing stock in the area under more and more pressure due to an increase in demand. More and more people are facing housing pressure, whether it be the lack of housing in general, the rising cost of rent, limited access to the market, or the increase in the number of short-term lets and holiday homes. The housing crisis, as already has been said, is complex, it's multifaceted, but it's spiralling out of control. The crux of the challenge continues to be ensuring both the availability and the affordability of housing, alongside providing adequate support to tackle poverty and support for low-income households. But the housing crisis will not be solved by tackling one aspect of the problem alone. We need to see cross-cutting action that will make a real impact in addressing the rising housing pressure. Rural communities across South Down need to access affordable and social housing, and as of June 2025, there was 3,994 people on the social housing waiting list. 3,355 of those people are experiencing housing stress. So we need to be creative. We need solutions to be developed to develop affordable and social homes in areas like Newcastle, Downpatrick, Castlemaine, right across South Down and indeed the north. I have recently been working with Clonmel Housing on the transformation of the old Down Hospital site into much needed family homes that are right in the heart of Downpatrick, and we need to see more of this creative thinking. Working with housing organisations and other groups is key to building more affordable and social housing. It is so vital that families and young people aren't locked out of the opportunity of living in the communities in which they grew up in. Safeguarding future generations is key to protecting the very fabric of our rural, coastal and our small communities. So the priority should now be on the Communities Minister to work to deliver more social and affordable housing and at pace.
Thank you, Cathy. I call on Alan Robinson. Alan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Very pleased to speak on the impact of holiday homes and short-term lets in our coastal regions. In particular, I wish to focus on the unique circumstances facing our north coast, including the Causeway Coast and surrounding villages, where the growth of second homes and short-term holiday lets is certainly one factor impacting on housing access. Some go further and say this issue is impacting the fabric of the local towns and villages in that area. In the North Coast area and across the Causeway Coast and Glensborough, coastal villages such as Port Ballantrae and Cushendun, data indicates that second homes and short-term lets are becoming a dominant part of the housing stock. According to a report by Causeway Coast and Glensborough Council, up to a half of the properties in Port Ballantrae are estimated now to be second homes. The same report estimated that roughly 31% of houses in Cushendun are being used as holiday lets. For Northern Ireland as a whole, the legislation remains unchanged. A change from a permanent dwelling to a second home or a short-term let does not currently require planning permission. In some of our most beautiful coastal villages, a substantial fraction of the housing stock is being removed, either wholly or part-time, from the permanent residential stock and instead used for seasonal second homes, holiday lets or non-resident ownership. Those of us who represent this area will have heard how young adults working locally in hospitality and tourism and retail increasingly struggle to find accommodation in the locality that they grew up in. We have heard of families who might have expected to buy a modest home being priced out as demand is driven not by local need but by holiday home demand or investment return from short-term lets. And we have heard of the long-term rental sector being squeezed. Some houses once available for year-round rent are moved into the holiday market where yields are now higher or where owners prefer to use them themselves. The fabric of a local village and a coast resort where homes are vacant for much of the year, used not by full-time residents but by holidaymakers, can therefore be impacted in a negative way. Schools, youth clubs, and as has been said earlier, sports clubs, local shops, all of these depend on a stable population. When many homes become seasonal, the viability of local services can decline. Indeed, the minutes of Causeway Coast Planning meeting records concern from councillors that the inability of young people to secure housing in rural areas is impacting local settlement patterns, schools and sports clubs. I hope, yeah?
I agree with what he's talking about, and we've seen already that there are a number of rural local schools that are under threat because there aren't enough children in the area to keep those schools viable. Would the member agree with me then it would be prudent for our councils to consider as part of their local development plans planning to limit the amount of short-term lets and Airbnbs, for instance, so that families can live in the area?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Speaker. And I do know that that is an issue that is being actively considered within Causeway Coast and Glens. A home that lies empty for months or occupied for transient stays does not support the same community ties as a long-term resident. While tourism is vital We must guard against the case where the only people who can live permanently in the area are those with significant means, therefore skewing the character of the place and potentially undermining the local workforce. There are a number of factors which is adding to this issue, including where the cost of living crisis has increased pressure on housing and, obviously, the need for affordable new build homes. Our rural and coastal in East Londonderry are already facing demographic and economic challenges, outward migration of younger people and distance from major employment centres. And the packaging of holiday homes as holiday lets adds another barrier to those seeking to live and work locally. For our North Coast, which is an area of outstanding natural beauty and tourism importance, but also a place where people live all year round and raise families, people are now saying that the balance has now tipped far too much. The beauty of the North coastline, somewhere where I am incredibly and proud to call home, the shopping towns nearby, the golf courses, the beaches, these all attract investors and holidaymakers. But what is attractive to an outsider as a week's stay also makes the property less accessible to a local living wage earner seeking a home. As one councillor noted in the minutes of Planning Committee of the Causeway Coast and Glensborough Council 3 years ago, the issue is the inability of young people to secure housing and the impact on settlements, schools and sports clubs. Some might argue that motion such as this is anti-tourism, but it's far from it. Our tourism offer is one of our greatest assets, but tourism cannot become the sole driver of the housing market. Otherwise, we lose balanced, livable areas and restrict who can afford to live and work here. The growth of holiday homes and short-term lets in the North Coast is having real and material impacts on housing affordability, the availability of homes for local resident families and workers, and the sustainability of community life in the villages and towns in this part of Northern Ireland. And the evidence is becoming clear, and the local voices in the North Coast are growing louder. We must listen to those voices.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank Ms Hunter and the opposition for bringing this forward. Certainly, it's been an issue that's raised with me in my office on a regular basis. I'm lucky that South Down is a brilliant part of Northern Ireland, as Ms Mason's already pointed out, and I've no doubt that Colin McGrath's going to get in there too. It's famously a place where the Mourne Mountains just swoop down to the sea, and therefore boast wonderful beaches, forests, and the peaks and crags of the hills. So it's easy to understand why people wish to come and visit the area, and they need somewhere to stay accordingly. And as has been made as a point as well, the Tourism Ministry is making important economic contributions to the area, and there can be no doubt about that. And all this is positive within reason. But increasingly the balance is tipping away and tipping the wrong way. I mean, I hear from constituents who want to live in the area but have been completely priced out, such as towns like Newcastle villages of Dundrum and Bryansford. Young couples soon to be married who are not able to move to an area which is geographically central to their family and to their work. Parents who express concern that their children will not be able to afford a property in the area in which they grew up. And this is as much about the economic growth as it is anything else. And at this stage, I want to thank the Minister. Well, the Minister isn't here, so I don't need to rejig my notes there, so I do. Well, I acknowledge that the motion is calling to the whole executive, so it is. So there must be various messages to various ministers which need to be noted. I've also heard from constituents who find that every other house in a development of a time is rarely occupied. Indeed, this time of the year when the clocks have changed, it certainly is a bit more prominent that there's many in the evening that many a house is unlit. And again, this really contributes to the sense of detachment of community. And likewise, there's some properties that are only occupied for mere weeks of the year. Tourism's NI statistics show that the number of self-catering units in Newry, Mourne and Down has increased by almost 50% in the course of 2 years, from 414 in 2022 to 619 in 2024. And this does present at times an almost difficult conundrum for tourist areas to grapple with. Yes, they understand the need to accommodate visitors and the associated economic benefits that come with it, but it does also feel that the balance is not always fairly struck at the minute, and I think some of our previous speakers have referenced that. Yeah, certainly, Mr. Brooks.
I agree that actually one of the problems with short-term lets is that they also undercut some of the legitimate tourism businesses that are subject to much more regulation, greater checks. I was at the event yesterday upstairs around electrical checks and regulation. They were talking about how private houses have to have many more checks than actually some of these short-term lets. Our hotels and so on also face that. Would you agree with that?
I think I certainly would, yes. And again, that would be one of the feedback that comes back to us. Again, is that undercutting and not the regulation. And you do see the bona fide tourist operators that have really well cared for properties and safe properties. I think the member referenced the electrical. I mean, that is something to bear in mind. And again, it's the calls in the whole executive, and for good reason. It's a complex cross-departmental issue, and ministers need to work together to find a sustainable way forward. And I suppose I have a couple of thoughts on this. I mean, one of the things as well is towards diversification and sustainability. Towards the end of the summer last year, or this year, the National Trust hosted a symposium on sustainable tourism, and one of the strongest themes to come out of this was the need to ensure that communities were supported and sustainable. If we get it right for the community, then we get it right for the tourists. If there's no community, then tourism will not survive. And if, there are other economic drivers as well. I think Mr. Bradley quite rightly pointed out as well that the other economic drivers can be utilised to drive sustainable houses and getting people into the area. I can think of offshore renewable sector such as Kilkeel and South Down, which if supported would be allowed to develop. Would mean companies would keep and offer well-paid jobs in South Down rather than further afield. So while I appreciate the sentiment of this motion is very much in regard to tourism and second homes, the wider economic development would also go some way to easing the pressure and ensure that young families can stay in their locale. I think it's also been touched on that we do need stronger regulations and a stronger planning response on short-term lets. The current situation is putting unsustainable pressures on housing in certain parts of the country, and we cannot let that continue. Local councils have a role to play in that, but so do the communities, infrastructure and economy ministers, and we are yet to see decisive action from some of these departments. The Infrastructure Minister has stated that she has no plans to restrict the conversion of residential properties in the short-term holiday lets, but she's open to looking at this under the Planning Improvement Programme, and we would encourage her to do that. I also hope the Finance Minister will have another look at the rates response and see what can be done from this angle. There are areas, again, I think Ms Hunter referenced some of the areas, but there are areas, again, such as the Lake District in Cumbria, which has utilised this tool by which to offset the broader socio-economic costs which comes with an area facing this issue. So ultimately, yes, I think we all agree that we cannot elevate the needs of the tourism industry above the basic needs of the people that we serve, and there are few needs more basic than a safe and stable home, and I would urge all parties to do their best to support this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. And I call on Colin McGrath to wind. Colin, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And members, what a vicious and nasty arena this room can be, but wasn't it a pleasure that we've just actually gone through a debate where we all actually agree on something, and we're all trying to put ourselves and our thoughts in the right place to be able to help those that have elected us to be here. So I think that this is something that has managed to restore a bit of faith in what we can do whenever we discuss the things that we actually agree on, and how we can try and scope out those things that we agree on and see if we can try and pitch those to various ministers to see if there's a way that we can influence and change the policies that will guide our constituents and hopefully help people whenever they're facing some of the problems that have been so eloquently put out by members this evening. I think also, if we take a positive, it's been a great sort of tour around Northern Ireland here as well, to hear people talking about their different areas. I'm trying to put it forward as, it's the beauty of the North Coast, and it's the beauty of Fermanagh. We've got, of course, we won't forget the cities, we won't forget that we've got Belfast and we've got Derry and we've got other places referenced as well. And of course, I will not get through this contribution without mentioning South Down and joining my colleagues in highlighting the beauty that there is there. But we would be naive if we thought that with that beauty and with that wish to have places that people want to be in, that there comes the problem of those that are actually taking up and occupying by purchasing properties, but then in whatever way not using them, which does erode that sense of community. And I suppose it's a role for the person that is unwinding in a debate to sort of reflect back on the remarks that were made. And I think what was interesting is that probably to a T, everybody actually mentioned the same things. We mentioned how the important thing for an area is that sense of community. And that community isn't really the bricks and the mortar. That community is the people that live in it. And it's those people that come together and those people that become part of the local sporting clubs. They go to the local schools, they shop in the local shops. But in order to do that, you need to be there on a regular basis. And there's no easier way to do that than actually living in a community to be a strong and positive advocate for that area and use those local facilities. And it's also, I think, a clear point that you will absolutely miss those things once they're gone. And that's often, it's too late at that stage, but that's the time that you realise that things have been taken away. Of course.
I'm not standing up to talk about the wonderful Strangford and my Ards Peninsula, but when the member talks about services being taken away, quite a number of us here live in rural areas, and we know the impact when there isn't a local community there. You lose the school, you lose the post office, the banks disappear, the local shops go down to the size of a corner store, and that actually drives tourism away. So if we don't have a community there, then we're actually doing away with the tourism as well, because it becomes, you may as well have, you know, the bushes blowing past, you know, it's an empty town. So would the member agree with me that we are threatening community life by taking people away, then services come away?
First of all, I have to say I'm not going to discuss in great detail pilfering, but given that your constituency stole a massive part of our constituency, I am bound to say that there are great swathes in Strangford that are absolutely beautiful, and I know many of those areas, given that I was born and raised in a part and went to school in a part that is now moving over into your constituency. But the point that you make is well made, and I think it's about the, I suppose, how acute that difference is noticed. It can take longer to notice in a city that those sort of services are being eroded out. It doesn't mean that you don't notice it, but especially in the rural communities, that anybody you speak to about rural areas will tell you it's the people. It's the people that make it. It's knowing who it is that's going to be in those local shops, people going about their daily business that you will see in those areas. I want to acknowledge, and I don't think it was by an absence in any intentional basis, the remarks from Diana about from the Australians. We get that point that actually it is a balance. You can't just exist without tourism. We all need tourism. It supports a massive industry, and in some areas, probably the biggest industry is tourism. And it was really good to see that so many members contributed by saying it's about getting the balance right. It's about making sure that you don't tip over and have too many people removed from an area and it's all tourist focused, but then likewise we need to have those tourists, because we know for places like Newcastle, Moranpoint and others in my constituency that the importance of having tourism and the money that that brings in and the jobs that that supports and how that supports the community that we're actually talking about, so sort of trying to support. So was referenced by yourselves, but I think everybody took an opportunity to refer to that sort of balance that there is that needs to be there. In a sort of acknowledging that there is a problem, and I know that it is very probably most felt in the North Coast, a number of members referenced the importance of let's not reinvent the wheel. You know, they're facing these problems in Scotland, they're facing these problems in Wales, they're facing these problems in France and other places that were referenced, and they are having to get to grips with that. And some of them are years ahead of us in terms of the oversaturation of the problem, but also then they are also years ahead of us in trying to find those solutions to be able to deal with it. So I would encourage, if there's department officials listening on to this, that they maybe do scope out and see are there other places where this problem has been managed and they have managed to come up with a solution. I think a final point that I just want to make, referenced by many members, the importance that actually by taking these houses, these second properties and these Airbnbs and other types of lets, taking them out of the housing stock means that there's pressure on the rest of the stock that's there. Business is business. That drives the price of properties up, and that means that our local community, our local people trying to get on the first time on the housing ladder, close to their family, close to the support, close to that community that we have all referenced, becomes increasingly difficult whenever house prices are going up to 300, 400, 500,000. That just prices it out of the market of first-time buyers, and we want to be able to keep that healthy balance that we've spoke about. But how can you have that balance if you're facing £500,000 to buy a house? You just can't do it. Even us MLAs couldn't afford that, and there's many out there that think we could afford anything. But I appreciate everybody's support in the motion. It's great to see that we've got the commonality. I know that probably the way we phrased it, we didn't include a minister. We wanted the whole executive because it is cross-cutting for a number of departments that would need to look at that. The downside of that is that we don't have any ministers here, but I don't think that that means that there's any lack of interest from the ministers around the executive table. They know that there's a problem there. They've got the good, solid backbenchers of all the parties being able to push forward what we want to see, and hopefully together we can get that solution which will help our local communities that we all represent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Colin. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, if we just move on to the next item. Next item on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Cheryl Brownlee to raise the matter of installing a sensory room in the Royal Belfast Hospital for Sick Children. I call on Cheryl Brownlee, and you will have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it's a real privilege to be able to bring this adjournment debate to the floor today. But I do want to pay full tribute to Erin McAllister. Yeah. She's here with us today, and she is the founder of the Northern Ireland Community for Partners and Carers of Children with Complex Needs Group. And they have been driving a petition which has been signed by over 1,000 people in Northern Ireland. And it was Erin's lived experience and determination and passion that has brought this topic to the floor here today, and I think she should be incredibly proud. Correct. Most of us can agree no one likes going to A&E. It is stressful, it is noisy, it's unpredictable, but for most people it is manageable. But for a child with sensory processing difficulties, for a child with autism, ADHD or learning disabilities, it is not just stressful, it is impossible. The lights are too bright, the alarms are too loud, the crowds are too close. The waiting is too long. And when their senses become overwhelmed, when that invisible bucket finally overflows, there is nothing anyone can do but wait. And that's when you see the flailing, the crying, the biting, the panic that takes over their little bodies. And it's not a tantrum, it's not bad behaviour, it is just distress. It's a child's nervous system screaming, I just can't cope anymore. And that distress doesn't just affect them, it ripples through the entire waiting room. It affects the parents who are holding back tears, terrified that people are judging them. It affects the staff who want to help but have nowhere calm to take the child. And it affects every single person in that place. And this is why we're asking for something so simple yet so transformative. A sensory room, a small calm space within or near the A&E department, a space with soft lighting, comfortable seating and gentle sounds, somewhere a child can breathe and somewhere they can regulate before they unravel. So this is not a nice to have, this is a reasonable adjustment, a necessary step to make emergency care accessible to children who experience the world differently. The 1995 Disability Discrimination Act makes it clear public services must make reasonable adjustments for people with disabilities. It is not an afterthought, not when crisis hits, but proactively. Other hospitals across Northern Ireland have already shown what is possible. At Altnagelvin, a triage room was transformed into a beautiful sensory space with colour-changing lights, comfy chairs, calming sounds, and staff say it's changed everything, allowing patients with learning disabilities to receive care in peace. At South West Acute Hospital in Enniskillen, a sensory room project won the National Award for being low cost but high impact. And they have proven that this isn't about money or luxury. It's about compassion, inclusion and creative thinking. And if my colleague Deborah Erskine is watching, which I'm sure she probably is, whenever she talks about regional balance, I am very, very jealous of the services she has, although they are absolutely credible and fully deserved. But it's here at the Royal Belfast Hospital for Sick Children, the hospital that serves the most complex, vulnerable children across Northern Ireland. There is still no sensory room in A&E. Every year, around 34,000 children pass through that department, and many of them have additional needs. Many are autistic, and many have known sensory challenges. But yet, in their moment of crisis, there is no space that is safe and quiet for them to go. And I know the Trust has huge pressures. Space is limited, budgets are stretched, staff are exhausted. But I've seen it myself, and I have been there, and I have sat in the corridors with my own child, and I have seen how impossible it can be to even find that moment of calm. But I also know...
Will the member give way?
Yes.
I think the member is right to point out, obviously, the pressures, financial pressures. But given the difficulty that some of these children face, and actually addressing them in a calm manner will be much more efficient and in a timely manner, which actually could save money in the long term for the staff. Would you agree?
And thank you to the member for that intervention. And he makes a very, very valid point. There are so many parents, and I will get onto this slightly later, but there are so many parents that actually put off going to A&E because of the stress that this will cause to the child, to them, to people around them, that they actually don't go, and the condition of the child can actually get worse. And I wasn't going to actually talk about my own experience, but I mean, at home with my son, you know, we did put off going to A&E, and we were worried about, obviously, the stress it would cause him and the stress that we knew we would be walking into. But we went, and he was in DKA. It was whenever we found out he had diabetes, and if I had have left that, he would have died. And it's that moment, it's those hours, those minutes. If parents think for a second, I am not going to go because of this, it could be absolutely critical. You know, so it's definitely invest to save and save lives. But there isn't, if there isn't room for a permanent space right now, I think we have to start with something mobile, a pod, a mobile or modular sensory unit, something close by. But it is important that we act, because the truth is, when we don't make space for these children, families stop coming. Parents delay bringing their child to A&E, terrified of what that experience will do to them. Or they come and leave before being seen, because the stress becomes too much. And that is not equality. That is not accessibility. That is just fear. And no family should have to choose between their child's medical needs and their emotional safety. But we're not asking for a luxury or a playroom. We're asking for understanding. We're asking that our children who experience the world differently will be given the same right to care, safety and dignity as any other child. A sensory room would mean a calmer, safer, more inclusive A&E for patients, parents and staff alike. It would help turn that chaos to calm, that panic to peace, but it would also show that this hospital not only treats children's bodies, it cares for their minds and their wee hearts too. Our children didn't choose to experience the world differently. They don't ask for more, only enough. Because their needs are different, but not less. Because every child deserves to feel safe, even in an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Cheryl. Thank you. All other speakers will now have approximately 5 minutes, and I call Orla Flynn. Orla.
And first of all, just want to thank Cheryl and the DUP for bringing tonight's adjournment motion to the House. I think it's a very important one, and I think that Cheryl has already very articulately outlined the risks that are at play here in terms of if we aren't able to provide this type of facility, and the real risk that could pose to already really worried and stressed and concerned parents with sick children and children who really need that kind of space, particularly whenever they're in that difficult environment. And I know that you have mentioned as well Erin, who has reached out to probably most of us, and fair play to her with her petition and the campaign that she has undertaken. I do think that it's definitely give this issue a bit of a lift, and it's definitely focus people's minds onto this. And I'm hopeful that we will receive hopefully some good news from the Minister whenever he's responding to the debate. But as I says, I'll not repeat any of the points that Cheryl has already made. And it's just to say that should it make the point about our own personal experience, and anyone in this chamber who has been lucky enough to be blessed as a mother or a father, but unfortunately the chances are you might have had occasions where you've had to bring your child or your sick baby into a hospital environment. And I was in that position this time last year with a sick, I think he had just turned 2. He did, coming up to a year, so a very sick 2-year-old. And the emergency department was just completely chaotic, because obviously in winter time with the winter pressures, you know, you can see an additional volume of people that are in these emergency departments. But it was particularly bad because there was just so many wee, sick, vulnerable, really upset, frail children everywhere. And then on top of that, it was all of the really, really, really concerned, worried, distressed parents. And then you put into the mix then all the issues that you have mentioned, Cheryl, with the child that actually has additional needs. And that's an additional trauma on that wee child who's already not well and in that environment. So I don't think that anyone's going to disagree with the need in terms of why you're calling for these facilities. And we did do our Belfast, a delegation of Belfast MLAs and MPs met with the Chief Executive of the Belfast Trust. It was about a month or two ago, and at that stage it was Maureen Edwards who was still in post. It wasn't with the new CEO, Jennifer. So we had raised the issue of the sensory space, and the Trust were saying that they had mentioned, even in terms of like the capacity or the room, the setup of that ED and where would you physically put this space. They had mentioned some risks around the spread of infection and the fact that you're dealing with very, very sick children and creating a separate sensory space. Does that create more risk for the children to want to leave their parents to go and play, to mix together, and all of these very genuine, I suppose, issues that the clinicians and doctors and nurses who are treating the kids have to think about. But at that meeting then they did agree to go away and look at some of the models that's already in place. And particularly, I think it was Jerry Kelly had mentioned at the meeting that there was a school in North Belfast had put in place this mobile sensory room. So I genuinely don't know, following on from that meeting, what has taken place since then. But I did see that the Minister did respond to an Assembly question recently, just speaking about that those options may be potentially explored around with the assistance of a charity and some type of mobile sensory room. So I hope that can, that we can get that over the line in the coming months. I think that would be very, very, very welcome. And then also just to mention that longer term in our new regional children's hospital, staff did reassure us that that whole building will be built and has been designed with children, particularly with additional needs and sensory needs, at the heart of all of that. So thanks again for bringing the motion. Very happy to support it.
Thank you very much, Senator Earl. And I call on Danny Donnelly. Danny.
Speaker, again, I want to thank the member for bringing forward this incredibly important debate and for bringing attention to the lived experience of disabled children and their families across Northern Ireland. I had got an email from Erin as well, and I wrote to the Trust and asked them what services they currently available within the Belfast Trust hospitals support children with sensory needs who attend Children's A&E, or if there are any plans to implement these services. The Trust came back to say that while they understood the requirement for this type of space and its impact, they were awaiting confirmation of funding to purchase a mobile sensory pod, so currently there is no specific area. I fully believe we need to give our public bodies the tools to understand something like this. It's about more than a bottom line on a budget paper. To understand that this is about equal participation in society and the ability to access the same rights as everyone else. It's not an optional addition, and as the proposer stated, it's not a nice to have. This is something that's incredibly important to me personally, because for the last year I've been working with consultations with the disability community for the purpose of bringing forward a bill that puts the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the UNCRPD, into the fabric of public policy and decision making here in Northern Ireland, and intends to be building a foundation for progress in situations exactly like this, to ensure that voices and lived experience of disabled people in Northern Ireland are embedded and that they go on symbolic gestures or ticking boxes. The consultation process that is intentionally extended to allow for as much involvement as possible. When I looked at Erin's campaign for the installation of a sensory room around the A&E waiting area, I was struck by what I had heard so many times throughout this consultation process: the need to explain or prove a disability, and this should never be the case. The dismissal, the misunderstanding and the disregard for the frustrations of a lifetime of subpar rights or considerations are often met with apathy when raised. The treatment of adjustments or specific requirements on the basis of disability as optional. Disability protections in Northern Ireland, as was mentioned, are behind the rest of the UK and Ireland and are mainly based on a piece of outdated legislation from 30 years ago, which is older than this Assembly itself. An Assembly which in 6 of the last years has been impacted by shutdowns and political instability. A consequence of this instability has been the retrogression of disability rights in a number of areas. The need for this sensory room is something that is necessary for children who have sensory processing difficulties, including those with autism or ADHD. And as Erin states in her campaign message, the experience of A&E can be overwhelming enough for neurotypical children, but for children with high sensory needs, this bright and noisy environment can cause serious dysregulation, and this can have a massive impact on their health, especially considering that sensory meltdown can lead to increased body temperature, vomiting and self-harming behaviours. And as highlighted in Cheryl's piece, this also may put children off attending A&E and could result in the sick child not getting timely treatment. The Health Committee had recently a presentation from a provider of mobile sensory rooms and the benefits to young people and their families in these environments. And the committee wrote to the Minister, and maybe the Minister will refer to this in his comments, and we've recently got a response back from him stating that research has indicated that sensory approaches result in a reduction of stress, support regulation and promote self-management and the overall patient experience and ward environment. And saying that one of the primary constraints for future development of sensory rooms is the limited availability of suitable physical space. However, engaging with service user representatives, trusts have been proactive in seeking service user feedback and using this information to inform and co-design resources and services for patients. And I think that's the important bit, that these services are co-designed with families and organisations who have specialist knowledge in this area. I've spoken to Erin on this issue previously, and I would be very happy to meet with anyone affected by the lack of provision for disability and public services. And it should go without saying that disabled people in Northern Ireland deserve better protections and that equality should never be an option. And I fully support this motion. So thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I call on Alan Chambers. Alan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I certainly welcome this extremely important debate tonight. And I also welcome the broad cross-party recognition of the growing and well-documented value that sensory rooms and sensory pods can bring within healthcare settings. As MLAs, we often have people coming forward to our constituency offices to relay their lived experiences with the health services. That includes families who sometimes face the sensory challenge of a busy hospital environment. For any child, hospitals can be a strange and overwhelming environment, but for children who are neurodiverse or who live with sensory processing difficulties, it can be an even greater challenge. Any family with such a child will know how quickly distress can escalate when the environment feels unsafe or out of their control. That is why sensory rooms are so important. They provide a breathing space and offers a much better environment for a young person and allows them to receive care with minimised distress. And whilst there is provision for such spaces across the health estate, there is a shortfall with the Royal Belfast Hospital for Sick Children. I know from engaging with the department previously on the matter that the Belfast Trust has been seeking to identify the necessary space adjacent to the Paediatric Emergency Department to create a dedicated sensory room in the near future. That is really a positive step. So I'm hopeful that this is a shortage in provision which can soon be resolved. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would beg your indulgence just to highlight a development in Bangor. aimed at a different cohort. But the local council there have just recently opened a dementia-friendly sensory garden in Ward Park, and that has proved to be a real calming oasis for dementia patients and their families. And I know that the planting there hasn't reached full maturity, but next year it will. But I certainly welcome and would wish to highlight that particular facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Colin McGrath. Colin.
I want to thank the proposer of this motion, to Cheryl, for bringing this, for getting 2 in a row of full agreement in the chamber with people in agreement at what needs to happen. And no more important an issue than this. And I want also to thank Erin McAllister as well. I received the email and signed up to that petition because of the importance of it, but it's also the sense that there is. Sometimes when we get things, we think there's complicated reasons to do things or complicated reasons not to do things. But sometimes there's things that are just so obvious, you wonder why we haven't already done it. And I know that whilst it is an adjournment debate and it's speaking about the Royal Hospital for sick children, and I know they were at great pains to point out that they're not a regional service for everything that they do, but some of what they do is done on a regional basis. So I think we can all subscribe to the fact that our constituents might be using that facility and then may benefit. And some of the gentle research that I'd done in preparation for this, I was thinking just about the who is it that is actually going could benefit from that. And looking at our figures, 5.9% of our school age pupils that have autism, somewhere in the region of 45 to 60,000, I know it's broad, but somewhere in that region that have ADHD, 31,000 that have learning difficulties. There certainly isn't and can't be a suggestion that there isn't a need for a facility like this. And then when we look at the why, about why to have those, and I know that others have mentioned this already, but it's that fact that it does reduce that stress, it reduces the pressure. We know that emergency departments they're busy places. Thankfully, in the last sort of year or two, I've only had one occasion to be in an emergency department, but it was busier than an airport. It was busier than a bus station. There was just so much that was happening. And whilst I was there with somebody that was sick, I did really feel for the people that were sick and in that environment, and thought it just isn't the place to be. It's just, there's nothing calming and there's nothing that is sort of comforting in it. It's a very harsh environment. So, I can only imagine how that is multiplied if you've got people that are really, struggling with all of those various things that are taking place around them. We also have that sort of legal duty as well in terms of equality. We're going to provide services and provide them on an equal basis, and it's really important that we have services for those with autism, for those with ADHD, with learning difficulties, that they are able to access services in a way that actually works for them. And I know that we have a number of good examples in various units right around. We have the South West Acute Hospital that has been referenced, the sensory room. We have Craigavon Hospital, the Bluestone unit, and Altnagelvin that has a sensory room there for learning difficulties, which was opened in 21. So we do have lots of other examples about the place, and this is maybe about extending that provision rather than having to go to the very beginning and start again. And the issue of cost and the practicality, it is a small space. I know every inch of an emergency department is absolutely crucial in delivering the aims of the emergency department, but I think it's been mentioned already, and it's well rehearsed how actually it's a cost benefit. You spend a little bit of money, you secure that space, but it actually gets people through the emergency department quicker. It means that they're able to come in the first instance, which means that there isn't the opportunity for the progression of illnesses and conditions, which means that people are turning up much later, and then it's costing much more to put it together. So I think whenever we look at it from that cost perspective, it reasonably is sensible to try and help to move that. So look, there's a couple of things that I'm sure would all love to see, and the SDLP, we would like to subscribe to that, is to see that space, to see it available in the Royal Victoria for sick children, and that we can see that co-design with users. We've got experts out there that have been contacting ourselves. We have experts in the public gallery that I'm sure would only be too willing to give their experiences and to give their expertise that they have to be able to make sure that what could be provided would really work for people. But I think that this is something that we should try and see, hopefully can have it delivered, and then we know that it will help people whenever they actually need something from us in return. So thank you for bringing this today. I'm delighted to support it.
Thank you, Colin. And I call on Danny Baker. Danny.
Cheryl, thank you for bringing this forward this evening and sharing your story. You know, it is society and the system that makes our children with additional needs vulnerable. And look, this is a very basic ask. It should be there in the first place. And I find it very frustrating in your constituency when so many families come to you and they need us to intervene for some of the most basic equality. And whether that's in education, when children with additional needs are being offered places that don't exist, we don't do that to mainstream children, so why do it to children who need that support? And then in health, you know, I'd be blown away by some of the cases that I have to deal with in health, and I think of children who need a dentist appointment. I had a case very recently where a child had to wait 8 months, and it was only with my interventions that take place. My child doesn't have to wait 8 months to get a filling or has an abscess, and like, I can't wrap my head around that. That is pain for 8 months where a wee child is biting the hand of themselves. That is happening day and daily. So that's a system that is completely failing. And if we can't even deliver a sensory room in 2025 and not have it, there's something seriously wrong. Going forward, we need to start getting everything right. We need to be making sure that families are heard at the table. You know, it's not just about an architect designing a room or a building. It has to be there to meet the needs of that child. And it is simply not happening. It's not happening across the board, and it needs to start happening now. You know, there's commentary even coming from across the water that's starting to even bed in here when we're now trying to see the reasons why children have autism, as if you're trying to understand that. It is appalling language where some people are wanting to bring this. These are children in our society who are being made vulnerable because the system is broken, and we need to start getting it right. Families need to start having to fight for absolutely every single thing, and policy and ministers and us as MLAs need to start understanding the challenges from the bedroom to the bathroom, from the bathroom to the kitchen to the classroom, or in the ER. So really thank you for sharing your story about, I have no doubt that's a difficult decision to bring your child, maybe not too sick to bring, because that's so traumatic and what they have to go through, but it's a knock-on effect that could have had going forward. So thank you, and it's something that we all have to collectively work together. And this isn't me trying to single out any particular minister, whether it's education, whether it's in communities with welfare, or it's health. It's about us all working together collectively to get it better going forward, because we need to start getting it right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I can call the Minister. And Minister, you've got up to 10 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As Mr McGrath says, the spirit of harmonious agreement has really broken out. We're on a hat trick on Monday morning. I wouldn't bet on it because I've seen the running order, by the way. But to Cheryl Brownlee, thanks for bringing the debate. We are in agreement. And it's an area where, for once, I'm not going to say that the biggest issue is finances, money. It's not. It's actually space, and I'll come to that in a little second, because these multidisciplinary environments are becoming an increasingly vital part of paediatric healthcare, particularly for children with neurodiverse needs or sensory processing conditions. And just to follow on from Mr Baker, to be fair to the Belfast Trust, I mean, when the hospital was built, these sensory rooms weren't a thing. So the issue is space. And so a mobile is where I would be putting my money as where they're going to get to. Because it's only in recent years that there's been this big shift in thinking about how we understand and respond to the needs of individuals with sensory processing challenges. And the shift, of course, is driven by a deeper awareness of neurodiversity and the unique ways in which people experience the world around them. So sensory rooms, sensory pods, they're at the forefront of this movement, because they offer safe therapeutic environments where individuals can regulate their sensory input. And the growing importance of these spaces, along with a wide range of equipment and aids they offer, are now well recognised as valuable tools for professionals working in those clinical settings. These spaces are designed to meet a wide range of needs. They're proving to be especially beneficial in high-stress environments, such as emergency departments, where children and young people, as has been said, become overwhelmed and overstimulated really quickly. EDs are often loud, they're often bright, they're chaotic places that can be distressing for any child, but especially for those with autism spectrum disorder, ASD, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Also, anxiety, mental health challenges, developmental disabilities, and other sensory processing disorders. And I've visited a lot of EDs, and I am struck by how bright they are, by necessity, how noisy they are because of demand, and how unsuitable they are for people with neurodiversity issues. So sensory rooms are not just limited to supporting children with diagnosed conditions, they also provide comfort and regulation for any child or young person experiencing heightened stress or anxiety, such as at a time of trauma or in the middle of a medical crisis. So we can supply that support in two main ways. First of all, a fixed sensory room, a dedicated space within a facility designed and equipped to provide a consistent sensory experience. These rooms are often tailored to meet the specific needs of the population they serve, and they can include a wide range of equipment and design features. Secondly, then, mobile sensory pods, portable units that bring sensory equipment directly to the child where they are in the hospital. This flexibility is particularly valuable in settings where space is limited, and that is the case with the Royal Belfast Hospital for Sick Children. In terms of equipment, in these settings, equipment can stimulate or soothe through visual, tactile, auditory, or olfactory means, depending on the individual's needs. For example, visual stimulation can include bubble tubes, fibre optic lights, or projection systems. Tactile can be provided by textured or padded walls or soft furnishings. Auditory elements might include calming music or white noise machines. Olfactory equipment may include aromatherapy diffusers with soothing scents. In a hospital sensory room, you'll typically find a variety of specialist equipment and features designed to help children and young people manage stress, anxiety, and sensory processing challenges. The tools are often selected to provide calming, stimulating, or regulating sensory input across multiple different senses, including sight, sound, touch, smell, and movement. The goal is to create an environment that feels safe, that feels predictable, and which is responsive to the child's needs. As much of the equipment is mobile, this allows it to be repositioned or repurposed as needed, and that's adding to the versatility of the space. It also means it can be individualized for the child's needs. As you'll be aware, construction is now underway for a new state-of-the-art children's hospital on the current Belfast Trust site. It's a 10-storey facility. It will accommodate up to 155 inpatients and include 10 theatres. It represents a significant step forward in delivering a world-class service in world-class facilities, and it is expected to be completed by 2030. The hospital will be designed with the needs of children and families at its heart. I'm confident sensory support will be an integral part of that vision. And Mr. Donnelly talked about co-design. I'm very keen on that. Some months ago I was in Dublin, visited their new children's hospital. Not yet open, but it is pretty much complete, just needs commissioned. And they put so much attention to the needs of the child in terms of thinking about the sounds and the echoes, thinking about tactile issues, thinking about the sort of visuals that they have in the hospital. And I think this is so cool. And I do hope we do that with our children's hospital as well. The window cleaning contract stipulates the window cleaners who will be going up and down the outside of the building have to wear superhero outfits. How cool is that for children who are stressed out and sick? I think it's just magnificent. And I can't impose it on the Trust, but I do hope they see the sense of doing that. So, at the moment, my officials are engaging with senior staff at the Belfast Trust. We're exploring the possibility of introducing a sensory room at the current hospital for sick children. But it's an old facility. It makes it difficult to change the building, despite the need to include a sensory room, particularly close to the paediatric emergency department. So the Trust have confirmed they've actively considered the inclusion of a sensory room, but they feel the current layout and capacity constraints make it unfeasible at present. However, I have asked them to go and look again, because you will know this, or anybody who's been there, just past the entrance, there's the corridor around your left, and then there's what they're calling the garden area. Now, I'm not convinced the garden area is big enough, the Trust aren't convinced the garden area is big enough, but I've asked them to take one final look at that garden area to see if they could get in a sensory room, because those sensory rooms are not particularly big. In fact, because they're one-on-one, they're pretty small. I'll certainly give way.
Thank you, Minister. I appreciate you giving way, and I appreciate your language in this debate today, which has been very helpful and encouraging indeed for Erin and other families that are listening in. You do say spaces at premium. There's a suggestion that there's a disused shop on the site. Can the Ministry explore what the genesis of that story that's going around, a shop that has been disused for some time, and questions remain unanswered on what its purpose is?
Okay, well, I thank the member. I was unaware that there may be a disused shop, and the shop is probably of a good size for a sensory room. So I'll look at that. Notwithstanding that, then, the current direction of travel is the Trust investigating the procurement of a mobile sensory unit, which would allow the equipment to be brought directly to children when they're in the hospital. It's a flexible solution, and it could provide much-needed support. I think, very encouragingly, the Trust is exploring the use of charitable funds to acquire the necessary equipment. These funds can be allocated to projects of this nature. The approach, I believe, demonstrates resourcefulness during a challenging financial time. It also demonstrates how the generous contributions received from the Northern Ireland public can help support the well-being of its youngest and most vulnerable children. Charitable contributions have long played a vital role in enhancing hospital services and the experience of patients, and I'm really keen this initiative will resonate with donors and supporters.
Minister, you mentioned the new Children's Hospital. Are you aware of any particularly identified space in the plans for the new Children's Hospital?
I couldn't tell you exactly where it will be, but I mean, it's going to be a big building, and the direction of travel, as I said in opening my remarks, is to move towards recognising the benefit of these sensory aids in helping particularly children who have got anxiety, who are stressed, and who have neurodivergent needs that we have to deal with. So I think we're in a pretty positive and proactive position. Sensory rooms, I think, at the point has been made, they're not a luxury. They're a necessity for many children, and their presence can transform a hospital experience from one of fear and distress and take you out of a really clinical situation to something much more homely, acceptable and calming. So I've asked my officials to maintain regular contact with Belfast Trust. We'll monitor progress. We will provide updates as the work continues. And Mr Clark has given me some homework to go and see if there's a disused shop that we could turn at speed into a sensory room. 2 seconds.
Hopefully you'll give me a slight bit of latitude in this, because I don't get to whine. I do really want to thank the Minister for his attitude and the way he has came to the Chamber today, but I just kind of want to kneel down in terms of if he does have any time frames for this. I know parents, and we've spoke about this today, how passionate people are. Have you got any time frame that it will take to carry out this work, and we can get some definite answers for the Royal and, of course, people in Northern Ireland?
I understand why you're asking the question, but if you've been listening to me in the last few days, I've stopped giving timelines, because as a department we keep saying we'll do something by a certain date or a certain month, and we tend to honour it in the breach. So it will be done at pace, is all I can say.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Ministers, and thank you for in the gallery to see something a bit more positive in the Assembly than usual. Ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly is now adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.